fast, tonight's report feels good. 25 seconds. 20 seconds in the count. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Welcome to beautiful Boise, Idaho for the 12th race of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. This is the second to last 70.3 in the Pro Series before the 70.3 World Championships in Nice. Some of the sport's biggest names are here in the capital city of Idaho, known as the City of Trees, to vie for a share of the $50,000 prize purse, Pro Series points, and, of course, qualifying slots to the 2027 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship to be held in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Today's race represents a critical mid-season opportunity for our pro athletes to strengthen their position in the standings before heading into World Championship season just 49 days away. We have 52 men and 31 pro women towing the line today, and we'll be joined, of course, by age group athletes coming from all over the world. My name is Dee Dee Griesbauer. I'm in studio today with Craig Alexander, who is no stranger to this course. Craig, welcome to the studio. We're going to have an exciting day on the line today. Every second behind the winner equals 1 point lost in our Pro Series, of course, with Pro Series bonuses totaling more than 1.7 million and 70.3 World Championship slots on the line. Athletes will be racing for position from the very first stroke. As you can see, the conditions today going to be challenging for the athletes. It's a bit windy out on course. Word all week has been the high temperatures expected today, but these are tough athletes and they are ready for the challenge. Today's professional women's field features a really deep field, headlined by Hannah Berry and Lydia Russell. Or will it be Grace Alexander coming off of 2 wins earlier this season at the 70.3 distance? Our men's race features Sam Long, American Sam Long, as well as the Frenchman Vincent Louis. Athletes down here. Okay, athletes here checking out the course, and now we will bring into studio Craig Alexander. Craig, you've won here 2 times. You feeling nostalgic looking out here at the reservoir here this morning?
Good morning to you, Dee Dee. Nostalgic and glad that I'm here in my lounge room, to be honest. It looks quite windy there, and a big hello to everyone who's watching wherever they are around the world. I'm excited for this one as always. It's been a lightning quick turnaround after Ironman Lake Placid. And now we're here in Boise, and as you mentioned, this city has a long history of racing. It's had a 70.3 race. It did go through a 10-year hiatus, but it's back, and this is the first time the Ironman Pro Series comes to Boise, Idaho.
And with all athletes thinking about improving their position in the Pro Series, we have 2 athletes in the top 10 of the Pro Series looking to improve on their positions here today, but athletes also thinking about World Championship season. This may well be the final tune-up for some of these athletes before they head into their final preparations for the 70.3 World Championships coming up later this summer. Today's coverage is made possible by Experience Oman, the naming partner of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. We thank them for bringing us the action from Boise and all season long. Of course, we are here in Boise, Idaho, the capital city of Idaho, and we are out here at the swim venue. This is the Roca Swim. It's a 1.2 mile clear water Lucky Peak Reservoir, as the athletes taking a look at that reservoir, anticipating the swim start. And Craig, tell us a little bit about this swim venue. Athletes will be in wetsuits here today.
Yeah, the swim for the Ironman Pro Series race here in Boise is at Lucky Peak Reservoir, as you mentioned. It's about 12 miles or 20 kilometers from downtown Boise. And, you know, it's not unusual to get some wind. This is at much higher elevation than downtown, so it's often quite a choppy swim. The water temperature, the average temperature this time of year in the water is 19 degrees Celsius, so we expect a wetsuit swim.
And here we have our professional men set to toe the line today, headlined by American Sam Long. Many have billed this to be a battle between Sam Long and the Frenchman Vincent Louis, but we have rising star Ari Clow, who will factor in certainly with his blistering run. Brock Hole, who had such a great performance at Ironman Texas. Craig, any other names jumping off the page here at you?
Yeah, Jackson Landry from Canada obviously finished second here last year. He's the current holder of the bike course record, a blistering quick 155. And he's a guy I consider to be a 70.3 or middle distance specialist. Certainly has a couple of famous wins, most notably Oceanside a few years ago, where he got the best of Ali Brownlee and Lionel Sanders. So I think Jackson's a guy we can look at. But, you know, I'm interested. A lot of people are billing it as the box office. You know, the two big names are Sam Long and Vincent Louis, but Ari Clow, as you mentioned, he's a guy who's coming off his first ever pro win and is usually the best runner in any race he's in. So all eyes will be on Ari to see where he is coming out of Ruby T2. And there's a few up-and-coming names as well. Ben Farr is a guy that I'm looking for. He's a young guy who's sort of made his pro debut in the last 12 months. He had a really strong showing in Elsinore with a sixth-place finish, and he's certainly a young guy on the rise. So he's definitely one of the storylines here today as well.
And here are some of our pro women, of course, headlined by Hannah Berry, who will wear bib number 1. But Grace Alexander has 2 wins to her resume this season so far at the 70.3 distance. And Lydia Russell, 2 runner-up finishes so far this season. And she will look to factor in a big way. And then, of course, we've got Kirsten Casper, who won at Indian Wells La Quinta last year. She continues to juggle her pursuit of LA 2028 with venturing into the 70.3 distance. This is only her 70.3. Some of the other women you're looking for out there today, Craig?
Yeah, well, I think on paper, this race looks wide open, but I think it's a great opportunity for someone to pocket an Ironman Pro Series win here. I think the names you mentioned are and deservedly so, the favourites. Hannah Berry, obviously 4th at the Ironman World Championships last year in Kona, 10th at Nice the year before that, and I think is known as an Ironman athlete, but actually has more 70.3 wins on her resume. So she's definitely one to watch. She's been up training in altitude. Lydia Russell, I think, deserves pre-race favouritism as well. Had a great month last month, second place at the North American Championships in Pennsylvania. Hannah de Vet is another athlete from Belgium who has had a strong season. You know, she's a strong swimmer, strong biker, had a 5th in Aix-en-Provence and a 6th in Elsinore, so she's in great form, and always excited to watch Kirsten Casper race. You know, this is only her 3rd 70.3 DD, which is incredible, really. She made her debut at this distance at the end of last year in Indian Wells and took the win there. Got a 7th place in Oceanside in a stacked field earlier this year. So she's towing the line for the 3rd time. And as you mentioned, she's still got her heart set on going to LA, the LA Olympics, LA 2028. And has a really prestigious and high-level short course pedigree, has top 5 finishes at the WTCS Grand Final events and a lot of podiums. So, and a great swimmer. So definitely someone will be looking right from the gun here today.
And there in the background there, we had a camera on Jenna Campbell, who took her pro card at the end of last year. Jenna is an extraordinary swimmer, swam for the University of California at Berkeley, so look for her to factor in the water today. She's got a strong bike leg as well, still working on that run, but Jenna secured herself a spot for the World Championships back at Happy Valley. So this will be her final tune-up race before she heads to Nice. And let's take, you can see on screen, it is a bit windy out there today. Let's take a look at our race weather presented. And Grace Alexander there in the orange cap. She, again, as we mentioned, she's had 2 70.3 wins so far this season. She's always a threat for the podium. And here is our race weather presented by our friends at Roka. Current temperature 72 degrees Fahrenheit. It says the wind is 2 kilometers per hour. That might be down in town. Craig, as you had mentioned, based on your experience here, it tends to be a little bit windier up here at the reservoir.
Yeah, the reservoir, Lucky Peak Reservoir, is very, very exposed to the wind. And, you know, I do think this changes the race dynamic, a little bit of chop on the surface of the water. There's a lot of swim pedigree in this race. As you mentioned, some D1 swimmers, some college swimmers. On the men's and women's side, there's a lot of good swim pedigree in this event. But this changes things, as you know, Dee Dee, better than most. You know, a little bit of chop on the water. You know, tends to favour athletes who have a higher turnover and I guess a true open water swim technique. Jenna Campbell's an interesting athlete, as you mentioned. She's a US Olympic trialist in swimming for the 200 and 400 metres. I think, though, a lot of the pool swimmers and athletes who have a lot of history swimming and coming through high school and college would prefer much calmer conditions. This lends itself to someone with a lot of open water swim experience. So I think it does change the dynamic early. And on the men's side as well, you know, we talked about the 2 big box office names of Vincent Louis v. Sam Long as the big jewel. You know, I think this plays into Vincent's hands a little bit, and some of those other swimmers on the men's side, like Jackson Harrell, Ben Farr, Joshua Burles, I think they can use this really to their advantage.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a race where we will be looking at the gaps to from some of our stronger swimmers back to some of our overall contenders. And as we talk about the swim course, Craig, let's take a look at the entire course our athletes will be tackling here today. Of course, it all gets underway on the Roka swim course, which is 1.2 miles in the clear waters of the Lucky Peak Reservoir. Athletes will swim parallel to shore before making a turn to follow a rectangular shape course that brings them back for another parallel stretch along a different shore for another rectangle before coming all the way back to the swim exit, where they will enter the Roka swim arch and make their way into T1.
Yeah, and athletes will exit Ruvi T1 and they'll ride across the dam wall, and it's a great start to this course, Dee Dee. It's a big sweeping downhill section, about 6 or 7 kilometres. This course is an undulating course. It takes in the rural Boise roads and also neighbourhood streets. It's an undulating course. It has 550 metres of elevation gain, but I think we can say it's a fast course. I mean, let's look at the times from last year. Bike course records set by Jackson Loundry in the men's at 1 hour 55 and a 2:07 for Paula Finlay. And they will roll in to Ruvi Transition in downtown Boise,
where they will then take to the Boise River Greenbelt Trail, which provides a beautiful stage for the Hoka 13.1 mile run course. This is a flat 2-loop course offering plenty of shade and a bit of natural air conditioning along the river there with only 79 feet of elevation gain. This is going to be one fast run. Athletes will make their way down to the red carpet. And of course, as we look at the conditions here today and talk about the swim course with the heavy winds down at the Lucky Peak Reservoir, Craig, our race officials are looking at potentially modifying the swim course strictly for safety, and we will keep everyone updated as we get closer to the start. They're assessing the conditions now in this ever-changing environment, but for an update on what's really going on down at the reservoir, we're going to throw it down to our good friend Haley Chura, who's down at transition with all the action. Haley, good morning to you.
Thanks, Dee Dee. We are here at Lucky Peak Reservoir. It's a bit breezy. I'm here with Danielle Lewis, who was second here last year. She's also a Boise local. Danielle, what can you tell us about these conditions we had this morning? I think this is actually fairly typical.
Yeah, this is pretty standard. Generally, we have higher winds up here at the reservoir in the morning, and as the sun comes up and the weather warms, it tends to flatten out and calm the waters throughout the rest of the day. How the reservoir is situated, as you'll see, it's flanked by the beautiful mountains. But what happens is that the air at the higher elevation, as that the temperature changes, it all flows down the mountain drainage, making it much more windy up here, makes the water choppy. But the thing is even if it's windy up here, it doesn't necessarily mean the bike's going to be very windy. So we'll just see how that plays out today.
Great news for the athletes. Danielle, you raced here last year and there were similar conditions. It was a choppy, windy swim. How do you think that could make things play out in this pro race?
You know, it's really important here in transition for the athletes to make this pretty quick and then get down the descent pretty fast. I think that's a place where we can see some breaks happen. People that take their transition quicker, get down that descent quicker, that's going to set them up to get away sooner. But yeah, the wind, a west-northwest wind generally makes this course a little bit faster just because of it's a point-to-point bike ride. So I think how it's right now, we're set up for some pretty fast bike riding today.
Well, that makes it exciting. So there's a little drama here at the start with this wind. We're not sure about if there will be modifications to the swim course. The athletes are standing by, and these athletes are used to some adversity. I think they're IRONMAN 70.3 athletes. And so if you were one of these athletes that was on the start line right now where there might be some changes to the course, there's some challenges, what's going through your head in that kind of a situation? What kind of problem-solving tactics are you talking yourself through?
I just try to stay really present in the moment and take it as it comes. You know, you're here to do the race that's presented to you. We can't change the situation. We can't change the wind. We just do our best to roll with the punches and give our best in whatever situation that's handed to us.
And one nice thing is that our air quality seems pretty good. I know it's been a little rough around here lately, and right now the temperatures are fairly cool, but we are expecting it to heat up a little bit. Having lived here and trained in these conditions, how do you feel about the weather today?
So we are expected a high of 101 degrees today. That is going to be several hours after the professionals finish. It's hard to race in conditions where it's cooler and then the temperature's up. When you have these like big temperature swings, it can be more challenging on the body. But I think today it'll be a little bit warm, but by the time that they finish, they should be in a good spot, and I think our professionals are going to manage it well.
Okay, and Boise, we mentioned you're a Boise legend, a Boise triathlon legend. Can you tell me a little about the triathlon community here? Can we expect people out cheering on the green belt?
Yeah, it's we have a really good triathlon community. I think everybody kind of knows everybody here. I actually have helped coach a 6-week swim course for novice triathletes, and I have some of those swimmers here today swimming. So I'm excited just to help support them today. And yeah, the community has been really open to this. Of course, it can be an inconvenience, right, when some roads and things that are shut down whenever Ironman comes to town. But overall, the vibe has been very positive. I've heard that there's going to be a lot of people out on course cheering, so it's setting up to be a really great day.
We love your local perspective. You mentioned having these novice athletes who are potentially getting into a fairly choppy swim. I know that when I raced, when I had a choppy swim, I kind of loved it. I think there's like some tactics, maybe changing up your stroke rate. What advice would you give to your novice athletes, or did you give to your novice athletes this morning, and that would maybe be helpful for the age groupers that are about to get into the water?
Anxiety is normal. You know, I think sometimes once you get in the water and they start feeling this feeling of being overwhelmed, I tell them, like, that's okay, but that will pass. So let it come, let it go. Allow those first 10 minutes to be If it's tense, it's okay, but just keep breathing through it. Also, it's harder to find your rhythm when it is choppy. Again, very normal. Just one hand in, one hand out, in, out, in, out, in, out. That's what I try to help coach them through in our class.
All right. And when we get on this first descent, we descend out of this reservoir. How much fun is that descent? You've ridden it. You rode it last year. Is it as much fun as it looks?
I'm just hoping that Lisa Vaqueros doesn't steal my segment down this. Yeah, no, it's a really fun descent. It's one that you can really take as fast as you want to. If the winds can be a little bit swirly, so it might taper some of their speeds today. So we'll just have to see. I think some people are really going to gun it, though.
And I ran the run course yesterday. I ran a loop of it, and it was pretty great. What do you think about running near the river? Have you ever been tempted to get in?
I have just gotten in, but the temperatures down there on the run course are actually a bit cooler, which is great, and it's flat, it's fast. It'll be a fast day for sure.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Thank you, Danielle, and we'll throw it back to you in the studio, hopefully for some fast racing ahead.
Thank you so much, Haley, and thank you, Danielle, for that course knowledge, that firsthand course knowledge as we take a look here at our swim venue. Of course, one of the biggest problems out there today, while it is windy and there is a bit of chop, the bigger issue is keeping those buoys anchored so the athletes actually know where to go. Also, it's a big issue for water safety personnel out there, fitting them in choppy conditions with all of the athletes. So keeping the safety of that in mind as we look at the swim course. We have an updated start time here this morning, Craig. Our professional men will start at 6:35. Our professional women will start 5 minutes later at 6:40 a.m. as Paula Newby-Fraser down there giving last-minute instructions to the professionals with updates to the swim and the race here this morning.
Yeah, as we see Sam Long make his way back into the lineup, rocking his new do, the Mohawk. Hopefully it brings him a bit of speed. And yeah, you mentioned Paula Newby-Fraser, one of the legends of our sport, still heavily involved with the professional side of the sport. It's so good to have the insights of Haley and Danielle down on course. Haley, one of the best swimmers in our sport, and she gave a few little insights there about how these athletes change up their strokes to deal with the chop. And it's not unusual. You mentioned that I raced here. I did only 2 times, and it was a long time ago, but it was very similar. It was windy up at the reservoir. And I was interested to hear Danielle say that, once you drop down that first sweeping 4-mile descent, you kind of drop low out of the wind, and it just becomes a really fast, undulating one-loop bike course. It's got 2 substantial out and back sections, so I think that plays to the tactical nature of this race and the dynamics where the athletes who understand each other's strengths and weaknesses can get a visual on where their competition is. And, Danielle finished second here last year. I think she currently holds the run course record as well, so no better than those 2 women to be giving us expert insights and information about what's going on the ground.
Yeah, and we have just gotten an update from the course. The swim will go forward as planned. It will be a full 1.2-mile swim. However, we have adjusted it to 2 loops. So the L-shaped course that we previewed at the beginning will be altered. It will be 2 smaller loops, but we will be able to get that full 1.2 miles in today, which is great news for the athletes.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's awesome news. That's what they train for. That's what they mentally prepare for. I think you mentioned, Dee Dee, that safety always comes first. I think it's foremost in the mind of the race directors and the organisers and everybody involved. And, we can't control the weather. We can't control the conditions. As we get a good look at one of the biggest names in our sport the last 10 years, Vincent Luis, a man who's been to 3 Olympic Games, won 2 short course world titles. Just an incredible athlete across the board. He's made his step up to middle distance and long distance racing. Had that incredible race in Texas earlier this year where he ran a 2:34 marathon. We expect to see him at the front of every race. He's such a good swimmer, one of the best swimmers in the history of the sport. So really excited to watch Vince race today. But it is good news. It's good news for the athletes, and it's good news for us that we're going to get the full 1.2 miles, 1.9K.
As we take a look at some of our swimmers to watch, in our professional men's field, of course, Vincent Luis will be in a light purple cap. Ben Fa will be in a silver cap. Josh Bareilles, who led out the swim at Mont Tremblant, he'll be wearing a blue cap. Brock Cole will be wearing green. And and that is Jackson Harrell will be wearing a yellow cap. Of course, we'll be looking for the gaps back to the likes of Jackson Laundry, who is always a threat across the 70.3 distance, and then, of course, even further back to Sam Long and Ari Clow. So as our athletes
it's going to be interesting.
As our athletes getting in to take on their warm-ups, what are you looking for there, Craig?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you mentioned the ones to watch in the swim, and we know Joshua Burles and Jackson Harrell had great swims. They were 1-2 out of the water in Mont Tremblant. We talked just about Vincent Louis' swim pedigree, Ben Farr as well. So I think the thing to watch is Jackson Laundry, what kind of time deficit he's looking at in Ruby T1, and also Sam Long and Ari Clow. Their race is heavily dependent on where they come out of, obviously, T1 and what kind of damage they can limit in the swim, and then really their race starts from there, being such good bikers and runners. As we see the athletes doing their final warm-up here, and we do see that surface chop. We see the wind chop, the water's coming across the athletes sort of from their left to right, from our right to left, and it's going to make sighting a little more difficult, and also tactics, Dee. I mean, no one swims in the open water better than you. Talk us through some of the tactics here about where you might situate or position yourself compared to the athletes around you.
Well, first, let's welcome our top 10 to the start line, wearing bib number 15 from the United States. He's a former Princeton rower. That's John Killeen.
Wearing bib number 13 from the USA, Andy Kruger. This season he was 13th at Ironman New Zealand and 11th at Ironman 70.3 Gulf Coast.
And wearing bib number 12 from Germany, this is Leonard Arnold. He's known as Locomotive Arnold. He is a very strong cyclist. He's coming off a bit of a run injury that kept him from racing in Elsinore, but we'll look glad to have him back out on the start line today.
Wearing bib number 11 and representing Canada, the man who finished second here last year, Jackson Laundry. He's a middle distance specialist, one of the most consistent over this distance.
One of our up-and-comers wearing bib number 9 from the United States is Colin Such. He turned pro in 2021. His season highlight so far has been a 4th-place finish at Ironman 70.3 Puerto Varas.
And wearing bib number 8, also representing the USA, Ari Clow, who's coming off his first pro win last month at Ironman 70.3 Mont Tremblant, and is one of the best runners in the race here today.
And wearing bib number 7 from Canada, this is Brock Hall. He was 6th at an outstanding performance at Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas earlier this year, and he is one of our strongest swimmers in the field.
Wearing bib number 5 and representing France, this man really needs no introduction. Vincent Louis, 3-time Olympian, 2-time world champion, great ambassador for our sport and one of the pre-race favourites today.
And this is bib number 4 from the United States. He currently sits 9th in the Ironman Pro Series, looking to improve on his point standings here today. This is Matt Hansen. He's finished on the podium twice this season at Ironman New Zealand and at 70.3 Chattanooga.
And wearing bib number 2 and representing the US, looks like he's lacking confidence, Mr. Sam Long. 4th at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside earlier this year, and also one of our pre-race favourites. He boasts one of the most dynamic and aggressive bike run combinations across middle distance racing.
The question today, Craig, will it be yo, yo, yo or no, no, no for Sam Long? Fans dying to answer that question as we bring out our top 10 professional women wearing bib number 14 from Great Britain. She's had 3 top 10 finishes this season, most recently 9th at 70.3 Swansea. That was Kate Curran.
And wearing bib number 13, representing the US, Adele Lycan. Adele raced as an age grouper with multiple wins before turning pro in 2023. This season, she's finished 4th at both Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga and Mont Tremblant.
And this is bib number 12 from New Zealand, superstar swimmer Rebecca Clark. She's already raced 7 times this year and was 3rd at Ironman Cairns.
Wearing bib number 11, also representing the USA, Lisa Bacaris. Lisa secured her first Ironman 70.3 podium last month at Mont Tremblant and secured her slot for Nice, and she's an incredible cyclist, finishing 7th at the 2026 USA National Time Trial Championships.
Wearing bib number 10 from Belgium, this is Hannah de Vet. This season, she finished 5th at Ironman 70.3 Aix-en-Provence and 6th at 70.3 in Elsinore.
Wearing bib number 7 is Jenna Campbell from the US. Comes from an elite swimming background, a former NCAA Division I swimmer and US Olympic swimming trialist in the 200 and 400 freestyle. Let's watch for Jenna in the swim today.
And wearing bib number 5 from the United States, this is Kirsten Casper. She made her 70.3 debut in Indian Wells last year, where she took the win. She was 7th earlier this year at Oceanside. She's been focusing on some short course racing since then, but coming back up to the 70.3 distance.
Next out, wearing bib number 3, also representing the USA, is Lydia Russell, one of our pre-race favourites today. She had 2 great runner-up finishes last month at Ironman 70.3 Mont Tremblant and the North American Championships in Happy Valley. And she's definitely one to watch today.
Another one to watch today is wearing bib number 2. This is from the United States, Grace Alexander. She was the winner at this year's Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga, as well as the Ironman 70.3 Gulf Coast. She was 4th at 70.3 Happy Valley. She's definitely a threat for the podium, if not the win today.
And our number 1 seed, wearing bib number 1, racing at Ironman 70.3 Boise today, representing New Zealand, Hannah Berry. She was 4th at the Ironman World Championships in Kona last year, 10th at the Ironman World Championships the year before in Nice, France, and Hannah's currently sitting 9th in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series overall standings.
And now they're taking down the stage before it blows away down there at the reservoir. Winds are expected, Craig, to die down a little bit. They already have since earlier this morning. So the professional athletes in the water now working on their warm-ups, and we are anticipating a 6:35 a.m. local time start for the professional men, 6:40 for the professional women.
Yeah, so all in all, we're just going to get a little delay to the swim start. I think the organisers have done a great job here, and the pictures we're seeing, Dee Dee, already, the texture on the top of the water,
yes.
The conditions don't look as bad as when we went live half an hour ago, and it was just great to get some local inside knowledge from Danielle Lewis about the conditions here, and as the sun comes up, the wind tends to drop, and it is an interesting paradox. I mean, it's a little cooler this morning, low 70s, 22 degrees Celsius, low 70s Fahrenheit, but it's expected to get much hotter later today when the athletes hit the Boise River and the Greenbelt Trail. So we'll watch out for that, and no doubt that'll have some impact on the race today.
Absolutely. You can see we're going to take it down to the swim start for our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's bright glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Great local talent there. Our national anthem indicating that we are just moments away from the start here of 70.3 Boise. And I am pleased to announce that joining us in studio for the swim leg today and staying hopefully on for a little bit on the bike. He was second place at 70.3 Dallas Little Elm and coming off his third place finish just less than a week ago in Lake Placid. Ben Canute is joining us here in studio. Ben, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And who are you looking for here? We'll put you on the spot right out of the gate. Who are you looking for to lead out this swim? What couple names jump out to you, both men and women? And then, yeah.
Vincent Louis is just someone you can always bet on to swim well. I've swum against him multiple times, and it's just so good. And I think that's one of the things he gives.
Yep. Okay. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. We're having a little technical problems with the microphone here. We'll get back to Ben in just a minute. Athletes finishing their warm-ups here. They'll come back out of the water and line up, and we will be getting underway here in just about a minute for the pro men. Men are lined up. Here we are down at the swim start. You can see just how choppy those conditions are. Craig, talk to me about who that's good for and who that's going to be a little rough for out there today.
We see the gun go and they're off. Well, I don't know, Didi. I want to say the experienced open water swimmers. I mean, as you talked about right off the top, there's a difference between swimming in the pool where you've got your own water. You can rely a bit more on rhythm, technique to the open water where the top of the surface is moving around. You may have to change your stroke a little bit. Obviously, it mostly matters what happens under the water, but you may have to have a slightly higher arm recovery and slightly higher turnover in the open water, as we can already see one or two athletes coming to the front in that arrowhead formation forming.
Yeah, I would expect today with the conditions like this for things to get pretty well spread out. Although it looks like the athletes are swimming into a headwind, so sometimes that actually makes it harder for the athletes to break apart. Ben, you're typically at the front of a swim. What do you expect given the conditions on the day, what impact that has on the group dynamics in the swim?
Exactly. With a couple, like a shorter loops, I think that you get more buoy turns, so that's a place where it separates. But swimming into a chop, definitely, it's like going into a headwind on the bike. It's really hard to get those people off of your feet. So a quick start here to try and break the hips would be great for some guys. But then when they turn and they get that push back, then you might start to see it string out even more.
And at the early lead here, we have Ben Fa. It looks in that silver cap out at the front, right on his feet, Vincent Louis. Any surprises so far, Craig?
No, I think they're all the ones to watch. They're the ones that were earmarked, and the form guide that we had said, that Ben Farr was swimming well, and we know Vincent Louis' swim pedigree. And to steal the words of my fellow Australian Sam Appleton, Vincent Louis, he has an absolutely gorgeous swim stroke, even in these choppy conditions, just a relaxed recovery. We also see Brock Holt tucked in there, and Jackson Harrell is in there as well. So all the names, all the athletes we expected to go hard and try and take this swim out. That's how it's playing out. It's early doors yet, and I loved Ben's insight. I mean, I think changing from one lap to multiple laps does change. You tend to see athletes come into a swim turn in a group and come out in single file, and that's really where you see gaps open and separation.
Yeah, and I thought it was super interesting. You could see how quick Ben is swimming at the front. You see the feet just churning up the water, and already Vince did the perfect thing, just sit on his feet, because it's always faster to swim in that single file line. And Vince is definitely going to look for as big of a swim gap as he can get, because we know there's some really, really strong cyclists and some really quick runners coming up from behind. So being able to play your card here is going to be great. And once that gap opens in choppy water, that's when you start to see things really kind of blow wide open.
Well, that was exactly what I was thinking. Is that with the chop, if even the smallest gap opens, it's harder to see the feet in front of you, and the gap that is not that big all of a sudden can absolutely balloon out because the visibility is so poor because of the chop. But right now, our swim leader, Ben Fa, doing a great job and Vincent Louis doing a great job to try to stay on his feet. You can just see how choppy that water is, and I can tell you that if it looks that choppy from here, when you get to down on the water, it's a lot worse than it looks here from studio.
Yeah, and you just see a little bit of a gap opening behind Vince, and that's where if they do let that go, that's just going into the headwind. It's trying to like catch back up to somebody that you lost the draft on the bike. Not to keep bringing the bike in, but it's just crazy how a current can play a role, and it's just so much easier to sit and relax on those feet. But when it's full on like this, even a little gap in the swim all of a sudden starts to open up into something much bigger.
And I can't tell, that athlete that's dangling off the back might be Josh Bareilles. I can't see if that cap is blue or if that's Brock. I think the green cap is Brock Hole in third place, and Josh Bareilles looks like he's trying to hang on in fifth.
Yeah, I think you've called it. I think you've called it right there. And already we see the experience of Vincent Louis just falling in nicely on the feet there of Ben Farr, letting Ben Farr take up the pacing and the navigation responsibilities. And already some gaps opening up as we flash back to the women's start. I think we've got about 30 seconds before the women go. But it was interesting to see some gaps opening already early in the men's race.
And we've got the green cap in the foreground there. That is Jenna Campbell as we take a look at some of our ones to watch in the water on the Roka swim course today. Jenna Campbell wearing green, Beck Clark wearing blue, Hannah DeVette wearing pearly pink. It's Kirsten Casper in purple and Grace Alexander in neon red. I expect Jenna Campbell to be off to a very, very quick start again, but her strength is in the pool. She's really, really working on, as you mentioned, Craig, transitioning that pool speed to navigating the challenges of open water. And right out of the gate, you can see it is Jenna Campbell on the inside line, and I think I saw Kirsten Casper's purple cap on the outside line.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of swimming with
the names.
I've done quite a bit of swimming with Jenna and can say she is very, very quick in the pool. A little bit of open water swimming, and we were going back and forth a little bit, trying to trade some tactics on how to break up swims and just how to navigate around in the water, because once she gets some open water without people hanging on her feet, then she can open up some bigger gaps. So we'll see. I expect Kirsten to, though, be right on her feet, not letting her get anywhere.
Yeah, and it also looks like Beck Clark's up there. We know Beck Clark is no stranger to the front of these swim races. She often is first or second out of the water, the New Zealand athlete, and comes from an elite swimming background as well. And I was interested to read about Jenna swimming. I mean, a 200 and 400 metre Olympic trialist, that's world-class swimming. So you're right, it doesn't immediately always transition into open water, but we know the fitness is there, and with a little bit of open water, and already it looks like she's just got it in her mind that she wants to swim to her strengths and race to her strengths today. And I think this is a great tactic. She needs to get out fast and maybe take one or two others with her, but get some separation from the other girls.
It does look like Kirsten Casper is inching up on her feet. I see the purple cap there. Kirsten, of course, has a lot of choppy open water swim experience coming from her short course background. Open water tactics will be old hat for her. So she is the wily veteran of the open water, jumping onto the feet of the newbie Jenna Campbell. But then again, Beck Clark doing a great job on the top of your screen. She will now converge in with that group. And Grace Alexander did a great job back in Happy Valley, taking the bait from Jenna Campbell. And that really was a great advantage to Grace Alexander to use Jenna's swim speed to help pull her away from some of the other slower swimmers that are going to come strong on the bike and run. So Jenna providing a great service to some of the athletes that are able to stay with her, but you can see just how choppy the water and challenging those conditions are down there, both in terms of the physicality of the swim, but also the ability to sight and talk about how tough, Ben, that is when the conditions are like this.
Yeah, this almost has almost like a ocean swell. It looks like the swell is not like that really small chop. That's the most annoying you can get because there's no rhythm to it at all. It slaps you in the face when you go to sight. You swallow some water. If you can get that little bit of what you saw Jenna doing, almost like that gallop in the water, it makes it so much easier to find that flow and just rhythm of the chop there. So looking at this bigger picture here, it looks like maybe it's a little bit in between that small chop and kind of bigger waves, but all you have to do, like the orange buoys are pretty good at sticking out, but as long as the chop doesn't get too high and you're like dipping low in the big ocean swell, you kind of try and sight at the very top of that to just see where you're going.
And we have the women heading outbound here as the men are heading back in. Again, that silver cap, Ben Faw, continuing to drive at the front. And it looks like he is by himself. He has dropped Vincent Louis. The look of surprise
That's
on Ben
absolutely
Canoon's face.
incredible. I mean, Vince comes from a short course background. He was always at that 1,500 meter, like low 16s, under 16, just a really, really world-class swimmer. So to drop him off your feet is no easy feat at all. And I just can't really express enough how hard it is once you have somebody on your feet or near you, how hard it is to get them off of there. The energy savings you have behind somebody as you're swimming and the level that you need to be at to drop a class swimmer off is really, really hard.
And talk to me a little bit, because we know these guys are into the wind on the outbound. They are now have a bit of a tailwind. So the fact that Ben Faw was able to drop Vincent Louis with a tailwind, talk about the push that a tailwind can provide. And is it harder to drop an athlete in those conditions?
It definitely is. It's like having a tailwind on the bike. You need more power. Like there's not as much of a draft effect because the water's kind of pushing along with you. So that does make it a little easier. I wonder if just around one of those turn buoys, he just had a small little gap and is starting to turn the screws a bit. But I even saw right there, Vince looks like he's starting to almost turn up the stroke rate a little. And he dropped, I believe, Brock Hall off his feet, who was right on him as well. So honestly, I mean, with Vince here, it looks like he kind of turned it up. Maybe we'll see him snatch back onto those feet, but the current definitely and wind making a big difference here.
And Craig, we are all watching the screen. I see the blue cap. That may be Josh Bareilles back there. Have you caught a glimpse of any of our chase pack guys? Did you see a purple cap? Have we seen a Sam Long or an Ari Clow and any indication? Certainly we'll get it, a camera shot on it, but any idea of what gaps we would be anticipating through halfway of the swim between Ben Faw, Vincent Louis to Sam Long, Ari Clow? What's a good split? What's a bad split at this point, Craig?
Yeah, I think the form guide shows that Sam typically loses 3 to 4 minutes. So I guess we're looking at around that 90-second to 2-minute mark at the halfway. I agree with Ben. It looks like Vincent has just ratcheted up his stroke rate a little bit. He's trying to get back on him. Perhaps, you know, when Ben was making the turn at the far end and he went from swimming into the chop with, and made that turn back towards shore to swim with it, he just accelerated a little bit. Often you can see gaps open when you change from a swimming into the chop, as we see Ben making the Aussie exit now. And Vincent looks like he's done a pretty good job to close that gap down. And these guys have a little bit of a gap back to Joshua Burles now. Three of the swimmers that we said we wanted to watch. And again, Vince using all his experience, and he's no stranger to these sorts of Aussie exits or little short transitions within a swim leg. A lot of the short course racing, even the super sprints and the super tri events, it encompasses a lot of these sorts of skills and techniques. And we see Vince, he looks like he's getting right back up on the feet of Ben Faw.
That just shows some experience there. Aussie exit as well. To use that to get back up on the feet was very well done. He's no stranger to that, having come up through the short course stuff. There's always seems to be an Aussie exit there, and good use of that little break, but not so much of a break in the Aussie exit.
And Ben, let me ask you this. By observation, it looks like it's pretty well strung out at the front of the men's race. 5-6 guys pretty well strung out, and then actually a pretty big pack. Is that a surprise to you?
Not necessarily. When you have a few really good swimmers who can go up ahead, then, it does string out. You can get a break. And then if guys are all swimming next to each other, that kind of adds up and they slow each other down a bit.
More action from the Roca Swim Course.
It's the beauty of Oman. our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. We are well underway here at the reservoir out in Boise, Idaho. Our men are 15 minutes into the race. Our women 10 minutes in. We had a bit of a delayed start if you're just joining us, and a little bit of alteration to the swim course versus one big loop. We have two smaller loops, but we are getting the full 1.2 mile swim course in, and this looks to be our two male pro leaders. Ben Canute in studio with us. Ben, bring us up to date on what's happened so far in the swim.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Fa has just been pushing the swim. Vince, we thought, had lost the feet for just a little bit there, but through the Aussie exit was able to hop back on. And right now we're seeing them go back into the wind where the chop looks to be relatively big overall, so it's creating a bit of a current, and the gaps I would imagine on this second loop would explode out a little bit more than the first loop that we saw, which is not uncommon for the second half of the swim, but in particular on this way out into that wind, it's definitely going to hurt for guys who have lost feet.
And who has lost feet, Craig? We're getting some splits down from that Aussie exit. Can you bring us up to date on where our chasers are?
Yeah, well, as Ben mentioned, it looks like Vincent Louis is, as Ben mentioned, it looks like Vincent Louis is doing a great job. Again, he's just positioned himself perfectly heading into that chop. There's about 4 or 5 body lengths back to Joshua Burles. When we panned back the last time, we could still see Brock Hole towards the front of this race and Jackson Harrell. I can't actually see any splits from the Aussie exit.
Down from the ground, I think we had it Sam Long at 57 seconds down and Ari Cloud 2 minutes down. So far, I think that is actually a good thing, a good split for Sam Long and probably a little less than expectation for Ari Cloud. Would you agree, Ben?
Yeah, I'd say Sam had a very, very good swim in Oceanside, where he was only about a minute and a half, 2 minutes down out of the main pack, which set him up for a really good race there. So he's definitely had some continued swim improvement. Ari Clout, he definitely wanted to be up a little bit farther. Like that Sam Long bike train is something that you want to be able to hop on. So he definitely has a bit of work on this second lap to try and limit the damage.
And here we have our women coming out for the Aussie exit, Craig. Looks like Jenna Campbell still at the front of that group.
Yeah, Jenna Campbell doing a fantastic job. And she's got some company, though. She's got Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. We've got Kirsten Casper in there as well. Let's see if we can pick up Hannah DeVette if she's towards the front of that race. I can't really make out that cap colour. I think we may have Hannah Berry tacked onto the back of that group, actually. So Ben makes a really interesting point. You often see the gaps in the separation really blow out on the second lap, and particularly on a course where you've got to punch into a chop or a wind leading out on the second lap. So, looking at some of those splits we were getting off the ground, to Sam Long 57 seconds down at the Aussie exit, that's great positioning for Sam, but it's really going to be key that he can maintain and not lose too much more on this second lap.
And getting some splits down from the ground at that Aussie exit for the women. It was Jenna Campbell in the lead, Beck Clark's in there, Hannah DeVette is also in there, Kirsten Casper, the big surprise. Grace Alexander was dropped from that group. She came out maybe 15, 20 meters behind this lead group, so that, as Grace Alexander was able to hold the feet of Jenna Campbell at Happy Valley. She's struggling a little bit today, and so she is losing time to this lead group.
I was going to say that is a little bit surprising because she's had such good swims over the past few races. She's really taken the race out quick to establish herself to take some of those wins. So that probably shows just the absolute kind of grueling conditions and the pace that's being put on at the front.
And Ben, talk to us a little bit. How important is it? You mentioned you share some swim time with Jenna Campbell, and you guys have done some open water swim training together. How important is it to get that open water training if you're a triathlete, if an age group triathlete is tuning in and they, sort of neglect that open water? How critical is that? And the second part of that question, if you don't have access to open water training, what do you do then?
I think the biggest thing is just comfort. You get to swim in your wetsuit. It feels different than swimming in a pool. Your shoulders are a bit more restricted. It might feel like it's a little bit tighter, so you want to get out there and just see how it feels because, race morning, there's always a bit more anxiety going on, and in the swim, you just want to be able to stay relaxed and keep that breath going. And as you get up to the level that Jenna and I were swimming, you talk about little things, how to lose people off of your feet to create the gap, to set yourself up well and split up the race. And if you don't have access to open water, I swim it every so often, but I think 50-meter pools are kind of the best thing. And you can even put a water bottle at the end of the pool or pick something at the end to practice your sighting and pick your head up and just see where it's at. Have a buddy write something on a whiteboard off at the end of the pool and be able to read what the sentence is after swimming that length.
And then how often do you get a group of friends to put 5 across in a single lane in a swimming pool so you get that feeling of getting beat up, the physicality of an open water swim?
Every so often we definitely do that. We practice a lot of drafting in the pool as well, but it kind of depends what the mood of the swim group is that day. If you're all a little cranky swimming 5 across, you might get out of the pool with a black eye, so you try and avoid that sort of thing. So, but yeah, it's definitely a good way if you cram everybody into a small little lane and swim across to work on establishing your space.
And in the background there, we've got our lead pro men. That's Ben Fa and Vincent Louis. Observations, Craig?
Yeah, not much has changed, has it? I mean, Vince has got right back on the feet. He seems to have had as comfortable as possible a second lap in these conditions. I think it's been nice for Vince that, Ben's wanted to do most of the pacemaking and the navigation, and they're on this back stretch now with the chop and the wind sort of pushing them back towards Ruby T1, and they've opened up a little bit of a gap. It's not a race-winning gap at this stage. Vince is no stranger to the front of the race. So again, to Ben's point, it'll be interesting to see what kind of time gaps we have to Jackson Laundry coming into T1, to Sam Long and to Ari Clow as well, because we know the firepower that those boys have on the bike and the run. And but Vince is a strong biker as well, and we saw him run a 2:34 marathon earlier this year in Texas. He had the second quickest run at a shortened Ironman Frankfurt, which ended up being a half marathon. He had the second quickest run there in blistering heat. So he's got the run form on the board as well. So he's in the box seat, but yeah, it's still early doors for this race.
And Ben, are you surprised that it's these two that are away? Are you surprised that the likes of Josh Bareilles and Brock Hull weren't unable to stay with him?
Not necessarily. I think this is really setting up really well for Vince, because when you can sit on the feet like that, it's energy savings. It is a long day, even if it's, quote unquote, just a half. There's still a lot of kilojoules and calories being burned. So for Vince to have the draft here, it's very smart. He doesn't really care about being the first one out of the water. He cares about being the first one across the finish line. And if Ben is willing to do that work for him, he'll be happy to just sit there, wait, and put on the effort when he needs to.
And our two lead pro men making their way towards the exit on the Roca Swim Course. Not a day for course best performances. That accolade goes to Kyle Leto at 22:40. Certainly the conditions on the day not lending themselves to a super fast swim. However, we did hear from Danielle Lewis that it could be a really fast day on the bike. that west-northwest wind. Craig, you've won here a couple of times. Talk about how the conditions can impact the bike in particular.
Yeah, well, we heard Danielle talk about, and Danielle lives locally, and that I think that local knowledge is key. The reservoir is just up higher, and it's always exposed to the wind. As we see Ben Farr starting to porpoise now, as he makes his way out, he's going to be the first out of the Roca swim with Vincent Louis hot on his heels. So tactically a great swim by.
Let's take a look at the Experience Oman first out of the water time for Ben Farr, wearing bib number 37. That time 23:34. Keep going, Craig. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. So he's a little bit off the course record, but as you mentioned, it's probably not a day for swim course records. As Ben Farr, great swimmer, and this has been his MO in his races. He's known as a good swimmer and a good biker, and I think he's a good little sparring partner for Vince early in the race. We talk about the conditions. They're going to play an impact in the race today. They always do. As we can throw down to Haley now, who's down on the ground in Ruby T1.
We are here in T1 awaiting the pro men in the next 30 seconds or so, Danny. We're expecting Ben Farr to lead the men into transition, and it's blustery, and we mentioned they're going to head right into a descent. What do you think is going through their mind? Oh, here we go. Let's see how they look. Looks like Ben Farr
just getting onto the bike as quickly as they can, coming through transition. I'm going to start a timer here to know where Sam Long is once he comes through transition also.
Yes, we're watching Ben Farr here and Vincent Louis right behind him, getting those helmets on, wetsuits off. These men know what they're doing. They've done this before. They look calm and composed, and they know that they definitely know they have a little bit of a break before third place.
Yeah, there's a good gap here. These guys are going to get to work together and get out here. This crowd is amped up and ready to go.
Danny, I will add, with the age group swim canceled, we have a ton of age group athletes right on the perimeter of transition cheering these men on. It is pretty neat. They headed out on the bike together. Here comes, looks like we have Brock Hole and is running into transition, and I can't quite see the other athlete.
These guys are about 37 seconds ahead of these two athletes that just came in. So we'll see how fast these guys come through.
This looks like Josh Burles heading out third. And, again, another very focused athlete. He'll have a little bit of chasing to do. And then we have Brock Hole, another strong cyclist headed out, Canadian, on the course. Just behind, it looks like a big group of men coming into transition now, so it's getting a little bit crowded. Danny, what do you see?
Well, it looks like that choppy swim kind of spread things out quite a bit. I think we have some of the stronger swimmers that are coming out of the water. I can only imagine. It was probably a battle out there.
These men definitely look focused, they look fast, they are taking the age group cheers, and we're seeing Matt Hansen into transition, so solid swim for Matt. He is wearing, I believe, bib number 2, so definitely someone to watch for the full of the race. Okay, Matt Hansen.
We're 2 minutes.
Okay. Here we have the next group. We are still waiting on Sam Long. We have not seen Sam Long in transition yet. Lots and lots of men headed out on the course. These men will be able to work together, and they're gonna get onto that bike course. Jackson Laundrie, Nick Chase. Here he is, Sam Long, Mr. Yo. The crowd is going wild for Sam Long.
He's at 2 minutes and 30 seconds right now behind the leaders.
All right, 2:30, Danny. That seems like a pretty solid gap for Sam.
Knowing Sam, he's going to eat that up here really quickly. He is a man on fire. He's got his wetsuit off, helmet on, his mohawk. He's got the vibes going, getting on that bike, and he's going to fly down this hill. Here he goes.
Wow, there he goes, and the cheer from the crowd as he heads out on the bike course. It's going to be very exciting. For now, we will throw it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Haley. Okay, I'm going to throw it to you two guys. Hansen, about a minute and a half back. Jackson Laundrie, 1:51. Sam Long, 2.5. Craig, good, bad? Who had a great swim? Who's got work cut out for them?
Well, Matt Hansen had a great swim. That's a great swim for Matt, of course, coming into his two stronger disciplines. I think Jackson's usually 1:30 to 2 minutes down, so that's about a par score for Jackson. We expect to see him eat into this lead on the bike. Of course, he's the current bike course record holder. He biked a 1 hour 55 minutes, which is absolutely blistering in anyone's language. And, you know, I think when you consider that statistically Sam's on average 3:30 to 4 minutes down, being 2:30 down, that's a great swim from Sam. And of course, we know how aggressive and explosive he is on the bike. Oceanside earlier this year, we saw him get to the lead and lead into T2. Happy Valley about a month ago, just over a month ago, he didn't quite get to the lead, but he made his way up towards the front. I think he was second into T2. So I think all of those guys will be quite happy, but obviously we had some great shots of Ben Farr and Vincent Louis going down that sweeping descent across the dam wall, and they didn't look like they were hanging around. So I think, for the time being, Ben and Vince will set about their work, but all three of those gentlemen are in really great positioning as we flash back to the women's race, and we can see Beck Clark coming towards the end of her swim, and she's known not only for just her swimming, I guess, prowess, but she's great in the open water. I've seen her lead out swims at Ironman Cairns in very similar conditions to this, quite choppy conditions. So she's no stranger of coming from New Zealand as well. They're very used to swimming in the open water, dealing with conditions like this, the pacing, the change in technique, the navigation, and Beck looks like she's doing a great job leading the women out right now.
Observations from you, Ben?
I was just thinking it looks like an ocean swim right there. And you don't get the benefit of the salt water in a lake. I mean, they have the wetsuits on, but that salt water always gives you a bit of extra buoyancy. But it looks like Beck Clark just kind of turning the screws at the end there. You saw the pack kind of breaking up a little bit. So that's a little bit of maybe the fatigue at the end of the swim, but also people's minds are starting to go towards transition. What do you have to do on the run up into get your bike, where you can put your wetsuit, put on the helmet, just kind of thinking ahead now as the swim closes out.
And what an outstanding performance, I think, from Kirsten Kasper, who has continually inserted herself onto the feet of the leader, right? She's never been at the front that we've seen. She was on the feet of Jenna Campbell during that first lap. Now she's taking the feet of Beck Clark, really conserving energy and doing a great job of taking advantage of that draft bend that you said was so all important. And there she goes running across the mat. It'll be interesting to see who gets fastest swim. Looks like it might go to Rebecca Clark, waiting for that official swim split. But as we look back, there is a lagging pro male, but the rest of the women, there's Hannah DeVette, and now waiting for Grace Alexander to come out. There's Jenna Campbell. She gave up a little bit of time there in the second lap.
I just love the urgency from Kirsten Kasper as well. Like, she got out of the water, took no time into getting the leg speed up and running up the ramp. Like, it's just free speed when you can kind of get through T1 quickly. And I feel like it's a little bit of who feels the freshest out of the water as well. And Dee, you said that it was she was sitting on the legs of the leaders the whole time, so that could definitely help coming out on the bike.
And here we have the Experience Oman fastest swim split of the day. That is going to go to Rebecca Clark at the time 25:41. As we take a look at our women now racing through transition, we're going to throw it down to our very own Haley Chura. I take it back. We are not going to throw.
Right behind us in transition, followed closely by Rebecca Clark. You know what these women are feeling right now. What is it like to lead this race?
It's awesome, but both of these come from a short course background, and transitions are key, and it really is key going into this. This is going to be fast and furious going onto this bike.
Here's Kirsten heading out. Lots of cheers. Kirsten Kasper, our first woman on the bike course, followed very closely by Rebecca Clark. We have Hannah DeVette and Hannah Berry and Jenna Campbell also in transition. They are getting those wetsuits off, getting those helmets on, and getting out on the course.
This is also an absolutely fantastic bike pair at the front of this women's race. So these are hopefully going to maybe work together in this and keep this fast at the front.
Yes, Hannah DeVette, Jenna Campbell just in front of her out on the course, chasing Kirsten Kasper and Rebecca Clark. Hannah Berry wearing bib number 1 out on the course. I think that was our fifth woman, if I my counting is right there. But as you said, a very, very strong bike group.
Yeah, this is extremely dangerous at the front of this race. Massive big pack, but we've got Lydia Russell that's still not come out yet. So that's going to be interesting. Also, Lisa Becerra that hasn't come out yet. So it's going to be interesting to see where they are and how far back they have got to chase.
Yes, right now, Kate Curran is in transition. She's about 90 seconds back of our early race leader, Kirsten Casper. And here's Grace Alexander coming in, wearing bib number 2. So running into transition, maybe a little bit further back than we expected.
Yeah, most definitely. Great year so far. So maybe she struggled in the choppy waters that this race gave us today.
We have seen Grace ride incredibly well this year, and she rode just behind Paula Finley in Happy Valley a few weeks ago. So I think this course could definitely suit her.
It could definitely. And Kate is definitely in good form as well on the bike. She's training for Ironman specifically at the minute, but so hopefully these guys can work together and try and claw back some time that they've lost in the swim.
Right, so we're saying Kate.
Okay, a little bit of difficulty transmitting there from the res. Again, it's a remote area, so our cell coverage isn't great. But thank you to Haley and to Jody Stimson as we take a look at our women getting underway here on the Zoot bike course. Craig, any surprises out of the swim from you? We had Beck Clark leading, Kirsten Casper right on her feet. Hannah DeVette, Jenna Campbell gave up a bit of time. Hannah Barry in first. That is your lead pack of women.
Yeah, and I think all the pre-race swim favourites were in that group. Yeah, interesting. I think Hannah DeVette and Hannah Barry could form a little power group on the front of this bike. They're both very strong cyclists. Of course, we saw Hannah DeVette in Aix-en-Provence earlier this year lead for the majority of the bike ride until she was caught by Marjolaine Pieri. So we know Hannah DeVette's strategy, and it's a good one. It's to swim in the front group and then use her strength on the bike. So we'll watch for that. And I think it was a great swim by those girls. They used their strength. To Ben's point, yeah, it was interesting watching Kirsten Casper, just the intent. As soon as she hit dry land, there was no mucking around. She just wanted to take every bit of free time. And, I think that's a great strategy. She comes from a short course background. Transitions are a big part of the race. We've seen that in middle distance racing now for 5 or 10 years, and just showing all her experience, maximising the advantage that she has from having a great swim and being at the front of the race.
Yeah, some other observations, I think, from our women's swim. A little surprising, Grace Alexander at 1:20 back. Not the best swim for her, but lots of racing for her to make that back up. Lydia Russell, another one of today's favorites. She came out at 3:28 back, but also, as we take a look here, there is Lisa Becerra on the right side of your screen. She came out 3:38 back, which is a great swim for Lisa. And keep an eye on her because she is going to rip this bike course apart. You agree, Ben?
Yes, and these two are going to make a great pair to try and bring back what gap they lost in the swim, with Lydia and Lisa going on, both having strong rides, and Lydia probably being very dangerous with just how fast. I think she gets the fastest run split just about every race she's gone to this year.
And I believe this is Jenna Campbell. We are following down the descent here. You can see Jenna not taking this in her aero bar. She's actually got her hands on the base bar, indicative maybe, Craig, of some of the winds that we're seeing out here today as they descend back down into town.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's like a 4-mile descent. So, the reservoir is the highest point on the course. I think now you'd be down out of the wind. So I think we'll see Jenna very shortly revert. As we just saw a little bit of a wobble there. Maybe she got hit by a gust of wind. Danielle mentioned it gusts through this valley early in the morning. So, but I think once they get down, away from the reservoir and onto the rural roads, it's a very fast course. And as we see Jenna now get down in the aero bars, and as we know, aerodynamics is key, especially as the average speeds have got faster and faster in this sport over the last 5 or 10 years. Just being able to maintain and hold that aero position is key.
And let's take a look at our Ruvi fastest T1 times for the women. First fastest, we spoke of her intent in transition. That was Kirsten Casper at 1:58. Beck Clark, second fastest at 2:09. And Jenna Campbell at 2:14. On our men's side, fastest Ruvi transition times, Brock Hole at 1:52. Sam Long also at 1:52. And Sam Osborne, who's hanging in there. You know, he had a great swim, solid performance from him. We'll see how he fares on the bike. Sam Osborne, third fastest transition. But as we watched Jenna Campbell take that wind gust, Ben, what are some of your pro tips for handling gusty winds and stuff like that on the bike?
Gusts are the trickiest. When you have a sustained wind, you can kind of use your body weight to lean into it and recenter your center of gravity over the bike so that you're kind of taking that wind in. But when you get surprised by a gust of wind, depending on how deep your front wheel is, it can have a greater effect. And we're all riding our aero bars very narrow nowadays, so you have a smaller base there. And so it can definitely be unnerving as you're coming down a descent, because you're going as fast as you can, hitting 40 miles an hour. A gust of wind comes by and you get the speed wobbles a little bit, and you have to have a bit of nerves of steel to really be able to plant that in, not quite fight or overcorrect it, and be able to, like Crowe was saying, aero is king right now. You got to be able to go fast.
Aero is king. We are through the Roca swim course and into the Zoot bike course here at Ironman 70.3 Boise. Lots of Ironman Pro Series points up for grabs, a good prize purse, and an opportunity for these athletes to hone their skills going into World Championship season just a handful of weeks away.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing at my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Brightleg. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. Well, Ben, you were just chewing through some of the data here as the men make their way through the early stages of the bike, and by observation, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just looking. You got that descent coming out of the reservoir, and there's a lot of guys here who like to go fast. The fastest mover looks to be Sam Long, which is no real surprise. I know he's got probably a massive front chainring that he's pushing, and I heard he's going without a bike computer today, so he's going by feel and just trying to go as fast as possible. And then somebody else that I saw who I've also ridden with, who is a class descender and also just likes to go fast, is Nick Chase, just coming out of T1 really pretty quick. So we saw a couple of those front guys, a few K an hour, a few miles an hour difference just in the first few miles. So it's going to be interesting to see just what happens to these gaps, because the first part of a 70.3 ride is just so hard. We have stopped catching our breath, and you come out of the swim, your heart rate's through the roof coming through transition, and then you're straight into pushing 350, 400 watts, just trying to establish the groups. And it takes definitely a good handful of miles to get in there and settle into the actual maybe pace that you want to ride.
Craig, your thoughts so far?
Yeah, if Sam Long's going to feel, he looked like he was feeling pretty good coming through T1, got a loud cheer from the crowd, had a very fast transition time, and he's definitely the big mover on course. I mean, exiting Ruvi T1, he was 2:31 down. He's now under 2 minutes. He's cut that deficit down by 30 seconds. And, you know, he's got good company. He's with Jackson Landry, who's one of the other strongest bikers in this field. The current bike course record holder here is, we had a look at Ben Farr on the left, leading the way, and great swim. I mean, he's been a breakthrough athlete this year. It's his debut season racing middle distance. Certainly not debut season as a pro athlete. He's come through the short course ranks like a lot of athletes do. He's decided to step up in distance this year, and he's making a really good fist of it. He finished 6th in Elsinore at the Ironman Pro Series event there, has led the whole swim, and he's not hanging around waiting for anybody.
Not hanging around at all. We did get a chance to have him hang around and share his thoughts with us before the race. Let's hear from Vincent Louis.
Well, we'll see, yeah, because the thing is with the guys at the back are going to be chasing. For sure, Sam, he's keen on getting another win on the US soil, and he's definitely a really strong biker and also runner. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know what the deficit will be after the swim, if there is any, because we've seen in Frankfurt the Norwegians swam really good. So we'll see what we can do about that. But if I can have 3 to 4 minutes after the swim and having Sam catching me the latest possible and then try to get a good run, it's a really fast run. Like I think if we run, if I'm in good form, I can run really, really fast here. There's only two U-turn. One is not really a U-turn, and it's really flat and quick. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, the time doesn't matter. It's only about winning in triathlon.
The time doesn't matter. It's only about winning. Agree, Ben?
Definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, whoever wins is going to have the fastest time, but that's where the strategy comes in. And Vince, again, is just kind of hanging out at the front. Ben's willing to take on the work and do a lot of that pushing. And that's just, you know, he knows that Sam is coming up. And I thought it was interesting that Sam has already caught Jackson. And that's a huge part kind of his strategy, is who is the strongest biker I can get around, who can share a little bit of the work. And Sam and Jackson have ridden many, many bike courses together and absolutely torn them up. So this is a bit of a, you know, front pack versus the Sam long pack. How long can they hold him off? And Sam is just a dangerous athlete when he gets momentum.
As we check in with our pro women here, Kirsten Kasper has taken to the front. Of course, that is Hannah Barry, I apologize, wearing bib number 1 as we make our way forward through this professional women's field. Kirsten Kasper at the lead of the race, Hannah DeVette sitting in second, Beck Clark in third, Hannah Barry there in fourth. So this is our lead group of women. We are scrolling back through the lead women. Jenna Campbell, a little off the back at 45 seconds down. We saw her take a couple of wind gusts on that descent there, rattled her a bit, but athletes look like, and again, if you look at the trees, winds have definitely calmed down and everyone's sitting pretty well, firmly in arrow, as this is Kirsten Kasper, who is at the front of the women's race. Talk about, Ben, you did it not a long time ago. I don't want to age you. But a bit ago, you made the transition from short course racing up to middle distance and now long course, as Kirsten is currently sort of straddling between trying to make LA 2028, but also coming up to the middle distance. Talk about that, how challenging that transition is.
Right. Well, I'm definitely going to age myself here because it's been about, 10 years or so since we were talking Olympics for myself and straddling between long course and short course. And the game has changed a bit, but I think the biggest difference right now is just the half distance. We are racing like an Olympic distance. And I think if you move down when you get to Olympic, you race it like a sprint. We've just upped the intensity overall. So the biggest thing is trying to be not taken out of your game plan, because it still is a 4-hour race, give or take. And there is some pacing that goes into this, whether it looks like it or not. So that and the nutrition is really a big key.
And here we have Hannah Barry. Looks like she's making her way past Kirsten Kasper.
And I wonder if there's a couple of the women who are just up the road. I see a couple cyclists, and it looks like maybe Kirsten is just losing those wheels. So Hannah's just repositioning herself, and that's just super important in the race as well. With such a high-speed race and with the wind, any sort of group that you can kind of stay around is definitely going to help.
Well, I think that's a great reaction, too, from Hannah Berry, who sees perhaps, we think that might be Hannah DeVette up the road, who opened up the gap on Casper. And I think Hannah Berry reacting sort of instinctively, not wanting DeVette to get too far up the road. Craig, your thoughts?
Yeah, Hannah DeVette's obviously gone to the front here, and we've seen her do this already this year. This is her game plan, and it's a good one. And Hannah Berry just doing what she needs to do, using all her experience. And obviously with the draft rule, 20 meters, you've got to pick your time to pass. You've got 45 seconds to get through. And, I think Hannah Berry had seen enough. She'd seen the gap open up too much for her liking, and knowing the danger that Hannah DeVette presents on this on this bike course. So I think that's a good move. As we flash back to the men here, and we see again, it just looks like Vince is content to just sit his 20 metres or 25 metres behind Ben Farr. The big movers are coming from behind, though. So, I think for me, so far, the most eye-opening stat was Sam Long, 2 minutes 30 down. That's a great swim for Sam. He would have been licking his chops, absolutely, when he got that split. So, Ben talked about his aggressiveness and the gearing that he would have been riding coming down that initial descent, probably hitting 75, 80 kilometres an hour. And his game plan will just be to get to the front of this race and blow it open as soon as possible. And he may have some company. It's starting to bunch up on the men's side now. We've got definitely got some firepower in that group. Jackson Laundry's in there as well. So yeah, it's starting to hot up on the men's side. I think Ben Farr's sitting on the front. Vincent's just content to sit his 20, 25 meters back, but there's definitely some fireworks approaching.
Well, you can see the fireworks right now because Sam Long has erased over a minute of that deficit. He now at the last split sitting 120 back, well on the move there. He did not take Jackson Laundry with him. Jackson's another 20-ish seconds back. So Sam Long, definitely the fastest mover on the course, and at this rate should insert himself to the front of the race in not too long. So it'll be interesting to see, Ben, if there is a change in reaction from Vincent Luis. It doesn't seem like he's in a hurry to necessarily get away. Seems content to let Ben Fa set the paces here. Anticipate what happens if and when Sam Long comes through, Ben.
Yeah, I think Vince and Ben are probably looking at their power meters going, we're riding a really strong pace here. To catch us, the guys behind are going to have to ride really pretty hard. But the thing is, you got Sam Long, who's riding really, really hard right now. I think that Jackson being 20 seconds down, I'm wondering how strung out that kind of line of guys is. You see they're all separated by maybe about like anywhere from 5 to 10 seconds-ish. So there's a chance Jackson's still just hanging on to the back of a pack there. But I think Sam is going to be destroying some races in the process of getting up to the front here.
Well, so far, it doesn't look like anyone was really able to stay with him. I mean, he left transition in pretty decent contact with Jackson Laundry, but has dispensed of him and right now has gone through Josh Bareilles, Sam Osborne, Leonard Arnold, and is kind of moving his way towards the front there. He sits 5 seconds ahead of Leonard Arnold now, but moving at a much faster pace as we come back to our women's leader in Hannah DeVette.
She just looks super dialed on the bike. Just overall, the head is down, looks super aero, and just looks strong out on the roads.
And Hannah DeVette, we had a chance to catch up with her. Let's hear her thoughts on this race here in Boise.
I feel like with the heat and stuff as well, I think I just need to play it smart and maybe try to be a bit conservative. I know I say that in a lot of races, but I think now with like the heat factor, I think it's going to be quite important because you still need to run half a marathon off the bike, so you don't want to blow up the body too early on. But I still want to, just finish like a strong bike leg, hopefully have a little bit of a gap on some other fast running girls, because I know a lot of the American girls, they can run pretty quick. So coming off the bike with a little gap might be nice, and then hopefully I can just bring it home.
Yeah, Hannah DeVette has yet to land on a podium here at a 70.3. She's come awful close. She was 6th place at 70.3 Elsinore. Today could absolutely be her day. She's setting it up pretty picture perfect here, trying to put a big gap into some of the faster runners on the course. But so far, Hannah DeVette looking flawless. Craig?
Yeah, and we've seen her use this game plan. It's a good one. I think she's racing to her strengths, and as athletes, we are who we are, for better or worse. We heard her say in her little soundbite there that she's going to try and be a bit more conservative, but she's used to really pressing the pace on the bike, and I think it's a great tactic for her. She's backed up 2 PRs in her last 2 70.3 races, PRs over the half marathon. So, I mean, of course, she's Hayden Wild's partner, and Hayden Wild's her coach. And for those who follow the sport, they know Hayden knows a thing or two about running. So if he's passing on even half of his tips to Hannah, I expect maybe there's another half Ironman PR in the works today.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Roka. Find faster with Roka. Well, as we join our women's leader here, Ben, you had some observations about some of the dynamics in the women's race, and then we go to the men's race. But let's quickly recap some of the movers in the women's race, Ben.
Yeah, I was seeing, Lisa Bacheris making some moves coming up on the bike there. And I think going to the men's race real quick, too, this is Colin Suk coming up on the bike. And I believe, at least according to the timing split we had at 11 miles, it looked like Ari Clow was with him, too. They both seemed about 4.5 minutes back. Not quite moving as fast as Sam Long, but I know these two guys can ride a bike. And Colin was looking really aero and smooth there as well.
Colin was on actually the start list for Lake Placid, opted not to do that, and actually appeared on the start list for the Boulder Peak Triathlon, which was an interesting choice. He did take the win there, so good job. But glad to see him out here racing today. And as you said, he's got his work cut out for him, but he's in good company, certainly on the bike. Craig, by this stage of the race, seeing Ari Clow as far back as he is, do you think that has put in jeopardy his thoughts for a podium?
No, I don't. I think he's an athlete who's got a 107 or 108 run split in his back pocket. So it just depends on what happens the remainder of this bike. If he can maintain that deficit to the front of the race, particularly maybe to the third spot of the podium coming into T2, I think he's not without a shot. I mean, we've seen him run from absolutely nowhere into the top 10. I think he got 10th or 11th in Oceanside in an absolutely stacked field. Had the second quickest run that day behind the GOAT, the one and only KB, who ran a 107.01. Ari ran a 107.57 that day. So he's not out of it as we come back to the front of the race. And we just saw Ben Farr, and now we're... who are we with here?
Connor Weaver. Connor Weaver's up here, and he's
Connor
also
Weaver.
a very class runner as well. And I think today the story is definitely what are the time gaps and what's the toll of the wind and then the heat as the sun's kind of cresting over the ridge there, because the days leading in, it was peaking out at 100 degrees, and this race with Sam blasting through the field, you got Ari and Colin trying to make up the time gap back there. How much are you willing to spend on the bike and how much are you willing to sacrifice that for a little bit of your run speed?
Well, certainly the look on Connor Weaver's face, I don't think, guys, that's a smile. I think that's a bit of a grimace, so that indicates the level of effort in this young man's face as he tries to make his way further towards the front of the race. He had an 8th place finish earlier this year at Ironman 70.3 Gulf Coast. Again, turning in a sub 110 run. He was 109.12 there. Similarly fast run course here, Craig. How much work do you think he's got to do to be part of the conversation when we get deeper into this race?
Well, he's the current run course record holder on this course with a 107 high. So, and he's sort of in the same vicinity as Ari. So they might form a nice little partnership of convenience here. And, they're not out of it. But like Ben said, it all depends on what happens in the remainder of this bike and what the deficits are coming into. I mean, the deficits we see now, I think, are manageable for these gentlemen, and especially if you look at Connor Weaver's run pedigree. He's run a 13:48 5K. He's run a 2:13 marathon, came 13th at the US Olympic Marathon Trials in 2024. So that's elite running, world-class pedigree. But again, that's only going to come into play if he can sort of maintain this lead of it. He's currently about 4 minutes 16 behind, so he needs to partner up with Ari, and they need to sort of maintain that deficit or even eat into it a little bit, as we see Vince again here. The status quo remains. He's content to sit 20, 25 metres behind Ben, let Ben do the pacemaking. I think Vince knows the race is coming up the road quite fast behind him, and I think he's steeling himself mentally for what's about to happen, and it'll be interesting to see his tactics. Does he choose to pick his pace up a little bit? It looks on course that Sam Long is just biking a lot faster than everybody else. But that might be a conscious decision by Sam to, while the temperatures are a bit lower early in this course, to eat that deficit away and then just get to the front and reevaluate.
Well, if Vince packed his rearview mirror in his transition bag this morning, he will see Sam Long less than 30 seconds adrift now here at this stage of the race. The men through 15.5 miles. So Sam Long coming in hard and fast. And to your point, Craig, it'll be interesting to see if these two gentlemen take the bait when Sam Long comes through. Ben, talk about that dynamic. How much do you ride your race versus play the dynamic of the race?
Well, I think it's how much are you backing your run. Sam, I believe, is probably pushing this one because the bike is a major strength of his, but he has Ari and Connor Weaver in the back of his mind for how fast they've thrown down on the run, because Sam is traditionally a 110, maybe a bit under runner, and if those guys are running 107 on this course, he's looking for 2 minutes at least on these guys to try and make it comfortable. And then he's thinking about Vince and how fast does he think he can go, because preferably he would like to not run toe-to-toe with Vincent Louis.
And for a moment there, we had a visual on Ari Clow, who's currently sitting in 24th place. He is 4:20 adrift. He's got the company of Connor Weaver just ahead of him, although it looked like Ari had gone by Connor in that shot and Colin Such right behind him. But back to our women's lead here, Hannah Berry and Hannah DeVette at the lead of this race. They have opened up a gap of 21 seconds over Kirsten Casper. The rest of the women falling pretty far adrift so far in the early stages of the bike through just 10.7 miles for the chasers. Beck Clark sitting at 1:15 back, Jenna Campbell at nearly 2 minutes. Grace Alexander clawing her way back. She is 2:18 back as we look at our women's at sharing the lead of this race. Hannah Berry, a fighting chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration, is our Race Week series that takes you behind the scenes with our top pros. And earlier this week, we had the opportunity to catch up with New Zealander Hannah Berry.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Did you get my wolf whistle?
You guys are like an officially American couple.
I know, look at that car. It's like a people mover.
Staying hydrated?
Of course, always. Nice plug.
What was the nutrition of choice today in that bottle?
Water.
Straight water.
Yeah. Just water.
No front loading, preparing for the heat.
No, just water.
How'd you enjoy Utah?
It was awesome. Yeah, it was cool. Had a really good time. Altitude was brutal. I reckon I got maybe a couple days in right at the end where I felt like I was back at sea level. Like it took 5 weeks. I definitely don't acclimatize quickly to altitude.
Hi, mate.
Hi, mate. How are you?
Me on there.
Well, I mean, we just got to see if you do carry bags or not. Look at this.
I think the bike looks rolling, which I like a rolling bike course. I also like a flat run course. I actually think this course will be good for me. Happy Valley was tough for me, being net uphill. I prefer downhill. The run course was like so dynamic, so many corners. I think this one will be a bit better for me, just being like the straightforward flat run, hopefully. So we'll see. Definitely different to Happy Valley, so that's good. New place to race.
If you were to have a goal time to run on a course like this, what would it be?
I mean, 120 would be good. I don't know. It depends how the bike goes. How hard you want to rip the bike or not. A little bit. I mean, if you want to run a fast time, then you hold back a bit on the bike. But yeah, so we'll see. I'd like to run a good, like 121 would be good too, or faster, but hopefully after a pretty solid bike as well.
Thank you to Hannah Berry and A Fighting Chance, presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. For more, watch short A Fighting Chance episodes on Instagram at Ironman Tri and on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. So Hannah Berry sharing the lead at the front of this race with Hannah DeVette as we go back to our men's race, Craig.
Yeah, and who pops up on the screen? Speak of the devil, and the devil appears, Sam Long, and it looks like he's getting close to the front of the race. And as we pan forward and we see Vincent and also Ben Farr there, so he's bridged that gap up and he's done it in very, very quick time. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he just wants to catch a break on the back of this group for a while. I agree with Ben. I think he doesn't want to get locked in a running battle with Vince on this course. I think he'll want a bit of separation coming into T2 on Vince, and he's also got Ari and Connor in the back of his mind, and you know the potential that they have to run a 107 on this course.
Talk about the nature of the course from here on out. We've been through the descent. Craig, you've won. You've raced here several times. You've won here twice. What does this course look like, and how does Sam have to play those tactics based on the remaining miles that he's got here on the bike?
Yeah, well, it's a slightly different course to what I raced on when I was here. I think, interestingly, if you look at the course profile, the last 6 miles or 10K is downhill. It's a downhill and a very, very fast run into downtown Boise. So, you know, I think that's going to help as we get a look at Matt Hansen, who had one of his better swims. I think he maybe lacked a gear or two that some of these short course specialists had. And I use that. I include Sam Long. I consider Sam a short course specialist. I mean, I think 70.3 racing is closer to short course than it is to Ironman. And Sam Long definitely has that extra gear that you need, particularly at the start of the bike ride. And I think maybe Matt was lacking it a little bit as we get a look at Kirsten Casper here. And she seems to have settled into her rhythm nicely. Couldn't quite match the pace of the two ladies, the two Hannahs, who have taken it up the road, but she settled nicely into her race.
And we talk about, you know, the adjustment that she's had to make coming from short course up to long course, adjusting to that TT position isn't always easy, Ben. Talk about that transition. And she's riding both now, right? So she's splitting her time between short course and long course. Talk about making that adjustment to the TT bike and how challenging that can be for athletes.
A lot of these pros have a really world-class team behind them, and every single one of them has seen a bike fitter, which is super important. And nowadays, aerodynamics plays such a big role. So you really have to get into the fit studio and do a little bit of testing and make sure that you are aero. But when you're going from the road to fit on the TT bike, you just want to make sure that you're blending that comfort and able to push power as well as getting a little bit of that free speed from the aerodynamics.
And Craig, also nutrition factors a little bit differently when we move up in distance. We see those gels rubber banded to her top tube and to her bottle cage there. Talk about some of the adjustments that these athletes will have to make nutritionally when moving up from shorter distance racing to the middle distance here at 70.3.
Yeah, well, I think the faster and the more intense the effort, the more fuel you need, carbohydrates. And as Ben mentioned, these athletes race a middle distance or a 70.3, almost similar intensity to an Olympic distance non-drafting event. It's very, very fast, high carbohydrate requirements. In a climate like today, obviously they're going to have to worry about hydration as well, electrolyte depletion, fluid losses. We had a good look at Kirsten Casper sitting 20 seconds behind in third spot, and now we go back up to Sam in the front of the race, and we see a lot of these athletes carrying at least 2 water bottles. Hannah Berry before had 3 precision fuel and hydration bottles. So,
this is actually
again,
Nick
Ben
Chase
mentioned just
too,
the.
coming up.
Sorry.
Not sure
Nick,
exactly where he is, but very similar. They got that similar looking suit there. But Nick coming off of some full distance racing, but just looking pretty solid, and looks like he's trying to chase down a couple guys just up the road from him.
Yeah, definitely Nick didn't have the blue, white and red Trek bike there. So, but yeah, no, look, as Ben mentioned, they have a lot of great help around them, a lot of good teams, and I find it interesting with the bikes these days. With the aerodynamics of the bikes and the positioning and what we know now with the science and the constant testing, you can almost have a higher front end and be more aerodynamic. So it's not the crazy difference and the really low front end that we used to see 15 or 20 years ago, which was a hard, really difficult position to adapt to. I think one of the great advancements in bike technology is these bikes are lighter, much more aerodynamic, but they're also comfortable. You don't need to have aerodynamics at the expense of comfort anymore. And in and around that, with a lot of these top end bikes, they have integrated compartments for nutrition, for hydration, so you can carry all the fuel and hydration that you need and still maintain that high level of aerodynamics.
As we take a look at our men's lead here, Sam Long took a moment sitting behind Ben Fa and Vincent Louis, but he has opted to go to the front of the race and now drives the train. It's Sam Long at the front of this race with Ben Fa sitting second, Vincent Louis in third, and they lead the men's race by 30 seconds over Brock Hall, who's alone. Jackson Laundrie and Leonard Arnold round out our top 6 here through 19.7 miles on the bike here in Boise, Idaho.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by Precision Hydration. Perform at your best with precision fuel and hydration. And by Zoot, the original triathlon brand delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And here we are with men's leader, Sam Long. Sam is never one to be short on words, and we caught up with him this race week to talk about his preparation for Boise 70.3. Here is Sam Long.
My haircut is a game haircut to get ready to play a great game of triathlon.
You got anything to prove on this one?
Do I feel like I have something, I guess, to prove to myself? Yes, and it's not, I just feel like, honestly, I feel like my body changed on me so it's like, I'm still coaching myself, but I feel like I've had to get basically a new coach because my old training methods haven't been working as they were as early as last December. Like, maybe it's new kids, maybe it's I turned 30, I'm getting older, and so the whole ground kind of shifted from underneath me. It suddenly was like the things I've won 20 races doing were no longer working this year. It was like I was getting injured, or I was not injured, but having niggles. And so all these things were just coming up. And so I've really had to reevaluate and change my approach. And so the thing I'm proving to myself is basically that I can enter into this new phase of my life and still be done with it. That's what I'm proving to myself.
Who are you most excited to race against and why?
I would say I'm most excited to race Vince here. I've raced him at Ironman Texas. He's really one of the only new people on the scene. Otherwise, I've raced everyone here a lot, so I kind of know what I'm gonna get. But he kind of adds a new element into it.
This is your new little element.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi.
Are you gonna say hi? Are you gonna say hi? If I didn't bring you this weekend, I would have got back and you would have been crawling. It's gonna happen this weekend, I think.
100%.
To me, I'm kind of dubbing this race myself the race of revenge. The race of revenge.
There we go.
But it's like a nice revenge. It's a game of revenge. It's not a war of revenge or a battle of revenge. It's a fun game of triathlon called revenge. Yo!
All right, Danny, we are here at mile 23, just past mile 23 on the bike course, awaiting the pro men. I think we can almost see them. What are we expecting to see here?
Yeah, for the last several miles, they have been doing a long, steady climb. So after they go around this turnaround, they'll have a nice, long, kind of false flat descent. So they're going to pick up a lot more speed after they make this U-turn, but they've already been going really fast.
They are moving fast, and it looks like Sam Long leading right here. We're going to see him make this turnaround in just seconds. And Danny, we were saying this is actually the high point of the course.
It is. We're at 3,200 feet of elevation. This is 500 feet higher than where they actually run today. That's lower in the valley, around 2,700 feet.
All right, here is Sam Long making this turn. He looks focused, no problem there. That is a tight turn.
That is a super tight turn. If they miscalculate that, they're going to end up in the ditch.
Here's Ben Faw in second, just a few seconds back of Sam. Also made that turn totally fine. And it looks like Vincent Louis on the horizon.
Yeah, man, they're actually putting in some time on Vincent Louis. He is, gosh, it looks like maybe, 30, 45 seconds from the turnaround.
Yes, I am surprised. This is very fair riding. No one seems anywhere within 20 meters of Sam Long. And Vincent Louis a little bit further back. He's about to make this turn right now. And he's definitely someone who can make a 180-degree turn.
You can see a lot of these guys are also really spread out. They've obviously been putting in a lot of work, but I think it speaks to kind of the nature of this course. On this course, I know we're out in farmland. It kind of looks flat, but you're always going up or down. And that's going to help string things out quite a bit.
The temperature has warmed up here a little bit as we see Brock Hole make this turn. And it looks like, is this Jackson Laundry just behind him in the green suit, green helmet? Those two actually look the closest we've seen two athletes, and they may be able to work together to bridge up to the leaders.
It's always interesting seeing this direction of a U-turn on really narrow streets. Here in the U.S., we're used to riding the other way around corners, so this is testing some bike handling skills today.
For sure, for sure. I think this looks like Leonard Arnold making the turn here. And so we've seen quite a few men come through. They all look pretty composed. It has warmed up a bit. It's definitely warmer out here than it was at the reservoir. Hopefully they're using those aid stations and setting themselves up for the run.
I think they're going to start feeling it. I mean, I'm starting to feel the sun on my face now with them also having a tailwind. Then they're going to just feel that more on their face, especially with their aero helmets on, probably getting some sweat in their eyes. But yeah, they're going to probably be ready for some cooler weather down by the water.
Here's a group of 3 that we have coming in. These guys are about 2 minutes back of our early leaders. Looks like Dylan Gillespie making the turn. He gives us a smile. Definitely with it. Blake Harris just now making the turn. Another young athlete who had a great result recently. Some great results, podium results at Tremblant, I believe. But now we have a group. This is a group of 3, 2 right behind him. These guys are definitely chasing, and it doesn't seem, they seem in good spirits.
Yeah, they're actually doing really well. They're only 2.5 minutes behind the leader. So really, I mean, as far as either podium positions or Pro Series points, everyone's looking really good.
Danny, you mentioned now they are going to be downhill with a tailwind. So fast racing up ahead. For now, we will throw it back to everyone in the studio.
Thanks, Haley. A couple of observations. Ben, I want to pick your brain about Haley saying that at least at the front of this race, the guys pretty well spread out. We had mentioned in studio just 6 days ago when you were on the course at Lake Placid how spread out the men were. You guys basically did a time trial effort. Not quite to that extent here today, but pretty similar in that they're spread out. How does that change the dynamic of the race, and what do you attribute that to? Because we're used to seeing such huge packs at the front of some of these races.
Honestly, this is panning out very well. This is what Sam Long would want. It's what Ari Clow would want, who's chasing. So it makes it where once you lose the wheel, you have to ride your own race. You don't want to go too far above. And they were talking about how the sun is coming out. It's getting hot. As you get longer on the bike and it heats up, those aero helmets are not always the coolest out there. So it's really important to get in your hydration and your calories, but that gets a little bit harder the warmer it gets. So right now, if they're all on the limit, trying to close gaps, ride their race, it makes it harder, and that's what we'll see in the second half of the run.
As we come back to our women's race, I think on the right of screen there, we have Rebecca Clark. She sits at 2.5 minutes back. Hannah DeVette has gone past Hannah Berry again and sits 10 seconds ahead of Hannah Berry. So our women's race dynamic, those 2 women, Hannah and Hannah, the Hannah show, 1:16 ahead of Kirsten Casper, and then it spreads out. Bet Clark on her own at 2.5 minutes back. Grace Alexander at 3 minutes back. Grace had a tougher swim than we're used to seeing from Grace, but she is clawing her way back into this. Lisa Becares, we expected to be a big mover, and she has moved up, but still sitting 3:19 back. Craig, are you surprised that Lisa hasn't been a bigger mover through this stage of the women's bike?
Yes and no. I think there's still quite a long way to go, so we expect to see her continue to just push towards the front of the race. It was an interesting contrast, the split screen there between Hannah DeVette and Bet Clark, just their bike position. You saw Hannah a little more compact, her head tucked in behind her hands. Bet Clark's hands were a little lower and her head was a little higher. So Hannah DeVette's looking good. She's looking great. We've seen her do this already this year. We mentioned she did it in Aix-en-Provence, and I think this is a really great tactic for her. Her run, her half marathon's improving all the time. She comes from a swimming background, so she's always close to the front pack, and she's such a strong biker, and she's really racing to her strengths.
Yeah, this course really suits and rewards aerodynamics and power. I was just going back even to the men's race, just on a climb or when they're coming downhill. It's just crazy how some of these gaps can open up once they start pushing a little power, tuck their head a little bit more.
And talk about a little bit the downhill dynamics. An athlete, Sam refers to himself as the big unit. How much is that helping in a descent, in a long descent like that, like we've got coming up here?
Well, being the big unit might help a little bit with gravity, but I don't think any of these hills are particularly steep enough where if you just freewheel down it, you're going to go faster. It's more about the aerodynamics, because as you go faster, the ability to overcome the wind resistance gets harder.
And let's take a look at our AG1 supplemental stats with Leonard Arnold here at 28.3 miles per hour, his average speed through the last split. Leonard Arnold is currently sitting in 6th place overall. He is sort of sandwiched between Jackson Laundry, who is a bit ahead, and Dylan Gillespie, who is about 30 seconds behind. So riding on his own, Leonard Arnold there sitting 131 back of the lead in 7th place overall. Sorry, 6th place overall. I take that back. Back to the front of the race, and Sam Long, who is trying to shake the likes of Ben Faw, hasn't been able to do it, but they've gapped Vincent Louis by over 30 seconds. Craig, are you surprised?
Not really. I think this was what Sam Long has had in mind probably all week. Actually, he would have known he was going to be facing some sort of deficit. I think he would have been very, very happy with the 2:31 deficit in T1. He's got into his work really quickly, even from that first descent from Lucky Peak Reservoir. He started eating into the lead and catching the front of the race, and it looks like he wants to use these remaining miles as they're coming up to halfway to establish that 90 seconds to 2-minute lead that I think many people think he needs over someone like Vince. And interestingly, looking further back through the field, Ari Klaus, he's still hanging in there around that 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes. So I think he's down to 3:53 now. So he is one of the movers on course. He's certainly not losing time to the front of the race, and he's still in that pocket and at that deficit where, we just can't sleep on him with a 107 run split at his disposal. He's never out of the race at 3:30 down.
And I believe he could be the fastest mover on course because he came out of the water about 4 to 4 minutes and 30 seconds down. So that's a very good ride.
And this is back to our women's race here at the lead. Hannah DeVette, Hannah Berry going back and forth here. Lots of open road ahead. The women's field getting a little bit spread out behind. Christian Casper at 1:16 back. Beck Clark at 3:15 back. Checking in on the progress of Lydia Russell sitting 5:41 back. So she is not yet having the day we might have expected from her, Ben.
No, she's been riding really pretty well, but her most dangerous weapon is the run, and she's outran a lot of women by more than just a handful of minutes. So it's kind of a situation where if she can just limit the damage on there, she's still within podium contention. But again, at a race like this, I think it's definitely hard to call when it's so full on at the front, and when you have the heat playing a role in the back half of the run. It's going to be who's paced it the best and who's really riding their race.
Speaking of riding their race, I see Grace Alexander has riding up on the back of Beck Clark, so those two can try to get together to make their way further up towards the front as we check in. I believe this is Jackson Laundry.
Yep, Jackson Laundry riding strong there. Looks like he's getting a little bit of help. He's riding strong. I would have expected him to be up with Sam. I've raced against them multiple times, and they seem to have had like a dynamic duo relationship where they like to hammer, trade off a little bit. But of course, Sam Long just riding a little bit stronger today, but Jackson definitely looking solid on the bike.
Jackson's had some injuries these past couple of years. I believe a stress reaction in his hip and another little hip niggle he's been dealing with more recently. Sometimes, Craig, we see when you have an injury, you'll swim a little bit better, and sometimes your biking will come to another level as well. We're not seeing that with Jackson today. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's about always getting the balance right. And injuries aside, even when you try and put a focus in on one discipline, the others can suffer. And it's always about just trying to get that balance. You can never really improve one discipline without being detrimental to the others. And, particularly if there's an injury, I think we should take this opportunity to throw down to Haley on course and get some more insights from down on the ground.
All right, we're here at mile 23 of the bike course, waiting for the lead pro women. Jody, we've seen several pro men come through the course. What do you think about this turn right here that we're at?
Yeah, it's definitely a tight turn. They've got to be careful. If they don't cut this right, then they're going to go straight into that gravel on the other side.
We've seen most athletes navigate it really well, and here it looks like we can see the lead moto and we can see the women coming through. We believe the leader is still Hannah DeVette, but it looks like well, this is a pro male making the turn, but we're going to see Hannah DeVette here in the next couple seconds.
Hannah Berry will be with her, and Kirsten Kasper, I think she's just off the mark at the minute, but I think she's just still got them in their sights.
Here is Hannah DeVette making the turn. Can definitely see her focused at the lead. These are pro men behind her, so it does look like there's a fair bit of a gap to Hannah Berry.
Yeah, it's really interesting. She did say in a pre-race interview before that she was going to be cautious of the heat. It is warming up, but it's not there yet. I think, maybe she's pushing the pace a bit earlier on before it warms up. And here's Hannah Berry coming through as well.
Hannah made that turn. She is following a pro male, but it looks like she's within a minute of the lead in Hannah Berry. Oh, we're talking about actually less than a minute, 35 seconds about between Hannah DeVette in the lead and Hannah Berry in second place.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think Hannah DeVette is definitely taking this race by the ball, and she's definitely taking it and she's pushing the pace at the front. So it's really interesting to see how long it's going to be until Hannah Berry tries and claws her back in. But as you said, it's only 30 seconds between the two.
I imagine Hannah DeVette was trying to put a gap into Hannah Berry. We know Hannah Berry is a fantastic runner, fantastic all-around athlete. And it looks like this is likely Kirsten Kasper coming in, our third woman. And we're just over 75 seconds. Oh, this is a pro male. Sorry about that. Hard to tell from this angle, but we're waiting for Kirsten Kasper, and we're at 90 seconds since Hannah DeVette came through.
I'm quite surprised that Kirsten Kasper hasn't tried to go with these two. I'd have thought that she would have definitely launched onto the back and be working with the two leaders. And here is Kirsten Kasper. So she's not too far behind. She's a minute 45, but it's still quite surprising that gap has appeared at this point of the race.
Yeah, she does have clear road in front of her. She is going to have seen those athletes going back, so sometimes you're able to, when you're on the outward bound, you can see those athletes coming back and take a little bit of a time split. So she might even know she's about 146 back.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, she would be quite surprised that gap has appeared, which does, it says to me that the front two girls have really put the pace down at the front of this race. She has got some pro men around her that are kind of in front and behind, so hopefully she can kind of maybe use those to her advantage and try and get that back then coming into T2. But she is a fast runner, but I don't think she would be happy with having that minute 45 gap.
And Jody, we mentioned we're at the high point of the course here, the bike course, the highest point. So it is truly all downhill from here. When you raced here last year, do you remember this time, did it feel downhill as you head back toward town?
Not quite yet. I think that she still has, I remember it did get pretty windy before then you really start that downhill going into transition. It's downhill, but you still have to keep that power on.
All right. And I think, so we've seen the top three women come through so far. We're about 3:10 since Hannah DeVette came through. This might be Lisa Beccaris that we're seeing on the horizon. Lisa Beccaris and Grace Alexander, I believe, are the next women we are expecting to come through. And Lisa is one of the strongest cyclists in this field.
Yeah, but she's 3:22 down, and we know that she did do the American time trials, which she did great at. But she has still got some chasing to do. She's still 3 minutes 30 down, but I think this is Grace Alexander as well, which she's riding with Lisa. So, she's obviously having a good ride, but nobody expected her to be so far back coming out of the swim. And I think this is also Rebecca Clark. So there is a group, but they're quite spread out at the minute.
I do think Lisa Pacaris came through. She wanted to know what place she was in. She wanted to know the gap. So she's very clearly on the chase. I think hearing 3:45 might not have been what she wanted to hear, but she was with it. She was definitely with it. And Grace Alexander looked like she was working hard to stay with her.
Yeah, I think anybody that's trying to cycle with Lisa is in for a hard ride. But Grace is going well as well this year. But they've definitely got some work to do.
Well, we'll have to see how this plays out as we head back toward Boise and T2. For now, we'll throw it back to everyone in the studio.
Well, thank you, Haley. Thank you, Jody. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Ben Canute for coming in this morning. Appreciate his thoughts and insights. He has gone back to continue his recovery from his great performance just 6 days ago at Ironman Lake Placid. And so now it is my great opportunity to welcome to the studio Sam Appleton, who wears bib number 1 today. Sam, you missed the start. How you doing, bud?
Yes. I was supposed to be racing today, but it's good to be here in the commentary watching this race unfold. But unfortunately, I've been struggling a bit with my personal training and things like that, and just wasn't in a position to defend my title from last year. So you guys are stuck with me in the commentary, so I'm sorry, or you're welcome, whichever way you fall on that side of the fence with me on the commentary. So.
Hey, I'll say you're the defending champion here, so I think your insights are incredibly valuable. Obviously, you've been keeping tabs on the race so far. Anything strike you in particular, both in the men's and women's race thus far?
Yeah, I think, I'm not surprised, but to see Sam get to the front really quickly, a great swim for him. What was he, 2.5 minutes back out of the water in probably a swim that didn't necessarily suit him with the conditions, but he wasted no time getting to the front and asserting some dominance. So, yeah, Sam looks like he's riding really well. I know he's been dealing with a little bit of a run injury coming in, so we'll see how his run form is. But no surprise really, but to see Sam doing Sam-long things. But and then on the women's side, Hannah DeVette, she looks like she's similar to Sam, taking the bull by the horns on this bike ride, and she's got a bit of a gap. On Hannah Berry, she's opened up that gap. So yeah, it's unfolding really, really well. It's exciting, and I'm stoked to see how the rest of it plays out. But we're going to check the female pro AG1 supplemental stats here. We have Grace Alexander. She is rocking along 24.92 miles per hour, so moving along very well at 23 miles into the bike, so just under halfway.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough start for her this morning. Grace Alexander didn't have the swim that she hoped, and she's been putting up chase, now sitting 3:44 back. But the woman at the front of this race, the woman on screen now, Hannah DeVette, really setting a strong pace here. She does have some lagging pro men ahead of her, Craig. Great opportunity for her to have someone to key off of, because it can get a little lonely out there. So even though these aren't the people that she's racing against, sort of having that carrot can be super helpful.
Yeah, I think it's always good just to have that carrot up the road to key off in terms of pacing, but she'd have her own pacing strategy she's riding. There's so much data available to the athletes now around power and heart rate and pace, and notably this course has 2 out and back sections, so they get a visual on the competition, and she looks great, Hannah, great cadence, and I think she doesn't want to hang around as we get a split screen here with a men's leader, Sam Long, on the left, and second place, Ben Farr, who's having a great race. Interested to get your thoughts on him, Sam. He's sort of stepped up to middle distance racing, has a short course background like most athletes do, and he's making a good fist of it. He had a good race in Elsinore earlier this year, and he seems quite comfortable at the front of these bigger races.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressed with Ben this season, and I think it is his first foray into the 70.3 distance this season. I know he did Dallas, Little Elm 70.3, and he was 8th place there, and then stepped it up with a 6th place at Elsinore, which was a really competitive race won by Martin Van Riel. So 6th place at that race, and then looks like he's continuing that form today, coming in to Boise here, having a great race, led the swim, and looks like he's, losing a bit of time to Sam, but still probably the second fastest on the road and looking really smooth. Looks great on the bike for a guy that's just coming into the middle distance realm. He's looking really good, and I think he's got a very bright future.
For a guy that shows so much promise early on, what are his steps from here? Obviously, he's an accomplished swimmer. He's proving to be very, very strong on the bike. You know, where does he go from here? Just continue to chip away at what is probably his weakest event, which would be the run, to try to, make himself not only a factor in swim and bike, and how do you develop that when you're an athlete sort of at the early stages of your long course career?
Yeah, I think coming from the short course background just equips these athletes with the skill set to really excel in 70.3 and Ironman. Like, he's obviously a great swimmer, led out the swim today ahead of Vince Lewis, who is one of the best swimmers in short course, WTCS. So he does have the skill set, and I think it's just, more time and more consistency in training and racing, and he is still so new, so he is going to keep improving as the seasons go on. And yeah, I think more time running and getting used to the half marathon over the 10K that he's used to in the short course background. But yeah, we're going to have a look here at the Male Pro Morton Move Index here, and we've got Ari Clow making some moves. He's up 12 places, so one of the best runners in the field, Ari, so he's doing really, really well. Then we've got Colin Such up 7 places and Leone up 5 places. So, yeah, some movers and shakers, but someone to keep an eye on is Ari Clow, because he is, I think, the last 3 or 4 70.3s that he's done, he's run 107. So if he can limit that gap to a couple of minutes up to the front of the race, then he's in striking distance to run into the podium there with that run speed that he has.
I mean, he's been flirting with about 4 minutes back, but that's to Sam Long. And as Sam Long continues to put time in, he's really only just over 2 minutes back to Vincent Luis. But when you talk about a runner like Vincent Luis, how does that, in your mind, pair up, Craig, in terms of vulnerability for Vincent Luis to lose what is currently a podium position to someone like Ari Clow and his running prowess?
We get the quad screen back up. Yeah, no, I think Vince is still one of the best runners over this distance in the field as well. So, but I echo Sam's thoughts entirely. I mean, I think Ari Clow, we just can't sleep on him. He hasn't really lost time. In fact, he's gained time, and he's around 4. Where is he? He's 4:36 down, but really only 3.5 minutes to second spot. As my splits are jumping around a little bit here. I had him at 3 minutes down, and then it's jumped up to 4:36. But I think, yeah, when you have a 107 or a 108 consistently in your arsenal, and potentially the men up the road are a 110 or a 111, I think you're certainly not out of podium contention. As we see the athletes, we just see Ben Farr, top right there. He's just made the U-turn that we saw Sam Long make about a minute ago. So that's the second out and back section on this course. And Sam, I'm interested. I know you raced here. Of course, you won here last year. This part of the course now, it's quite a fast run in. There's still a couple of little hills to negotiate, but that last six miles or 10K is quite a fast run into T2.
It is, absolutely. Yeah, I think, like you said, I heard you mention it earlier, that, it's basically all downhill, that last 6 miles, 10K. And I think that gives the athletes a chance to start thinking about the run. They can keep carrying that speed without having to push as much power as they had previously in the earlier parts of the course. So they can focus on, the run, start loosening up the leg muscles and taking on board some nutrition and things like that while still carrying that speed. But yeah, it is a very fast kind of descent straight back into town before they start that run. But yeah, I think it's shaping up really well. And back to Ari, I think while he is 4.5 minutes down to Sam, I think he is also pulling in most of the other athletes in front of him. So he's losing a little bit of time to Sam, but still pulling in time on everyone ahead. So if he can limit that gap to a couple of minutes to the podium, I would say he would be a shoe-in to run into second and third. 4.5 minutes to Sam Long is looking a little bit too much for the win, I would say, but definitely contention to run into the podium, absolutely.
As we have on our quad box here, our men's leader, top left of your screen, that's Sam Long, our women's leader, Hannah DeVette, and then some of our chasers, bottom right, that is Rebecca Clark, who is sitting 4.5 minutes down. Beck had a great swim this morning. She's been losing a little bit of time. Grace Alexander has gone through her. Grace Alexander sitting at 3:43 back. Lisa Baccaris Grace Alexander continues to ride with Lisa Baccaris. They are in pursuit. Kristen Kasper's lost a bit more time sitting in third. She's now 2 minutes back, but Hannah Berry trying to claw her way back up to the front of this race. She's just 30 seconds down now from Hannah DeVette.
And interestingly, Hannah DeVette has been in Boulder actually doing a bit of a altitude training block. So I saw her swimming at the pool a few days ago. So yeah, she's been up in Boulder doing a little bit of altitude prep and come to Boise, which has a little bit of elevation, not quite as much as Boulder. I don't think you need to do any altitude blocks specifically for Boise, but obviously she's come here to Boulder to maybe prepare for the championship season ahead. I know she got her Nice qualification at Elsinore last month, and she's probably locked in and looking forward to doing a big training block for Nice.
As we continue to ride alongside Rebecca Clark here, she's had a busy season so far, Craig. She's raced 7 times, been on the podium most recently at Ironman Cairns back in June. So she's here to try to pick up some points in the Ironman Pro Series. Doesn't have any 70.3 scores on the board with a few opportunities left in the season.
Yeah, well, of course, the Ironman Pro Series, the way it's structured, you need 2 70.3 scores and 3 Ironman scores. So a lot of these athletes are trying to consolidate. A lot of them have already logged the 2 70.3s, but they're trying to log a good performance here, lay down something that maybe can knock one of their lesser scores off. And, you know, Rebecca Clark, she's known as an athlete who likes to race a lot.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing at my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. Well, here we are, fellas, back at our women's lead. This is Hannah DeVette, who is she was building up a lead on Hannah Berry, but Hannah not letting her quite get out of her sights. Sam?
Yeah, it's been hovering around that 20 to 30 seconds for quite some time now, but interestingly, they are putting more time into the chases. So Kirsten Kasper down at 2:10, Grace Alexander at 3:47, and Lisa Baccaris with Grace there at 3:49. So still building a gap, but yeah, Hannah Berry not relinquishing the lead just yet to Hannah DeVette as we look at the momentum index for the female. And here we have Olsen moved up 6 places, Lydia Russell up 5 places, and Lisa Becaris, who we just talked about, up 4 places. But Hannah DeVette continues to look really great as she just passed another, I think that was another male pro athlete. But we were talking about before, having those carrots to chase is, and Craig, you mentioned athletes have a lot of data and things and they're all clued in. But I think having people to chase is, there's a not so much a tangible benefit that it has, right? Like when you have someone to chase and you keep passing people, you have that momentum, and it's motivating, right, to have somebody just in front of you to chase and to look at and to key off. So yeah, Hannah DeVette looking really, really good as she continues on this Boise bike course.
Interesting, she seems to be wearing cycling gloves, which is a little unusual. I wonder if that's a cooling tactic, that she can keep those wet and try to keep that, you know, all the vascularity in your hands and on your wrist cooler. That's an unusual thing for a triathlon racer. Certainly we use them in training, but I'm just now noticing that she's got some gloves on, Craig.
I think we've seen her partner Hayden Wild do this in some hot races as well. I recall him doing it in the T100 event in Singapore, either this year or last year. So, yeah, there's so much, I think, knowledge out there and cooling strategies, and the science has really come in. I mean, there's always been science involved in sport, right? But I think we're just more aware of it. And I think the level of coaching's gone up, and athletes are willing to try and implement things. I remember seeing Torbjorn Simbali 15 years ago at Kona run with a rubber glove with ice in it, because of that vascularity that you mentioned, Dee Dee, and, you know, just trying to get his body to shed some heat in a hot climate. So these athletes are maximising everything. The marginal gains are huge when you consider that a lot of the time it's 1 or 2% between first and fifth. So they're trying to maximise everything, as we see Hannah DeVette come up here. There's a pro men's coming up to make a pass on her right shoulder. She makes this sweeping left turn. And you mentioned, Sam, that Hannah DeVette has been in Boulder doing some altitude training. So is Hannah Berry. She's actually not in Boulder. She's been up in Utah. She's done a 5-week altitude block. And again, I don't think it's specifically for this race. We're coming up to championship season. It's about 7 weeks out from the Precision Fuel and Hydration 70.3 World Championships in Nice. And these athletes are, you know, trying to get some really good work into their legs and into their body up at altitude in preparation for championship season later this year.
As we look at our women's leader, Hannah DeVette, she anticipated being perhaps in proximity to Hannah Berry. Let's see what Hannah DeVette had to see about racing Hannah Berry.
I think Hannah Berry is definitely an athlete to look out for, because she's probably of the start list the most consistent athlete out there. She always puts down like quite a strong race, and I think our strengths are quite similar as well, so it could be quite nice to just like share the load a little bit during the race, hopefully, and then just battle it out on the run leg.
So things going sort of according to that plan thus far, as Hannah DeVette leads Hannah Berry by 26 seconds. They haven't shared much of the load, as Hannah DeVette has been at the front for most of it. Hannah Berry took a charge at her earlier in the bike, but Hannah DeVette holding her own at the front.
Yeah, and Hannah Berry just keeping her locked in at that 26 seconds as we move back to Sam Long, still charging on the front, and he's getting close to that descent back into town shortly, but he's opened up about 1:24 over to Ben Farr, and then the timing splits are a little bit messed up for Vince Louis and Jackson Laundry, but yeah, definitely still in the lead. Sam Long continues to increase that gap and looking really great, smooth, but you expect no less from Sam Long, right? His bike is definitely his weapon, and that's what he's using today, and he's gonna really enjoy seeing that gap open up as he gets into T2. But Ben Farr on the right there, still looking really, really comfortable, locked into that aero position, holding Sam Long. Just a super impressive race by Ben Farr today.
And Craig, you had mentioned that 90-second to 2-minute gap that Sam Long was going to be looking for ahead of Vincent Louis. And now that our timing splits have updated, that gap now sits at 2.5 minutes. So far, good news for Sam Long, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's good news. I mean, again, I think course knowledge is so important here. Knowing that you have a 6 mile or a 10K section coming into T2 where you can, get the speed up and stay aero and potentially get some fuel in, give the legs a little bit of a rest while still maintaining that aero position and the high speeds, I think, will help all the athletes. And I think, Sam would have wanted to have that lead built up by this point or by the 50-mile mark or sort of the 80-kilometre mark of this course. And, 2.5 minutes, it's not a done deal over Vince Louis by any stretch of the imagination. We often see Sam run a 109 or 110, depending on how hard he's had to work to. And I think he's worked hard because he's really just blown this field apart. We haven't seen gaps like this in a 70.3 for quite a while. So, it's going to be interesting to see, but it is a flat run. The run course, the Hoka run course, is 2 laps on the Boise green belt, quite shaded, so maybe heat's not going to come into play as much, but I think it's a good move by Sam Long. He wanted to put everyone else on the back foot and he's done that, but I'm sure Vince is still quite comfortable with his position, having seen his recent run form.
And interestingly, on that run course, there is only one out and back section because it is a looped run, but there is a little dogleg that you do where you can get eyes on your competitors chasing, but it's only once per lap with the 2-lap run course. So Sam will get that check back to his chasers early on the run and then again about halfway through the run. So yeah, they're not going to have a ton of information out there unless they have supporters giving them splits and things like that. But you always love to see those out and back sections where you can check the competition, see how they're looking, see if that time is increasing or decreasing. And it's sometimes when you're out there by yourself and you don't have much information, it can be a little bit disconcerting. But I think Sam I think he'll be pretty happy with that 2.5 minutes to Vince. And we do still have a little bit of time left in the bike, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that go up to 3 minutes or 3 minutes plus. But yeah, and someone that we haven't spoken about actually is Blake Harris. He's currently sitting in 6th place, and he's also a really solid runner. He's the last 2 70.3s he's done at Happy Valley 70.3 last month. He ran a 110, and then 2nd place at Ironman 70.3 Mont Tremblant. He also ran a 110. So sitting in 6th place, and someone that we haven't really mentioned too much today, but definitely a threat for the podium as well. If he can get off and execute another one of those 110s, expect him to be right up there. All right, and Sam
Great
Long.
intel.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to say some great intel there on Blake Harris. And obviously we're watching Boise 70.3 today, but if you were inspired last weekend by the spirit of the Adirondacks, then the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid returns in 2027. Surrounded by peaks, mountain roads, and the calm waters of Mirror Lake, this legendary venue has inspired generations of athletes to push beyond their limits. Certainly inspired our previous guest, Ben Canute, to a 3rd place last week. Here, every mile tells a story, every challenge builds resilience, and every finish is celebrated. Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid returns July the 25th, 2027. Register today to be part of this iconic race. Go to ironman.com or scan the QR code on screen. As we get back to the race, and our men's leader, Sam Long, looks like he's still on a flattish or false flat uphill section, but he's about to make that final run in to Julia Davis Park in downtown Boise, and it's been a great race by Sam. We saw him do this earlier in the year at Oceanside. He was able to get a lead heading out of Ruvi T2 and out onto the run course, and wasn't quite enough that day. He dropped off the last spot of the podium in the last half a mile. I remember saying as he crossed the line, I think he'll be happy with this, just as he threw a little bit of a tantrum and threw his hat on the ground and threw all the toys out of the cots. But that's the nature of being a competitive beast. And Sam Long is certainly that. As we had a look back to Vincent Louis, and he's still in 3rd spot. As you mentioned, Sam, 2:28, 2:30 behind Sam Long. And, You know, I think Vince will be thinking, you know, he needs to ready himself for this run, and he needs to uncork something well below 110 if he certainly wants the top step of the podium.
Yeah, he's making his way backwards a little bit. Jackson Laundry moving up on him now, sits just 40 seconds back of Vincent Louis. And we've been keeping an eye on Ari Clow. He sits at 4:45 back, but his gap to Vincent Louis has actually gone up a little bit. So you get Ari's, got his work cut out for him, but another one of our fastest runners. And again, Matt Hansen right behind Ari Clow, and that's another guy who can run. So don't sleep on Ari Clow and Matt Hansen. They're sitting at 4:45 and 4:52 back. So this race is going to be pretty dynamic once we get to the run course.
Yeah, and if those two get off the bike together, you could see them just sending it out of T2. And Ari has lost a little bit of time back to that Vincent Louis Jackson Laundry group, but yeah, I think Vince is looking pretty good here. He's obviously going on that downhill section, and we did catch up with Vince before the race, so we're going to see what he had to say before this race.
Yeah, not bad. The travel was really smooth, despite being really far away from my home. But no, it was a really good travel. We settled in really well, and training here is actually surprisingly good. Yeah, enjoying it. Our Airbnb is 2 km away from the finish line, so no, that should be a great weekend for me. Yeah.
How do you like racing in the heat?
Yeah, I do like it. I mean, I've done so much heat prep that I'm still hoping that it will pay off in a couple months in Kona. Frankfurt was shortened due to the heat, but I managed it quite well. So yeah, no, we'll see. But to be honest, if I'm having a good day, I should be done by 10-ish, and the heat really comes in the afternoon here, so that should be all right. We ran this morning around race time, and it was okay. It's just humid, but it's not crazy hot.
Not crazy hot. It certainly was crazy hot back in Frankfurt, and I think there it was Vincent Louis turned in the second fastest run on the day, so definitely paced himself very, very well through that effort. Not anticipating that he's going to struggle much with the heat today, given that experience. So we could see him being mindful of that pacing effort too, and could unleash something good. He's going to have to, because he's now nearly 3 minutes down to the front of the race for Vincent Louis.
Yeah, and he did mention there that he has been doing some heat prep for Kona, and I think Vince has gone on record and said that this is going to be his last year racing, so this could well be one of his final races. And he does have a 108 in his pocket. He has run a 108 at Ironman 70.3 Bahrain. I think that was last year, and so he can run, and when he's on, he is one of the best runners we've ever seen. So if he can unleash one of those 108s, he's going to need to if he wants to catch Sam Long, who continues to extend that lead to the chasers. And I think Sam's going to be pretty happy when he gets into T2 and gets a bit of feedback on the damage that he's kind of dealt out on this bike course. But Vince is still looking good. He's holding well, and he does have people around him as well. As we head back to Hannah DeVette, who is, she's just doing similar to what Sam Long's done. She's just extending that lead, looking really good, leading the women's race.
Yeah, still sits about 40 seconds now ahead of Hannah Barry, with Kirsten Kasper at nearly 3 minutes down, and Lisa Baccaris riding her way pretty close, about 45 seconds down of Kirsten Kasper, certainly with enough real estate for Lisa Baccaris to move past Kirsten Kasper before they hit T2 again. Lisa has been struggling struggled early in the season with a bone stress injury in her foot, certainly hampered her run training, but really was able to focus on her cycling, raced USA Nationals, I believe, on the time trial, had a good race there. And of course, to come out of an injury like that and land on the podium at Mont Tremblant in third place, executed a pretty similar strategy where she just tried to rip the bike and sort of hold on for dear life for that podium position on the run. We could potentially see that here today, although Kirsten Kasper is no slouch when it comes to running with that short course background, Craig. Definitely a battle that Lisa Baccaris probably doesn't want to be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, I think you you must have telepathy, because I was thinking the same thing. I mean, looking at the run splits of these women this year, Hannah Devet's coming off back-to-back PRs in her half marathons, 123s. Hannah Berry has sort of been in that range recently, although talked pre-race about wanting to target more a 121 today. And we certainly can't sleep on Kirsten Kasper. I mean, she ran a 119 at Indian Wells last year, and she's still hovering at 256 back. So if she can find it within her legs, if she's paced her effort well today and she can run a sub 120, and the two women ahead are a 122 or thereabouts, which the form guide suggests that's about the ballpark, then I think that's the storyline heading into the run here, that it's not a done deal for either of these two Hannahs on the front. They're certainly in a great position, but they have a quality runner, in Kirsten Kasper, only 256 back, with not a lot of miles left to ride on this bike course.
And Kirsten, coming across from the short course WTCS background, so definitely does have that run pedigree, but fairly new to the Ironman 70.3 circuit. She, like you said, Craig, she has done La Quinta and a 119 there, which is moving for sure, but there is a little bit of a step up, right, from the WTCS to the Ironman 70.3. It's not always the most smooth transition, but Kirsten looks like she's making that transition really well, and we'll see if she can bust out one of those 119s again today, which, I think similar to Vince Lewis, she'll need to post one of those faster run times to catch these two Hannahs out in front.
And I don't think the heat here is going to be that much of an issue for Kirsten. She and her husband, Matt Sharp, another professional triathlete who retired last season. They've moved to Arizona, so she's been doing a lot of training in the heat. She's been in Boulder, again, so the altitude, while it's not a huge issue here in Boise, she will be accustomed to that as well. So I think we will see something good from Kirsten Kasper here on the run course.
As we get eyes on Leonard Arnold here, also doing a bit of damage on the bike, and he is moving up into, I think he's up into fourth place, sorry. He is 3 minutes 30. Yeah, 3 minutes 30 behind Sam Long, but catching up to Vince Lewis, he's about 37 seconds behind Vince Lewis, and then about 2 minutes behind Ben Farr. So Leonard Arnold making some moves as well, just not quite at the same speed that Sam Long is, but looking really good, and he'll be looking for one of those podium slots as well.
Beware the white tri-suit. It's got to rock. You got to have a bit of confidence to rock that suit, but Leonard's doing it well right now. And I mean, you mentioned what was his nickname? The locomotive. He's being true to his nickname. He's come through the field after a pretty good swim. He's been quite constant and steady on the bike. He's got himself up into fourth, and he's probably got a visual on Vincent up the road, who's about 40 seconds ahead. So, we see a little bit of movement in the men's race. Not too much. The main thing is just what kind of lead Sam Long's going to take into T2. I think at this stage, where Vincent Louis is going to come off, and then further back Blake Harris and Ari Clow. I think they're the time splits that we're going to be looking at T2 and with interest.
As we check in here with Lydia Russell, she wears bib number 3. She is currently riding in 8th place, so she hasn't had the kind of bike so far that we might have anticipated from Lydia. She was back a bit in the swim that we were sort of expecting. She's coming off of 2 second place finishes, both at Happy Valley back in June, and then back that up with another second place at Mont Tremblant earlier, but not having the days so far that she had there. A lot of racing left to go. We did have a chance to catch up with Lydia Russell in our A Fighting Chance series. A Fighting Chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration is our race week series that takes you behind the scenes with our top pro, and we got to visit with Lydia Russell this week.
So people think I'm scary because I walk around looking like, but I'm actually happy. But when I was a little kid at the grocery store, the cashiers would be like, "Sweetie, why are you sad?" And I was like, "I'm not sad, this is just my face." I'm feeling good. My legs were surprisingly good this morning, so Not surprisingly, I guess.
What was it like, backing up your performance in Happy Valley, and is that giving you more confidence leading into this race?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, like being injured before Happy Valley, I wasn't really sure what I could do, and I kind of wanted to, I don't know, just like have a good day, cross the finish line, and now I'm like, okay, I can actually contend here and do this. So,
Like, does that force you to do anything new to prepare for this race?
I think, funny enough, it's like my bike legs and like my fitness on the bike is there. It's really just like being confident and kind of being able to send it around corners, and like especially in Tremblant, I kind of like realized how much time I was losing over like certain descents, because it's like when I'm climbing or on flat and I'm like with somebody, I can stay with them, and like you can see with the race ranger lights, like the distance between you isn't really changing, and then like I just lose a ton of time on the descent and can't quite like make it up. And I also realized post collarbone injury, I had an imbalance on the bike, kind of between like the way I was weighting both shoulders. So my bike mechanic 3D printed an extra spacer to put under this elbow, because I always felt like I was leaning this way.
What's something everyone assumes about you that's completely wrong?
Oh, people think I'm really scary because I'm tall and I have a really bad resting bitch face. Like really, really bad. I learned recently, I got it from my mom, because I was actually watching the long game episode in Happy Valley, and then my mom's there at the corner, and I screenshotted it, I sent it to her, and she goes, oh, why am I looking like that? And I was like, girl, I got it from you.
Serious face.
But not resting bitch face.
I don't know, I kind of like little RBF.
No, it's like I look just like miserable.
I don't know. Did she look miserable, Sam?
She's looking pretty decent on the bike here, and as we were talking about fast runners before, Lydia Russell is one of the premier runners in this women's field, and often dipping under that 120, and she does have a 70.3 victory to her name. She won Ironman 70.3 Happy Valley last year in 2025 with a 1:16 run. So yeah, and the last two races, Mont Tremblant 1:17 and Happy Valley 1:19 just a month ago. So stay tuned. Race is heating up.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. We're with Hannah DeVette now as she makes her way down the descent towards T2, flying down here, cornering. Good thing those winds have died down from the descent out of the reservoir earlier this morning. She looks like she's handling this no problem.
Yeah, and I think from my experience last year, the wind up at that reservoir is not uncommon. But as soon as you take that descent straight after T1 and into Boise itself, it's actually not the same. It's not quite as windy. So it looks like calmer conditions on this bike course, but as we see this lovely quad box, Sam Long, top left, he's coming into the final stages of this ride. Ben Farr, top right, Hannah DeVette, bottom left, and I think that is Beck Clark, bottom right. But yeah, great images here. Sam Long still stomping on those pedals, but yeah, I said it before, and just really impressed with Ben Farr, and he's going to need a little bit of time on some of those faster runners behind. He's averaging about a 1:14 his last couple of 70.3, so there is some faster runners coming from behind with the likes of Blake Harris, Ari Clow, Matt Hansen, Vince Lewis, of course. So yeah, this run is shaping up to be really, really exciting and pretty dynamic, I think. Those the podium spots still up in the air. Sam Long probably in the box seat for the win, but second and third still wide open for my money. What about you, Craig? How are you anticipating this run to unfold?
Yeah, I think for the men, Sam Long definitely in a great position. It's his race to lose from here. I think he's, even after a hard ride, I think he's capable of a 110, a comfortable 110, a well-paced 110. So he has the experience to pace himself well. He's got the advantage of having that buffer, and he doesn't have to set out at warp speed straight out of T2. He can just settle into his work. Ben Farr's had a great race, top right on the quad box here. He's sitting 2:11 back, so he's run a pair of 1:14s this year. I think he's going to have to lower that a little today if he wants to get on the podium, particularly considering he's got Vincent Louis, not too far behind him. But, it's just looking at some of the speeds. I mean, the lead men were cracking 70 kilometres an hour on this last descent into town, and it looked like, again, it was, Sam Long, top of the pop, 73.5 kilometres an hour. So, yeah, I think Sam's just hell-bent on getting every second, squeezing every drop out of this lead that he can, and, he's done a great job so far. But, yeah, as you mentioned, Sam, I'm with you. I think these podium spots are still well up for grabs.
Not only that, guys, but let's not forget the race within the race. Of course, that's the Ironman Pro Series. This is the second to last 70.3 before we get to World Championship season, and up for grabs 2,500 points to the victor. And of course, points drop at a rate of 1 point per second. And right now, Matt Hansen, the only one in the top 10 of the Ironman Pro Series who is in our men's field today, he's sitting at 5:15 back, which seems not so great, but he's only 3 minutes out of second place, and he is one who is constantly playing Ironman Pro Series point math. He's looking to swap out some lesser scores from earlier this season and looking to move up. And so far, in terms of the Ironman Pro Series, Matt Hansen's in a pretty good spot. Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. And Matt is one of those guys that's very meticulous with planning his season and maximising his for the Pro Series. He went and did Happy Valley last month, and probably wasn't the result that he wanted. So he's slotted into this race here to try and get a better score and jump up the rankings. And ahead of Nice and Kona, which offer double points. It's exciting. But yeah, Matt's one of those guys that plans his season very, very carefully around the Pro Series. And this year is no different.
As we check back in here with Ben Farr, who's just over 2 minutes back, trailing Sam Long, as Sam is coming to the conclusion of this Zoot bike course, and we'll be pretty ecstatic to hear some of the splits that he's got moving into T2 as he sits 3:21 ahead of Vincent Louis and Blake Harris at 4:19 back, Leonard Arnold at 4:31 back. Nick Chase having a great race. We haven't talked much about Nick Chase. He's coming off racing Challenge Roth not that long ago, and he is well within the mix here today, Craig.
Yeah, he's had a great race. Currently sitting in sixth spot, 4 minutes 52 back, and I'm sure his real Tri-Squad teammates are cheering him on from afar. There's quite a few on course today, so yeah, Nick's having a great race, and it's always a tough backup. Doing an Ironman Challenge Roth was 2 or 3 weeks ago, so it sort of falls in that grey area. Often it's, that's about the time the fatigue, the delayed fatigue and the residual fatigue can really hit you. But he's making a good fist of his race today, and, sitting well inside the top 10.
Another RTS squad member just made her move into, I believe, 4th place. That's Lisa Beccaris going past Grace Alexander. There, she's at 5:06 back. She's lost a little time to Hannah DeVette, but she's 4 minutes off Hannah Berry and just a little bit over a minute off Kirsten Casper. So Lisa Beccaris now drilling this downhill. Grace Alexander has been back and forth with her a little bit. So looks like Lisa Beccaris trying to be the aggressor through the descent into T2. Again, she's loves to ride her bike, hates to ride indoors. Her coach, Matt Lieto, struggles to get her to ride the trainer even in the winter times. But Lisa Beccaris is a very accomplished cyclist, super strong on the bike, again, coming off a bit of a foot injury. So we'll see. She's got a couple more weeks training in her legs, coming off that 3rd place finish at Mont Tremblant. See if she can put together a better run split today. Lisa Beccaris sitting with Grace Alexander at just over 5 minutes back. Sam?
Yeah, and sometimes when you have an injury that holds you back from running, you can really focus on the other aspects, the swim and the bike. And Lisa is a great cyclist in her own right, but yeah, perhaps a reduced run volume has given her more of a chance to focus on the bike and really turn that into a weapon, even more so than it already is. And she's riding great today, stomping the pedals. And we did catch up with Lisa before the race, so we're going to see what she had to say.
Well, I live at about 5,000 feet, and this is like cut in half at altitude, and I know some people are coming up from sea level, so I'm hoping to still have a little bit of that altitude boost, but not maybe feel it as much as some people coming from sea level. So fingers crossed. The bike is flat and fast, and I think that will be a strength of mine. And it's net downhill, so the faster that you're off the course, usually the better for me.
And it is a reasonably flat course. It's a fast course, but I wouldn't say it's completely flat. There is some quite a few uphills and downhills, but yeah, like Lisa said there, it is net downhill with that last 10 kilometers or 6 miles fast into transition. So yeah, Lisa looking great and asserting her dominance on the bike. Still 5 minutes 42 behind Hannah DeVette. Interestingly, that gap to Hannah Berry has now moved out to 59 seconds from Hannah DeVette to Hannah Berry. Kirsten Casper at 3:48, and then onto Beccaris at 5:42. As we look at downtown Boise there, Sam Long must be moments away from coming into T2.
Yeah, interesting. Whatever it is that Matt Lieto and Lisa are working on in their training is working, because, I mean, a 7th place finish at the US National Cycling Champs in TT is a great effort, but I think it also speaks to how well the two Hannahs have raced and ridden today so far. I mean, they've taken time. They've consistently taken time out of Lisa as we see Sam Long coming in, about to dismount, and he's just looking great. He's had a great ride. He's hit downtown Boise now. He's about to make his dismount, head into Ruby T2, and then he'll be out onto the run course. So this was no doubt his plan leading in. He would have wanted some sort of separation. I think if you offered him 2.5 minutes over 2nd place and then 3 to 4 for the rest of the field, or 3rd and the rest of the contenders, he would have been super happy as we see him coming up to the dismount line, getting the cheers of the volunteers. He's certainly a fan favourite, Sam Long. Great personalities. He dismounts legally, gets both feet down before the line, and we see what a bike split. That is a course record. 1 hour 52:37. Sam Long, wow, he's taken 2.5 to 3 minutes off the course record that Jackson Laundry sent last year. And Sam, speak to that. You raced last year and biked to 1:57. I know it's very hard to compare even the same course a year apart, but that is a smoking fast bike ride.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 minutes quicker than I rode last year, but we are going to throw to Haley, who's down in T2, catching all this action.
We are watching Sam Long do his 2nd transition right now. He is all alone in transition. Danny, you're watching this happen right in front of us. What are you seeing?
I see a master of transitions. This guy practiced these, and he gets out, and there he goes. He's off. Just like that. Super fast.
There was no wasted time. And Danny, you were telling me that as a Boise local, Sam Long has been reaching out to you for tips on this course for several weeks now.
He's been studying the course. You know, I think once he finishes a race, he thinks about what his next race is, and he does everything he can to prepare for it. Nowadays, you know,
All right, a little problem with the audio there, but Danielle Lewis just commenting that Sam Long has been picking her brain. Danielle lives and trains here in Boise, so she certainly knows this course intimately, and just a sign of a smart athlete getting all the tips that he can going into a race, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam is he's a true professional, right? And he studies his athletes, he studies the course. He actually slid into my Instagram DMs about 2 weeks ago and asking me if I was racing, and I was still unsure at the moment, but at that point in time. But yeah, it just speaks to, you know, he's not only training really hard, but he's also doing all the extra 1% as well. And he looks great. I saw he opted for no socks, so obviously, you know, not worried about blisters or anything that have can plague people with no socks. But yeah, he's looking pretty good, and he'll be happy with that time gap. And I think the first few miles you can just take your time. When you have the luxury Sam has of having that advantage over second and third, you can kind of settle into your run rhythm, take your time to find that to find your legs, which can be a little bit tricky in that first couple of miles when you get off the bike. But Sam's looking really, really good, and as we're on this Boise river path here, and the whole run takes place up and down this creek. So Sam looking good in the box seat, in my opinion.
Yeah, he looks just fantastic. And again, if he can run sub 111, that would put him at around 332, which I believe would be knocking perhaps on the overall course record, which was, you know, held by our bib number one sitting here in studio with me, Sam Appleton, posting a 340 last year. So again, conditions, it's hot out there, but as you can see, this course nicely shaded. They run along the Boise River there, which provides a little bit of natural air conditioning, although with temperatures heating up, it's definitely warm out there. But Sam Long makes his home in Arizona, so this heat will be absolutely nothing to him as we move back to Ben Fa, who now has made his way into Ruvi T2.
Yeah, Sam looking to break that course record. I will, in my defense, Dee, I will say that I think our swim course was a little bit long last year. I think I swam 28 minutes. So, you know, just in my defense, but no.
And no Aussie exit. They got to run through part of the swim, right?
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
That's a 4-minute gap right there.
Absolutely. easily 10 minutes, we'll call it. As Vince Lewis comes into T2, looking pretty good, not too far behind Ben Fa in second place, but yeah, Vince obviously probably losing a little bit more time than he would have liked, but if he can get off and unleash one of those 108 runs that he does have in his back pocket, he'll be able to eat into a bit of time into Sam. But yeah, Craig, what do you think? What does Vince need to do to try and hunt down Sam here?
One thing we know about Vince, he's very experienced, and what we've seen so far this year and in his sort of middle distance and long distance career is he paces himself very well. So I don't think that bike ride is going to have taken too much out of him. I mean, he would.
Yeah, we're struggling a little bit with Craig's audio here, but what he's saying is that Vincent really won't be too fussed with where he's at right now. He knows himself, he knows his body. That would have been a very relaxed and controlled ride, well within himself. He knows what he's up against. It's a tall order. He's 4:14 back, depending, plus minus, depending on his transition time here. It looks like he's taking a little bit longer than Sam Long did, so we'll have a bit of a gap. Might be a tall order for him to reach the top step of the podium, but I think Ben Fa is certainly well within striking distance for him, and wonder, Craig, how much he's thinking about those. Behind him, Ari Clow at 6.5 minutes back, and Colin Such at 6:37 back. Okay. So Sam, what do you think? Is that Ari Clow and Matt Hansen in potential to climb their way onto the podium, and can Vince Louis catch Sam Long?
I think it's a tall ask for Vince. We're at 4 minutes 11. It is a tall ask to catch Sam. I think Sam is looking really good, but I think for Vince as well, we spoke about it earlier with Matt Hansen and the Pro Series, but I think Vince has come here as well to get some better scores for the Pro Series as well. He's obviously eyeing that overall series ranking with Kona coming up in a couple of months as well. He wants to try and maximise those points, but speaking of Ari Clow, he has lost a bit of time. So he was down at the bike at T2, 6 minutes 41 seconds down. So Ari was riding really well for that first half, but perhaps was overriding quite a bit. 6 minutes 41 to Sam Long, 3 minutes to Ben Farr. So about 3.5 minutes or slightly over to second place there. So definitely not out of the question to run onto the podium for someone like Ari if he can run 107, 108 like we know he can. So it's still open, the podium here, as we see Leonard Arnold and Matt Hansen come into T2 as well. And speaking of Ari Clow, that is him there. So he's in good company. Matt Hansen and Ari can maybe key off each other for the run here.
Yeah, we're hearing down in transition that Ari is cramping pretty badly off the bike here, so he'll have to get some nutrition on board and hopefully keep those cramps at bay. But Sam, I'm kind of excited to see Ari Clow and Matt Hansen run each other's legs off here. This race alone will be worth the price of admission, Craig. Two of the sport's best runners in Matt Hansen and Ari Clow heading out stride for stride. Ari with a little bit of a delay here in transition, but those two guys together on a run course could be dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Both great runners. Ari didn't look super comfortable getting off the bike, so hopefully he can sort out that cramping as we go back up to the front of the race. And Sam Long, who he just continued to put time into the others, didn't he? Even the last 3 or 4 miles on the bike, he still squeezed out another 20, 25 seconds and certainly didn't waste any time in Ruvi T2. As Danielle Lewis pointed out, he was just so quick through there, showing all his experience. And as we have a look at our Ruvi T2 fastest times, yeah, there you go, Sam Long, as called by Danielle Lewis. She picked it 1 minute and 8 seconds. Ben Farr also not messing around, 1 minute 14, and Matt Hansen showing all his experience with a 1:16. And one thing I was saying before I dropped out before was that, one thing we've seen with Vince is that he paces himself well. So even though he lost probably a little bit more time on the bike than he would have liked, I think we'll still see a good run from him. That's what we've seen so far in his middle distance and long course career, that he's able to maximise and get the most out of his run potential. So it could be a bridge too far to this man and to the front of the race, but he's still well in contention for a podium. And like you say, Sam, I think it depends on how maybe some of these uber runners like Ari Clow, if they can get in stride and get one of those 107 run splits, then it could make things interesting in the back half of this run, the second lap along this Boise River Greenbelt Trail.
So we just caught a glimpse of Toffer's gorgeous face there.
Quick selfie from Toffer out on the course, just letting us know. See his smiling mug as the pro men continue to stream their way into transition here. Again, Sam Long really quite literally in the driver's seat here. Opened up a huge gap, another 75 seconds in the closing, I think 10 miles there to Vincent Louis, really utilizing that downhill. Vincent Louis now making inroads towards Adam Fa, but also Ari Clow and Matt Hansen giving chase. They are another couple minutes back as we come back to our pro women. This is our leader, Hannah DeVette, who is now 1 minute 41 up on Hannah Berry. So she has used this downhill much as Sam Long has to open up an even bigger gap on second place Hannah Berry. Kirsten Casper sits at 4 minutes down, and Lisa Baccaris at 5:53 with Grace Alexander, the two of them sitting 4th and 5th place in the women's race.
Yeah, Hannah DeVette really looks like she's put the hammer down, especially back to Hannah Berry, 1 minute 41 down. It was hovering around 20 seconds about halfway through the bike, but yeah, it's really blown out now. And Kirsten Casper holding quite strong, 3:59 back, so still in a great position as we head into T2 for the women.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by Factor. Let's eat real. And by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. Well, we're coming to the end of the Zoot bike course for the women, and it is all Hannah DeVette at the front. She has shed the other Hannah Berry, to the tune of 1 minute 41 seconds as she makes through the closing miles here in the bike course. Craig, thoughts so far on Hannah DeVette's performance?
Yeah, it's been another perfectly executed bike ride, similar to what we saw in Aix-en-Provence earlier this year. I think she just understands really well her skill set and her tools, and she uses them to the best of her ability. And I'm excited to watch this run. She's put consecutive half marathon PBs together, 1:23, and I'm sure she'll be looking to lower that a little bit today, and she's in a great position right now.
And hearing word, this is not yet confirmed, but hearing word back in T2 that Jackson Laundry has called it a day. In T2, we will get absolute confirmation of that, but word from T2, unfortunately, Jackson Laundry is out, but no doubt will stay on to cheer his competitors. Things just not going according to plan today for Jackson Laundry. We'll get additional confirmation on that shortly.
Yeah, I think Jackson's been dealing with a bit of a run injury, so it was good to see him on the start list and trying to race today. He was riding really strong, but yeah, I think he was second place last year, so disappointing for Jackson. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that, but he's been dealing with that run injury, obviously not quite ready to race yet or run. So interestingly, I wonder if he entered the race knowing that he was going to withdraw onto the run, or if he was planning on running.
All right, well, to never let us sleep, Jackson Laundry's changed his mind. He's putting his run shoes on and he's going to go for a bit of a run. We'll see if he makes it. We'll see if he makes it all the way around the course, but a little bit of thought from Jackson Laundry. He figures he's going to give it a go now. So Jackson Laundry getting out of T2 as we are back with, someone having a little bit of a mechanical issue. Here's Jackson in transition. Obviously not going to factor into the race here, but making a training day of it, maybe testing his fitness. Still value in there. He's out there. There's still benefit in terms of knowledge that he can get from, even if the day isn't what he thought. He's not going to compete for the podium, but he can get good knowledge from going out there and doing some running. Do you agree, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can never replicate an actual race in training, right? There's just different dynamics at play. Even though you might try your best to do pacing strategies, nutrition and things like that, nothing comes close to racing and getting that race experience. So yeah, Jackson came into this race just wanting to get a little bit more of that experience, and in this high pressure situation of a race. And it's also probably a bit more fun to do it, if it is going to be a training in a race rather than training by yourself in Canada like Jackson would be doing. But yeah, Hannah DeVette here on screen, closing out this bike, but looking great and in the box seat, I think. And her run pedigree would indicate that she's probably the favourite coming into the race. As we get a look back here at Hannah Berry, who has lost a little bit of time to Hannah DeVette. It's hovering still around that minute 41 at 52 miles. So the closing stages of this bike ride, but Hannah DeVette and Hannah Berry looking really good for that 1-2 position. Kirsten Casper now still in third, but at 4 minutes and 28 seconds behind. So not losing too much time. And if she can get off and unleash that 1:19 that she has in her back pocket, she'll be a threat for that second place on the podium as well.
Yeah, of interest, Hannah Berry and Kirsten Casper have not raced head-to-head against one another, but across the 70.3 distance. Of course, we don't have much data on Kirsten Casper, but in her 2 outings, look for her to run around, in and around 1:20. So on paper, Hannah Berry going to need about 4 minutes. She doesn't have that, so Hannah's going to have to put together a great run here to try to hold off Kirsten Casper as they make their way towards BT2.
And how do you see this, Craig, this women's run unfolding? Hannah DeVette looking like she's in the box seat, but there is some faster runners coming from behind. Kirsten Casper, Lydia Russell, etc.
Yeah, I think Hannah DeVette's in a great position. And yeah, if she can lower that run PB, I think she's in a great position to win this race. Kirsten Casper, as you mentioned, she's still the one. I mean, she's slowly been just edging out. That deficit has been opening up, but she is under 2 minutes behind Hannah Berry, who's in second place, sitting in second place as we see Hannah DeVette coming across the bridge in the Boise River. So she'll make her way into Ruby T2 very shortly. So yeah, Lydia Russell, she's back further than we've seen her, but we know her run pedigree, 1:16, 1:17. So if she's still got some running in her legs, I think, I'm not going to write Lydia Russell off for that final podium spot yet either. But if you're asking me if I was a betting man, Sam, I'd like to take Hannah DeVette's position right now. I mean, a bird in the hand, right? She's got that almost 2 minute lead, and the opportunity to do what we saw Sam Long do, which was just get into her work on the run and set her own pace and set her own agenda, which is always a really nice place to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see her approaching that dismount line, but I think coming into starting the run alone is quite a nice feeling, right, Craig? You're not under pressure from other athletes. You can settle into your own running rhythm. You're not getting the pace dictated to you by others. And yeah, I think that's an underrated thing that not many people think about. Just your own space to build into the run and run your own pace is a huge advantage. As Hannah DeVette gets off the bike now and runs over to her rack.
Yes, super solid ride there from Hannah DeVette as we take a look at the Experience Oman bike split from Hannah DeVette, 2:06.48. That is certainly impressive first off the bike for Hannah DeVette. What a great performance from her, setting up what could be a really, really exciting run. She is not in the clear necessarily with some fast runners coming behind, but we're going to try to throw it down to Haley in transition, who has a front seat to all of the action. Haley?
Dee Dee, you're right. We have a front seat to Hannah DeVette coming into T2 right now. It is pretty clear behind her. And as you mentioned, that 2:06 bike split, very, very impressive. Jody, you're here with me while we're watching Hannah get her shoes on. How does she look?
I think she looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, the transition seems to be going nice and smooth. And then she's already out. I mean, that's a short course transition for you right out. I mean, she did say that she was going to be cautious on the bike. I'm not sure if she did, or I'm not sure if she just felt fantastic. But for her to put all this distance between a great cyclist like Hannah Berry, I think she's having a good day.
And Jody, we've been watching the pro men come into transition, and there has been a little bit of confusion with where their bikes are supposed to be. And we've seen some people rack their bike in the wrong spot, have to re-rack it. But Hannah seemed really, really focused. She knew where her transition spot was, and she was in and out.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult thing about having a split transition. You do set your stuff up the day before, and you know it's a different day. It's not fresh in your mind. You know you're already pretty fatigued by the time that you get to this point. And we did see some of the pro men kind of going straight past, and some were really struggling to find their spot. And if you haven't been refreshed by that mindset in the morning, sometimes it can be quite difficult.
Okay, well, we have been here for almost 90 seconds, and it looks like Hannah Berry is coming into transition, and she's running well. I mean, 90 seconds, I feel like that's a doable gap. What do you think?
I definitely think it's going to be a challenge, but she's a longer course athlete, so she'll have to show kind of the stamina and speed really to try and go and catch Hannah.
But Hannah Berry's had some really good short course results too, or middle distance results just like this. And I think this could be a really fantastic race. We're watching her now get those socks on and hopefully get out on that run course and chase down our leader, Hannah DeVette. Jody, you have raced on this run course, and can you tell me about this? I believe when they first start, they are going kind of slightly downriver, downstream. Does it feel downhill?
Yeah, I think depending on how hard you've had to push the bike, but yeah, you are right. Kind of when you go out of transition, you go slightly down, and you kind of follow the river, and it is slightly down. But when they go onto the other side, you know, then it's slightly uphill, and they've got two loops of this, so it's slightly up and then slightly down.
All right. Well, Hannah Berry's transition wasn't quite as fast as Hannah DeVette's, but it still was pretty efficient. She's out just about 2 minutes behind Hannah DeVette. And then we are here waiting for our next expected woman, I believe, is Kirsten Casper. So we have the clock running. Do you have any other tips for this course? I mean, it does feel like it's in the shade right now. We're a little bit in the shade. It's not too hot, but it's definitely warmer than it was this morning.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's not overly hot at the minute, so I don't think these guys will be struggling with the heat. I think these guys are, you know, obviously extremely fast runners, so I think by the time today heats up, they would have escaped that heat. But it is shaded. There's a big part of the course that is shaded, but there is some parts at the far end when you cross over that red bridge that is open. So they've still got to stay on top of their nutrition. You know, it's still a half marathon if it's slightly shaded or not. So to have a good half, you really have to be on top of your game.
And certain athletes definitely favor certain temperatures, certain types of courses. I ran a loop of this course yesterday, and it is mostly on a path. It feels fairly flat. There is shade, like you mentioned. I talked to Hannah Berry this morning, and she did say she likes a hot course. We've seen her do really well in Kona. We've seen her do really well in Singapore. If the heat goes up, do you think that that gives her an advantage over Hannah DeVette?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, as you said, like she raced supremely in Kona, so she would have done heat preparation. But I think both of these girls have also been at altitude, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how they both fare from that. And I think coming in from the distance now, I think we'll kind of see our third place girl. But yeah, this is really, really spread out, Hayley. So this is really interesting. I think that the boys' race, the women's race is even more spread out than the men's.
Here is Kirsten Casper, our third woman into transition. It looks like it's nearly 5 minutes after Hannah DeVette, so that's a fairly big gap. Kirsten she's an Olympian, and she is a very fast runner, so I would not count her out. And I mean, we are still competing for podium spots, for 70.3 world champion spots, and she's definitely going to be thinking about that. But we're watching her get her bib number on, get those shoes. So far, it does seem like everyone I've seen has opted for the socks, and this is another short course transition we are seeing here.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, she's very calm. She's a very smart racer as well. And as you said, she's just putting on that ice band just to make sure she can control it if that heat does suddenly creep up going onto the run.
Kirsten Casper, maybe a slight rookie, but she looks like a veteran headed out on that run course. We will now throw it back to y'all in the studio.
Couple of observation there. You can definitely see the athletes that have come from a short course background versus those who have spent their life at long course and how much time can be made or lost in transition. Craig, can you bring us up to date on some developments in the men's race? We have some guys moving up and some guys moving down.
Yeah, we're getting reports from out on the course that Ari Clow, as expected, is the fastest on course and looking like he's on pace for a 109. And he's taken a minute out of several of the runners in front. Sam Long is on pace for a 110 though, so he's also one of the fastest men on course. They're, running similar speeds. So Sam Long is just doing Sam Long things, and I think it's interesting that Sam Long was never known as a short course racer, but both his T1 and T2 were the fastest. So he just has that racer's instinct. He knows he does not want to waste a second. We saw in the women's race Hannah DeVette come in with a minute 41, and she went out with a 2-minute lead over Hannah Berry. So, I know we're talking seconds, but that's 20 seconds on the road, which is, 100 metres, 90 or 100 metres that you've got to take out of someone. So as we see Lisa Bacaris come in now with Grace Alexander. So Lisa's had a solid ride, lost a little bit of time to the two Hannahs, but really from where she came out of the water and exited T1, she's made up a lot of places, and she'll be looking to back up her form from third place in Ironman 70.3 Tremblant last month and close this out with a good half as we get another visual on Hannah DeVette. And I don't know about you guys, but I think she looks pretty good. Early in the run, I think she looks good. There is plenty of shade on this course, and I think her arm carriage, her leg turnover, and her pace, most importantly, her pace looks pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. She looked great, and in that, arm carriage, she was going up a bit of a hill there as well, and still looking really good. Here we catch a bit of a replay. That looks like Leonard Arnold. His day might be done, unfortunately. After a great bike ride, he's not looking too good, unfortunately. Back to Vince Lewis, looking smooth. Vince always looks great on the run. He's got that bit of a bow-legged running style, but very smooth, looking great, and not running quite as quick as Ari Clow and Sam Long, but still in that third position there.
Yeah, Arnold has had a bit of a running injury as of late, so it looks like he is making the smart call and not trying to tempt fate with that, calling it a day, or at least going to jog it out. I couldn't tell which direction on the course he was heading. There wasn't a lot of indication, but it's a tough choice to make, but sometimes it is the right choice. And yeah, Vincent Louis right now looking absolutely spectacular. He's 4:06 down from Sam Long, but only 1:15 back from Ben Fa, but coming up, Matt Hansen and Ari Clow. The gap between Hansen and Clow, Clow is definitely the fastest mover on course, but Hansen is kind of holding his own. He's only a few seconds, giving up a few seconds to Ari Clow, so both those guys moving well together.
Yeah, and interestingly, Blake Harris just in front of those, another great runner as well. So if those three can get together and really start eating away at the podium, it will be an interesting run battle because, Ben Fa holding well, Vince Lewis at 5:16 back. But yeah, those three runners, Blake Harris, Matt Hansen and Ari Clow, all from 6:06 to 6:51 down on the lead on Sam Long. But we did catch up with Vince Lewis to chat about the run before the race.
Well, definitely there is Matt Hansen here, so he's for sure gonna clock the fastest time. I think, to be honest, if he's in a good day here, he can run 67 maybe. I think that's something he can do. Like, I was doing race pace effort this morning, and I don't know. I think you can really run around like 3:12 to 3:17 pace, like around that time. So yeah, it can be anywhere between 67 and 69. I think here it's really doable. It's all about like managing the heat and the nutrition, but it's definitely one of the fastest course I've seen, yeah.
Interestingly, Vincent picking Matt Hansen for the fastest run and not Ari Clow there. So, it'll be interesting to see how this run shakes down. But Vince thinks 3:12 to 3:17 pace is what's going to be needed to run that 107. But yeah, Sam Long still in that box seat. He's actually extending his lead out to Ben Farr and Vince Lewis. So yeah, he's definitely looks like that run injury that he had leading into the race that he sustained after Happy Valley not bothering him at all as he continues to dominate this Ironman 70.3 Boise run course.
And
One thing
conditions
we didn't mention, or I'm sorry, Dee Dee, just the Hannah DeVet's bike split, new bike course record. I think she toppled Paula's split from last year. Paula Finley, of course, one of the most consistent and 70.3 athletes, and also one of the best bike riders in the sport. Posted a 2:07 last year, and Hannah knocked 47 seconds off that. So new bike course record for the men's and the women's race today as we get Hannah DeVet up on the right of our split screen, and nice little shot of her legs still ticking over nicely, good cadence. So yeah, Hannah's in a good spot, and our men's leader on the left up on his toes. You know, we saw this earlier in the year too when he got locked into a running battle with Trevor Foley in Happy Valley. So he's certainly no slouch on the run course as we look at our female Ruvi T2 fastest times, and Hannah DeVet, 1 minute 17. Was the quickest through T2. Kirsten Casper with that short course experience, a 1 minute 27, and Lisa Bakeris, a 1:31 for our Ruvi transition times.
And getting word that Lydia Russell now making her way onto the run course. She sits 10:06 back of the lead, but reports are that she's moving very, very well as we check in with Kirsten Casper, who was 4 down, but only 2 minutes down on Hannah Berry. Again, Kirsten's got that great run speed from her short course racing. Definitely, this is only her third 70.3, but she's had really good success. She won on debut at Indian Wells back in December. Took on Oceanside, was 7th there. She lost quite a bit of time on the bike after coming out in the lead on the swim. Sort of similar position here. She's lost a bit of time on the bike, but certainly could pull back Hannah Berry, given the run splits that she's done. Hannah Berry typically around the 124, 125. Christian Casper's been closer to 120. So definitely could move up a spot here. It's a big order to catch Hannah DeVet, given how well she's moving. But Kirsten Casper looking to pick up perhaps some Pro Series points, not really a focus of hers necessarily, but step her way up another step on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Still in a great spot. Around 4 minutes 45, or down to 4:30 now, down on Hannah DeVet, but 2.5 minutes to Hannah Berry. So still in the hunt for that second place. And I did just check the temperature in Boise, Idaho right now, and at 9:30 in the morning, it's 83 Fahrenheit or 28 degrees Celsius. So it is still quite warm, you know, even though it's only 9:30. So it is definitely warm out there, but these athletes will be enjoying the shade on this Boise River Creek path. So yeah, definitely warm out there, but this run course providing a bit of shade for athletes.
And the athlete's doing a great job of keeping cool, the cooling strategies. We talked about Hannah DeVet wearing those gloves on the bike as a way to keep ice perhaps on her skin, or the cooling technical fabric of those bikes. And again, a lot of these athletes wearing the Omia's headbands, another cooling technique here, taking full advantage of the aid stations to manage the conditions here.
Speaking of warm races and scenic, if you're looking for something warm and scenic, head to Australia and race in paradise at the 2027 Cairns Ironman, Airport Cairns. Set between the World Heritage listed Great Barrier Reef and Daintree Rainforest, Cairns delivers one of the most spectacular courses on the planet. You start on the palm-lined shores of Palm Cove, ride the iconic Captain Cook Highway with breathtaking ocean views, then soak up the electric atmosphere on a flat, fast run through the heart of Cairns. Register now and discover why athletes keep coming back. Go to ironman.com or scan the QR code on screen. I know Sam Appleton is a big fan of the course up in Cairns, won the 70.3 race up there a few times.
I did indeed. I think you and I had a bit of a battle there, Cray. What was that, 10, 12 years ago now? But beautiful, beautiful race up in Cairns. And if you do get the opportunity, or if you are looking for a race in a beautiful location, Cairns is definitely a great one. I did the Ironman there as well in 2022, and it's just the atmosphere, and yeah, it's just an amazing race, and I think you can speak for that as well, Craig.
Yeah, that bike course, I think it was voted one of the most scenic triathlon bike courses in the world. The highway actually hugs the coastline. You almost feel like you're going to ride into the water as we clap our eyes back on our men's race leader, Sam Long here. And, you know, halfway into this run or coming up to halfway, he looks like a metronome. He doesn't look like really he's lost a step or lost a beat since the start of this run.
Yeah, and a little bit further back, Ari Clow has mopped up Matt Hansen. So those two are running literally shoulder to shoulder, and they're just about 20 seconds back of Blake Harris. So that threesome that Sam Appleton was hoping for is absolutely coming together. They're just over less than a minute back of Vincent Louis right now. So Vincent's 5:30 back. These guys are sort of 6:18 to 6:38 back. So quite a run battle taking place behind this man, Sam Long, who has just looked absolutely in control, really relaxed. Obviously, he's one of the faster movers out on course, but running looks very, very relaxed. We're going to throw it down to Haley for a front row seat at Sam coming through his first lap. Haley?
Here we go. Hannah DeVette just past us. We are just before mile 3 on this first lap for the women on the run course. Hannah DeVette looks controlled. She's running with a couple pro men who are probably on they're headed out around the same time. So she has some company. Jody, how did she look to you?
I think she looks really calm. She looks really focused. And as you said, she's got a couple of pro men around her, which is only going to benefit her that she's actually got people around to run with her. So that's going to spur her on. And when you're running at the front of the race, I mean, that's motivation in itself.
And Sam Appleton just mentioned the temperature, 83 degrees Fahrenheit, which not as hot as it could be, but it's a dry heat, right? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm quite fine, but it's another matter when you're trying to, run at the end of a 70.3. But it is definitely a lot cooler than yesterday. I think a lot of the athletes were kind of a bit worried about how hot it would get. And it's definitely cooler than the leading days going into it, which I think they will be very grateful for.
Right, and with that low humidity, that evaporative cooling, it does help. So if those athletes can do what they can to keep themselves wet, that helps with the evaporative cooling, feeling cooler. We are waiting on second place, Hannah Berry. We have a clock going, and I think when she left transition, she was about 2 minutes back, and now she is in sight. We should be able to see her here in the next minute or two. I can see the bike, and the clock is at 90 seconds. So do you think she's making up some time?
Oh, I definitely think she's making up some time. I think this is going to be a really interesting foot race. I mean, you can never put it past Hannah. I mean, she's a very strong athlete. She's proven numerous different races this year that she's in form. So she's definitely, not going to make it easy on Hannah in front.
Right. So here is Hannah Berry, second place woman coming by. We are just before mile 3 and she looks determined. I would say she is chasing. She has not given up on this race at all. And like you said, I think she has put time into Hannah DeVette, even in just the first 3 miles of this run course.
Yeah, she definitely looks focused and she looks aggressive. She looks like she's chasing that lead. She's not gonna make it easy, and she's definitely still going for that win.
And I think they are now headed a little bit uphill against the stream of the river. So we'll see if that helps either of them as we continue on this run course. For now, we'll throw it back to y'all in the studio.
Well, Haley, if you'd hold on just a second longer, you'd have seen Kirsten Casper coming through, who is the fastest mover on course at the moment. She's taken 40 seconds out of Hannah DeVette in the opening 5K. Again, her strong short course background. She is taking it out hot, a sign that she's going to be very aggressive through this run course. She sits in third place. Very large gap back to 4th and 5th with Grace Alexander and Lisa Bacaris, but Lydia Russell also moving up. She sits at 10 minutes back, but Kirsten Casper right now, fastest mover on course.
Yeah, and I wonder if she's got that time gap and she knows what she needs to do, and she's gone out. She's got that ITU, WTCS background and used to going out quite fast, right? Like those races, they go out of T2 really hard and fast. And yeah, she's obviously bringing that to this 70.3 race today and taking out quite a bit of time, down to 4 minutes now. It's it's still a large gap to Hannah DeVette in the lead, but only 2 minutes to Hannah Berry. So with a lot of running left, Kirsten Casper looking like she's making some inroads into that second and first place. As we get back to Ben Farr now, he is still holding strong in second place there, but people are catching. Ari Clow, Blake Harris, and Matt Hansen all on the charge.
I was going to say, when they come, they're going to come hot and fast, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a queue lining up behind Ben Farr on the men's side, and it's a great women's race. I mean, this is where, stats and form and times on paper meet reality. And, every athlete presumes that they're in shape to do a PB, or that's what they hope to do, particularly if they want to win these types of races, as we see Nick Chase on screen here, looking great. Nick's having a great race today. He was awesome on the bike, and he looks to be in his stride on the run. So, no, he had a few injuries earlier this year and late last year, so great to see him back. But yeah, Kirsten Casper, we knew her run pedigree, the 117 in Indian Wells and the 121 in Oceanside. So the ball is firmly in Hannah DeVette's court. If she can knock a minute or two, shave a couple of minutes off her run PB, I think she'll have enough of a gap out of T2 to get the job done. But really, most athletes, as you guys can both attest to, the changes in pace and the splits on the first lap are minimal. It's the second lap really where you see the gaps balloon and really blow open. The athletes, the stronger runners, tend to hold pace. Those who have paced well and who have fueled well tend to hold pace and maybe just drop off a little with their pacing. And those who have overbiked, who get the fueling and the pacing early in the run, they can really blow out. So the second lap of this Boise River Greenbelt Trail will reveal all the secrets.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. Well, guys, this is our first look at Matt Hansen, and it's a good look, Sam.
Absolutely, and looks like he's making some inroads, but quite a unique running style by Matt. He really throws his body forward, but undoubtedly gets the job done. It looks like he's got pogos or springs in his legs. He's just launching himself that far forward. I take about 7 steps in the time Matt takes 1, but yeah, he's looking really well and definitely in the hunt for a podium. And we did catch up with Matt before the race, so let's hear what he had to say.
We got Sam, who's going to be charging through a bunch of other guys who are really strong on the bike as well. So you're going to have to do the work there. It's a little bit net downhills, and you've got to be able to put good pressure on the pedals the last 10 miles into town, as always, but this course especially. And then, yeah, the run is flat. It's going to be hot, but it's shaded. So it keeps you engaged because you never know who's going to melt up in front. That's the biggest thing when it's hot. Everybody says, oh, I'm ready for the heat. You never know until you get 8 to 10 miles in, and a lot can happen in the last 5K. So you've got to stay on the gas, whether you've got a big gap or a small gap, because small gaps can crumble in the heat, or big gaps can crumble in the heat pretty quick.
What do you think? What do you think could be ran on this course?
You know, I mean, Ari's ran a couple 107s. You've got a couple guys that are going to go under 109 for sure. The heat will be a factor. The air conditions might be a factor as well with the smoke. It's looking like it's cleaning up a little bit. So at the end of the day, we all want to run fast, but I'd much rather be closer to the pointy end than have a fast run split.
Making his way to the pointy end, Matt Hansen sitting in 6th place. Ari Clow has gone through him, but Matt Hansen just 9 seconds down of Blake Harris, fighting for those valuable IPS points. As we take a look at our men's and women's leaders, Sam Long got the eye of the tiger there, open mouth, but still moving really, really well. And Hannah DeVette just looking very light in her stride. Sam?
Yeah, I'm just super impressed by both these athletes today. Took the bull by the horns on the bike, and yeah, Sam looking great, looking comfortable. He doesn't look in distress at all. He does sporting that sports cut, new haircut, looking good out there. Bringing the mohawk back, you love to see it. But yeah, both of these athletes looking really, really strong. Hannah, she might be losing a little bit of time to some of the chasers, but still looking really comfortable. And I mentioned it earlier, maybe that gap into T2 that she had just gives her a chance to build into the run a little bit, find her rhythm, find her running pace, because it can be a little bit uncomfortable getting off the bike initially and then running. You have that jelly leg feeling sometimes, but she's looking great. She's not looking distressed or labored. And yeah, I think both these athletes still well and truly in the box position for that win, and Sam especially 5 minutes up to second place. So he's very comfortable. He has time up his sleeve. But interestingly, that 2nd to 6th place is only separated by about 90 seconds. So yeah, 2nd and 3rd still very much up for grabs, and about 5 athletes fighting for those last 2 positions on the podium.
And you know, Sam, it's not entirely different in the women's race. While the gaps right now are slightly larger, Hannah DeVette holding Hannah Barry to about 2 minutes, but Kristen Casper continuing to chip away. She's put another minute into Hannah Barry and Hannah DeVette. So Kristen Casper moving very well on course. Grace Alexander and Lisa Bakaris still locked in, running together, but Lydia Russell moving very, very well. Got a message from Haley down on course that of the lead women, she is definitely looking the best. At one point, she was 10 minutes down. That is now 9:32 down. So she will go past perhaps Grace Alexander and Lisa Bakaris as we check in here with Ari Clow. We knew he was going to be charging hard on the run. We got a chance to catch up with Ari Clow early this week in our A Fighting Chance series presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Here is Ari Clow.
How you doing, dude?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
1, 2, 6, 4.
Pick up the phone, damn. Yeah, pick up the phone, damn. I'm hitting your line, just pick up the phone. What? I'm hitting your line, just pick it up. We're going outside, damn. What?
Having a pretty good year. I think I'm figuring it out. Yeah, besides the obvious, besides wishing my parents forced me onto swim team when I was 12, I think I'm doing pretty well. I need to bike harder, I think. I need to bike even harder. I'm running too fast.
How are you feeling confidence-wise coming into this one?
Very good. I think my best performances of the year are like still ahead of me. Mont Tremblant was good. I think it was like almost a lower pressure environment for me to try to improve on the things that I wanted to improve on this year. On Saturday, it's going to require the best bike ride of my life, I would say. And I mean, if I have the best swim of my life, if I can swim with Sam, for example, if I can come out of the water with Sam, I think that sets me up really, really well. But if not, if I'm in my normal sort of like minute back from Sam. I think I just need to run kind of how I've been running and ride even better. And I think I'll be in with a shot if I do.
Who are you most excited racing against and why?
Probably Sam Long, to be honest. Vince it's always exciting when someone at such a high level comes over from Europe. I'm excited to see how close I can get. See you on course, Sammy. And Ben Randall. We got a run battle going. Big name. Yeah.
So speaking of run battle going, the run battle is on here as Ari Clow moving up in the field.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's just about to make that pass. Well, not imminently, but he can see Vince Lewis up the road there, and he will make that pass very shortly. He's probably only about 20 seconds behind, so Ari looking like he's going to take that third position away from Vince. And then as we look at the Athletic Brewing podium predictor, we see Sam Long in the lead, Ari Clow predicted second place, and Vince Lewis predicted for third place. Ben Farr unfortunately dropping to fifth, but you know, that's why we race. The predictions are not always accurate, and this podium is still up for grabs.
Yeah, and as we said, you know, Craig said earlier that, yeah, we can look at stats and predictions, but you get this deep into the race, you know, not many Ks left to go here. It comes down to a lot of heart and who's got that extra gear, who played their cards well in the beginning parts of the race, who executed the pacing properly. I mean, again, we saw it last week in Lake Placid with a late pass from our earlier guest, Ben Canute, who had fallen to fourth, moved back into third. So it looks like for as tightly bunched up as some of these guys are, second through sixth place even, we could see some movers here in the closing kilometers.
Yeah, and just to give the viewers a bit of insight, we've got Ben Farr in second at 5:13, Vince Louis at 5:35, Ari Clow, it says 6:02, but we know it's a little bit closer than that, we think. And then Matthew Hansen, 6:35, running with Blake Harris, also at 6:35. So, yeah, not much shaking, not much difference between that second to sixth place.
Well, Ari Clow's been true to his word. He's biked harder, but he's still running fast. So, you know, this is a great shot. If we look up the path, we can see the bike rider, the third place bike rider accompanying Vincent Louis. So that pass looks like it's imminent, and Ben Farr just a little further up the road. So if Ari can close this gap up to Vince, and it looks like he's slowly but surely doing that, it'll be interesting to see if Vince can find another gear as we once again throw down to Haley on the course in the thick of the action.
All right, we are right around mile 9 for these men on their second lap. We saw Sam Long come through. He was jovial, I would say. Danny, what adjective?
Well, he was super happy. We have his family here right behind us, so they're cheering for him. I think it was a big boost for him to know he's just a few miles from the finishing tape, and he has his family here. He blew them all a kiss, and yeah, he just kept rolling.
He definitely appeared to be in control, but we have the chase pack. We are waiting for them to run by us, and we aren't really sure who is going to come by first.
It looks like Ari has been hard charging since he left transition. I thought he and Matt Hansen might stay together for longer, but I think Ari said, I'm going. And so, yeah, he's either already made the pass or making the pass right around in this area. They're together.
Oh, we do. We see two men here coming up. It does look like Ben Farr is still in the lead right now, but right behind him is Ari Clow. And, and Blake Harris as well, I think is not too far behind. Oh, there's Vince Louis. Vince Louis too. Oh my goodness. So many men.
Yeah, they're all right here. This is a show. I wish I could rent a Lime scooter and just follow this whole show the whole time.
All right, that was Ben Farr, Vincent Louis, and Ari Clow. Just seconds apart. They are about 5 minutes and 45 seconds behind Sam Long, but they have each other to work with. Danny, you are the women's course record holder here. What kind of race scenario would you prefer?
Well, I'm not. I was second last year at Paula, but thank you for that.
Run course record.
Yes. Right here, what I know is, like we've said before, it's a little bit of a falls flat on the way out, but once you hit that red bridge, it's all downhill to the finish line. So in my mind, I always try to get to that feeling really strong and then charge to the finish.
All right, and here we have our next group. This is Matt Hansen and Blake Harris, and they are moving. They are about 6 minutes and 22 seconds ahead of our leader, Sam Long, but that means they're 30 seconds behind that group of three ahead. And the crowd is going wild for them. Those two men are definitely working together. They are two of the fastest runners in this field. And we're just going to have to see what happens if that five can work together. And, I mean, this podium is very up for grabs. For now, we'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Well, to quote Haley Chura, so many men. So
It's
many
raining men.
And Ari Cloud just ran through all of them. Ari Cloud now at the front of this group. Vince Louis taking the bait, going with them. Ben Fogg going to struggle to hang on there. And Matt Hansen and Blake Harris coming up from behind. Craig, what do you got?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting time, isn't it? We had Vince coming up to make the pass on Ben, and at that exact moment, Ari came up to make the pass on both, and we pondered whether Vince could change gears, and he tried. He went in stride with Ari for probably a minute or two, but Ari just looks like he's extending that stride length and just easing away. Can Vince respond? I think this is our podium fight right here. I think it's pretty clear Sam Long's got this wrapped up, and what a dangerous athlete Sam is when he can come out close to the front in the swim. I think at this distance, his bike-run combination is as good as anyone else in the world, and we've seen that today. But right now we're focusing on Ari Clow, who had, I wouldn't say a bad swim, but he was a fair way down, probably where he expected. If we listen to him, what he was talking about in his A Fighting Chance segment. But he biked hard, true to his word, and now he's still backing it up with good run legs, and he's just moved past one of the best runners of the last 10 years, particularly at short course racing in Vincent Louis. So this is great running by Ari Clow, and he's got himself up in a second position as we get the split screen again, and it's just Sam Long doing what Sam Long has pretty much done from about mile 15 on the bike, which is lead this dance for the men. And Hannah DeVette looks like she's starting to labour a little bit. I don't know what you guys are seeing here, but it just the stride length, the pop doesn't look quite there. She's still holding a minute 28. So Hannah Berry's come back. Hannah Berry's taken about 25 seconds out, and Kirsten Casper to 2 minutes 49. So she's continuing her charge towards the front. So both these races are really hotting up.
Yeah, I'll say, Craig, if we back up, I don't know, some 3.5 hours when we saw the conditions in the swim this morning and had said almost specifically that meant sort of bad news for Sam Long and Ari Clow, definitely made a more challenging day for them. To have them at the front of this race now just speaks to the performances that those guys put out both on the bike and run. And coming back now to Hannah Berry, to your point, she's coming up on Hannah DeVette. She's got that down, as you said, to 90 seconds. And Kirsten Casper sitting inside 3 minutes for the first time in a long while since early on the bike. So Kirsten Casper making a move. Lisa Baccaris has moved a little bit behind. Actually, Lydia Russell has moved through Grace Alexander and Lisa Baccaris. So now Lydia Russell moves her way into fourth place, although she's 8:23 down. Lisa Baccaris still holding paces with Grace Alexander. So Lisa Baccaris off of not as much run miles as she would have had in another year with an early season foot injury, is having a great run herself.
Yeah, it's just the women's race, the podium is not looking set in stone. We did say, I think getting off the bike, both Craig and I did predict Hannah DeVette in the box seat, but yeah, like we are seeing, it's anyone's game, and Kirsten Casper has pulled out a lot of time in that first lap, so this second lap is going to be telling as we get eyes on Matt Hansen and Blake Harris. And we are going to check out the Morton Momentum Index for the male pro race. And Davis has moved up 8 places, Bilardi 8 places, and Todd Wakefield up. Oh, we just had a bit of a change.
On, yeah.
Yeah, it did. Sorry, I didn't grab that.
Yeah,
sorry, I needed to read that a bit faster. But Matt Hansen and Blake Harris are in 5th and 6th place. But I just want to spare a thought for Ben Farr, who went from 2nd place and looking really good to immediately 4th place, which is a bit of a demoralising feeling, I'm sure. But yeah, Matt Hansen and Blake Harris probably really enjoying each other's company here, and yeah, probably have those eyes on Ben Farr in 4th place as well.
Yeah, seems unlikely either one of these guys will make their way onto the podium. But again, I think Matt Hansen's #1 agenda here was improving some Ironman Pro Series points. So the closer he can get to Sam Long, and the more guys he can knock off on the way to the finish line, the more points he'll have in the bank. But Sam Long making it tough for the point chasers behind him. What a dominant performance, bike and run from Sam Long here today. Sits 5:20 ahead of Ari Clow.
Absolutely. I just think, yeah, a great race by Sam. He's definitely in some red hot form, and this is a bit of a warning shot as well. He's looking at doing 70.3 World Championships in Nice as well, and his form is great, and a really dominant performance here today. Hannah DeVette looking a little bit shorter in the stride, not quite as smooth as she was at the beginning of the run, but yeah, losing a little bit of time, but 90 seconds or a minute 21 it is now to Hannah Berry. It's still a bit of time to play with, but she still has about 6 miles left of running. So if she can steady that gap and not hemorrhage too much time, but she's looking okay. Face isn't too laboured, so perhaps it's more of a muscle breakdown rather than a cardiovascular breakdown. So we'll see how this shapes out for the second lap of the run. But Kirsten Kasper in 3rd at 2 minutes 39 down as well from that lead.
As we check out the quad box here with our race leaders and race chasers, Sam Long, upper left of your screen, with a commanding lead over Ari Clow, who has just charged his way through the field on this run course, now sitting in 2nd place. And then Hannah DeVette trying to hold off Hannah Berry. Hannah's been chipping away at her, and again, we still have 10 kilometers of running for the women. So as Craig, I think, had said earlier, those time gaps that don't move much during that first 10K can really balloon out in that second 10K. And it'll be interesting to see if that happens in our women's race with a lot of race dynamics. Kirsten Kasper and Hannah Berry chasing hard. Lydia Russell moving up, but a tall order for her to get on the podium at 8:07 down, about 5.5 minutes down from Kirsten Kasper.
Yeah, it's a big ask for Lydia Russell, especially to the likes of Kirsten Kasper, who has great running pedigree. But what are you seeing in the women's race, Craig? What does Hannah DeVette need to do from here to secure that win?
I think the thing is she just needs to take stock and try and hold pace. That's the main thing. I mean, you go through rough patches, and she's certainly had a pacing strategy. She's had a whole race plan. It looks like she executed quite similar to how she has in other races this year, build up a bit more of a lead. At this point, it's just about holding pace. She's got to do what she can to hold pace and slow the progress of the women behind in terms of them taking time out of her lead. I mean, all she can control is her own fueling right now, and just she'll probably have some little mental cues with her technique, maybe her turnover or some things that her and Hayden have been working on, and I think she's doing a pretty good job of this race. I mean, ultimately, you can only control the things like your pacing, your hydration, your fueling, and those sorts of things. Hannah Berry is known for just really pacing herself so well. You rarely or ever see her go out too hard. She always comes on strong. I think Hannah DeVette would have known that. So, I mean, it'll be what it'll be. I just think that you get a lot more of an insight on the second lap, and it might sound obvious to say, but it's true. You can hold pace for 6 miles or 10K. It's that second lap, that second 10.5K where you really see the wear and tear of the race. And I love that shot before of Matt Hansen and Blake Harris running together. Those boys looked like they were absolutely flying, and they were certainly working together to try and bridge up to, Ben Farr is the next athlete on the road ahead. So, yeah, and Ben's had a great race. I don't think he'll be super disappointed. I mean, obviously to drop off the podium or out of a podium spot, but he's had a great race in a world-class field, and I think to your point, Sammy, you know, the big lesson today for Sam Long, if he can take anything out of this, and again, it might seem very obvious that his whole race in terms of winning big races is dependent upon his swim, where he comes out of the water, and just how close. Like, I'm not advocating that he has to lead out, but if he's within that 2 to 2.5 minute range, he's a very hard to handle athlete.
As we just left Blake Harris there, he has left Matt Hansen. There's about a 15-second gap between the two of them. Blake Harris closing in very quickly on Ben Fa, now just 20 seconds back of him. But not much further up the road is Vince Louis. You think that's doable?
Ooh, it is pretty close, isn't it? It's less than 20 seconds. So it's... I would say that Vince has probably got third place locked up. He did pass Ben Fa, and then Blake Harris is probably, that gap from Vince to Blake is probably a little bit too big for Blake to bring that down for the third place. But yeah, we've got Sam Long in the lead. He's closing in on the finish, looking great. Looks like he's increasing his pace as he gets closer to the finish line. You know, he's not slowing down and enjoying. Well, I'm sure he's enjoying these last couple of minutes of the run, but yeah, he's definitely not slowing down. And probably to Vince Louis and Matt Hansen's chagrin, as they're trying to get maximum points for this Pro Series, Sam Long has just really put on an excellent race today. A really dominant performance at a Ironman Pro Series event. It's just been a masterclass, really.
And we talk about what's at stake here today, $50,000 prize purse. So Sam Long will take home $7,500, $5,000 for second, $3,750 for third, pays all the way through 8th place. Certainly athletes not really thinking about that, but it's one thing we like to mention. Certainly their family and supporters on the side of the road are thinking more about the prize purse that will come as a result of their efforts here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Pro Series points on offer as well. And as we get a look back to Hannah Berry here, and we're chatting about it before, and Hannah is great at Ironman racing as well, the full distance. So she's probably just going to keep getting stronger as this run progresses. Hannah DeVette coming from a short course background, so almost the opposite end of the spectrum. She's probably, you know, wanting that finish to come sooner, whereas Hannah Berry wants there to be more running. So it will be interesting how we see this back half of the run shake out in the women's race.
Let's not forget there's also 2 spots for the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 Worlds in Chattanooga next year up for grabs. So, you know, a lot of these athletes, I think, would be very happy to check that box so early in the campaign, 12 months out, just get that qualification squared away. Takes a little bit of stress off the race schedule for next year. As we go back to the quad box, Sam Long, top left. We had Hannah DeVette, top right. And our second place athletes, bottom left and bottom right, Ari Clow and Hannah Berry. So getting a nice high shot. And Sam looks like he's got an extra gear. We got a close-up shot of him a few minutes ago, having a chat to the cameraman. It might have been Topher or James Mitchell on one of those crazy little segways that get out on the course here and chase the runners, bring us those amazing shots. But yeah, I mean, Sam he's been pressing the pace all day, but yeah, he still looked relaxed. To your point, Sam, he looked completely relaxed in his face, in his breathing, and he would be pressing the advantage. He would want every second he can, but he still looks like he's got an extra gear as
looks
we see
like
the
we
quad
might have
box
lost
again.
Craig there, but yeah, I don't think there's enough superlatives we can say for Sam. He's just looked in control all day, never challenged really. And you were mentioning it before, Craig, but his swim, I think 2.5 minutes down on the likes of Ben Fa, Vince Louis, great swimmers. I think Sam has made some strides in that swim as well, and if he can keep improving that and be within that 2.5 minutes for the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Nice, he's a real threat with his bike run pedigree that we've seen today. Yeah, I think it's a big warning shot to those guys for the 70.3 World Championships, and just a dominant performance today by Sam.
Absolutely dominant performance, and as expected in our women's race, as we follow Sam Long making his way towards the finish line, not too long from now. Things definitely heating up on the second lap of the run for the women. Hannah Berry has now brought it within a minute to Hannah DeVette, and Kirsten Casper just over 90 seconds back, 7:42. Lydia Russell continuing to chase. She's brought it within 7:46. Still a tall order for Lydia to get on the podium, but it looks like Kirsten Casper and Hannah Berry are going to take a charge here with a lot of racing left to go for the women.
It'll be interesting if we can get that podium predictor up and see what it says for the women's race, because a minute 42 to Kirsten Casper, she is really pulling time out of Hannah, but also is Hannah Berry down under a minute now, 52 seconds. I think from memory off the bike, it was over 2 minutes. So, yeah, it's really, really up for grabs in the women's race.
It's interesting to see that dynamic Hannah Berry, Kirsten Casper. We know Kirsten comes from that short course background where I think you mentioned, Sam, used to, hitting it hard out of T2, getting that foot speed up and really charging, versus Hannah's been sort of more of the Ironman pacing strategy. She's measured herself and been chipping away at it. But right now we have Sam Long, who can see at the finish line. You can see the fans there. Sam Long, huge fan favorite. Thought it would be a challenging day with a really difficult swim course, but was not meant to be. He took charge on the bike and held strong, building his lead. Your Ironman 70.3 Boise champion, Sam Long.
And he is happy about it as well, isn't he? He's, like you said, Dee Dee, a crowd favourite. He's very animated, and as he embraces his children here at the finish line. But yeah, Sam Long, really dominant, never looked troubled all day, and yeah, he is with that one.
I think the only thing that we've got to worry about is for his poor wife, who is thinking, gosh, now maybe a mohawk is the thing of the future.
Yeah, the lucky cut.
As we take a look here at Sam Long's official finishing time, 3:32.25 with a run split of 1:10.45. Didn't get under that 1:10 barrier, boy, but in the conditions of this day, after that bike he turned in, what an impressive performance, Sam.
Absolutely, and I'm sure if he had someone challenging him for the win, he could have run faster, like a 1:10 when you're 5 minutes up for the majority of the run. And he just looked comfortable all day running. Like, yes, he was running hard and fast, but I would imagine that Sam could have run a little bit faster if he was challenged. Yeah, just a really, really dominant performance by Sam.
A course record performance, in fact. Previous course record of 3:40.32 held by you.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, quite a bit faster than I went last year, but I did say, different dynamics. I think our swim course was a bit long as well. But yeah, we see Ari here. He has got second pretty much sewn up, I would say. A great run performance from Ari, and he did say that he needed to bike harder and he was running too fast, but it was the run today that he needed to do to get onto the podium, and he has just executed another one of those fantastic runs.
Craig, thoughts today on Sam's performance and that of Ari Clow?
Yeah, dominant. Just echo what Sam Appleton just said as we get a quick flick back to Blake Harris here, who still looks like he's motoring through the field. But yeah, Sam Long is, when he's on, he's dominant, and he is a crowd favourite, and he was very animated at the finish, happy to see his family, but it's great to see. He's a passionate athlete, and that's why we love him, that's why we love to watch. And yeah, when he tidies his swim up and he gets that in order and he's close to the front, that bike-run combination is aggressive and explosive. So amazing performance today. This is a unbelievable run by Blake Harris. He's picking through the field. He looks like he's about to hitch his wagon to the back of Vincent Louis here. So he's charged through the field. He had Matt Hansen for company,
and that will
for
be
quite a
third
few miles,
place.
but he's
will that be for third place?
Third place. Final podium spot up for grab here. So Blake Harris on the charge to try and sneak onto the podium.
Phenomenal closeout by Blake Harris there as we switch back to Ari in second, but that third place still up for grabs with Vince Louis and Blake Harris. Blake just really closing out this run phenomenally. Ari checking the watch here. They will be closing in on that finish. Yeah, I recognize this from last year. Ari has probably a minute or so left to run. But yeah, that third place still wide open for Vince or Blake. It'd be great if we could get back to that third place run battle, but Ari, he is striding in now. Fantastic run by him. What do you make of Ari's run today, Craig?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's been brilliant, but that's what we've come to expect from him. 107 in Oceanside, we've seen him drop 107s, 108s. So as we see Blake Harris make the pass, can Vince change gears? With about a K left to run, can Vince change gears here? This is a great run by Blake Harris, and it looks like he can. Well, Vince has got that short course background, so I think he would, fancy himself in a sprint. Although I don't think Blake wants to leave it to a sprint. I think he's going to try and sort of press the pace here and just get rid of Vince if he can. It looks like he's been at top speed for 2 or 3 miles now, though, Blake, to make this catch. And if Vince had been anticipating it, he might have just readied himself for battle here coming into the last half a kilometre.
And Vince is probably the last person you want to come down the finishing chute with in a sprint finish. As we see Ari Clow, he's about to hit that red carpet for second place. Fantastic race. Ari probably, he'll be stoked with that. A step up in performance for him. 3:37 across the line. He will be stoked with that. Another fantastic run by Ari to claim second place here in Boise.
That'll be his 3rd straight podium this season, and boy, what a finish we have here, Sam.
Absolutely. Blake Harris looks like he has a little bit of space over Vince, but Vince not giving up. We know Vince's pedigree coming from short course. Can he find that other gear? It doesn't look like he can. It looks like Blake is going to snag that 3rd place. What a fantastic finish by Blake as he crosses the line. 3rd place. Almost caught Ari Clow there. What a absolutely phenomenal finish by Blake as we see Vince Lewis 4th place. Probably a little bit disappointed with that to lose that podium position right at the end there, but still, what a fantastic race by all these gentlemen.
Certainly telling when Vince Lou was looking over his shoulder, looking back as he got on the red carpet as opposed to continuing to charge forward, tells you maybe the closing kilometers there a bit much for him, but great performance from our men out there today. As we look at our early leader for a long time, Ben Fa, certainly put together a phenomenal swim, an outstanding bike, and just came up against some really, really serious runners. And right over his shoulder, Matt Hansen making his way towards the red carpet as well. Going to improve on his point totals in his quest for the Ironman Pro Series.
Great race by Ben Fa. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that. Yes, he was leading for quite a bit, but 5th place. He shouldn't be disappointed at all as Matt Hansen claims 6th place. Really, really close racing across. Sam was quite dominant out in front, but then from 2nd to 6th, just really tight racing all day.
Yeah, it was interesting how the gaps really closed up on that run course. The men were quite spread out on the bike. Sam Long made sure of that, but it came together, certainly spots 2nd through 6th. All those gentlemen ran really well, and Honoree mentioned to Blake Harris to snag that final podium spot. You're right, Didi, it's never a good sign when you see an athlete just take a peek back over their shoulder. And but I think, we talk about sprinting and leg speed, and Vince certainly has that in spades, but sprinting at the end of a middle distance race with all that fatigue, it's not pure speed. It's as much strength as it is speed, as we see Hannah DeVette here still getting about her work. And what was our last split for Hannah? She was
just about 30 seconds.
It was under 30 seconds.
Yeah, just...
Yeah, it was...
Yeah, it looks like Hannah DeVette, and then 28 seconds to Hannah Berry, and then 47 seconds to Kirsten Casper. So Kirsten Casper definitely the fastest mover on course at the moment. And then 6:53 back to Lydia Russell in 4th place. Grace Alexander at 9:22 in 5th. But
keep in mind, guys, that's not through not yet 9 miles. So a lot of racing left to go for the women.
Yeah, this one is shaping up to be similar to the men's race, coming down right to the wire. Hannah DeVette still holding strong, a little bit of time to play with, but with Kirsten Casper coming and Hannah Berry. It's that win, first, second, and third, is still up for grabs for all three of these women.
Again, the podium, it appears, has absolutely been decided, barring catastrophe. The order of the podium finish is yet to be determined in our women's race. So Hannah Berry had a bit of a deficit coming out off the bike. Hannah DeVette just so strong through the closing miles of the bike. But slowly but surely, Hannah Berry's been picking away. But Kirsten Kasper sits less than 15 seconds back of Hannah Berry.
Yeah, and Hannah Berry will have Hannah DeVette in sight as well, which is a huge, huge motivational factor for Hannah Berry in second. But Kirsten Kasper will then also be able to see both these women in front. So it'll be interesting. These three will probably come together quite quickly here within the next kilometre or so, couple of kilometres, and we'll see if Hannah DeVette can respond. We see some of the athletes taking on board some nutrition there at the aid station. It is very warm in Boise, Idaho.
Sam Long, our Ironman 70.3 Boise champion, congratulations. You called this your race of revenge. What were you getting revenge for, and did you find it?
Yes, absolutely. I called it the game of revenge, and the game of revenge was truthfully revenge with myself. A playful revenge, because I just feel I haven't shown truly what I'm capable of, and there's just been some hard setbacks for me personally, and so I feel I closed the chapter on those, and it was time to just have a freeing race, a freeing experience across swim, bike, and run, and I was able to do that. And yeah, it's been a while since I've had a heater like that.
And when you say freeing race, part of that was racing without a bike computer. You had no data out there, and yet you came off with a massive lead. Is this a new strategy that you'd recommend?
Yeah, I mean, Ironman's tagline is anything is possible, right? And so sometimes we put our own limits on ourselves, and in training, okay, you hold these watts, and in races you've done this, and so you almost put that own ceiling of I can't go above that. And actually in Oceanside, my bike computer also didn't work there, and I had my other best ride there, although I blew up a little on the run. So then it was like, let's just mimic that strategy, but let's do it on purpose, and then let's just really learn to trust the feelings within myself of how to race and how to pace and to trust myself. And obviously this is win number 22 of my professional career, so I know what I'm doing, and I know what I'm doing in my body, and so yeah, just getting back to that intrinsic self of trusting.
Well, kind of special. Win number 22. You wore bib number 20, or no, your bib number, not quite there, but it was, you were definitely a really one to watch. So much fun. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, and obviously hats off to the other competitors, everyone, especially the others on the podium. So, Ari, great race coming in second, and Blake really pushing, and Vincent obviously in fourth. So, congrats to all them. I was always, respecting them and pushing to stay ahead.
All right, Ari Clow, second place, podium in an Ironman 70.3 Pro Series race. Does this give you a little bit of confidence given your recent run of results?
Yes, it's definitely validation. I got off the bike and I heard 9th, and I was like, oh man, guess I'm just not there yet. And then all of a sudden they said 90 seconds to second, and I was like, and it was before we hit one lap. And I was like, okay, whoa, that's cool. But my mindset didn't change. I ran out of T2, and I was like, well, we're giving every inch fighting for 6th or 7th right now. And then once I heard I had a chance to get into second, I was like, well, it's the same thing. But it did just validate I'm the person that I think I am, and I'm the person that everybody else thinks I am. I'm the guy who I'm going to come, have a big gap out of the water, but I'm going to charge through the field once we get on land. So, yeah, it is really good validation to do it in a smaller race and now do it on a much bigger stage against, honestly, two of the best guys to ever do it, Sam and Vince. It's definitely validating.
Well, congratulations, Ari. You've definitely proved everyone right, and enjoy this second place finish.
Thank you. I will.
All right, we have third place, Blake Harris, rounding out the men's podium here. Blake, you're bib number 46, and here you are with me on the podium. Tell me about this, your breakthrough race, I would say.
Yeah, you know, I feel like you always want to beat your bib going into any of those races, so definitely happy to do that. Had a lot of momentum coming off of a couple of races back about a month ago, ending with a podium in Mont Tremblant. And then, yeah, I went back to Park City, trained with the Project Podium boys. It's, everyone else is just racing draft legal, but yeah, I put together a really solid block. Definitely is the fittest I've ever been in my life, and then showed up here just really ready to go and had a good one, yeah.
Well, you definitely showed off that fitness. You showed you're a one to watch, and congratulations on this podium performance. Now we will throw it back to all of you in the studio and the women's race.
Nice job,
Blake.
As we hear from our men's podium, things certainly heating up here in the women's race. Right now, it is Hannah Berry going past Hannah DeVette, but just moments ago, it was Kirsten Casper who inserted herself into the lead. So our top three have flip-flopped, still a Hannah Berry sandwich, but Kirsten Casper now in the lead and Hannah DeVette sitting in third. Craig?
Yeah, very similar to what we saw in the men's race where we just got the podium flipped immediately and Kirsten's got to the lead and she has that run pedigree. We talked about her runs in Indian Wells and Oceanside, a 117 and a 121, and just that short course background. She's finished top 5 at the WTCS Grand Finals, had World Cup podiums, and now has experience at this distance. So she's meshing that pedigree and that ability with the experience of pacing and nutrition. And we wondered if the 4.5 minute deficit in T2 could be bridged, and we've got our answer just shortly after 75% of run distance covered in this half marathon. And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Hannah Berry responds. I loved what Sam said before. She's known as, even though she's got more 70.3 wins on her resume, I think she's known for her Ironman racing. She got 4th at Kona, the Ironman Worlds last year, 10th in Nice the year before that. But she's actually got a great middle distance pedigree and tends to come on the, you know, towards the back end. That Ironman tends to show up for her. So I don't know about you guys. That looked like a winning pass to me. But let's see what happens for the minor placings. You never want to call it too soon. But, you know, when an athlete makes up 4.5 minutes and makes the pass so decisively, you think that's a done deal. She's managing herself, her fueling, the heat. She's wearing that Omius cooling headband, so looks like she's in total control here. And now it's the two Hannahs fighting for second and third.
Yeah, she looks quite comfortable. And as we catch this replay of the pass, Kirsten coming up there behind Hannah Berry for the lead. But yeah, like you said, Craig, I think she looks good. She's at about 10 miles, so she's got, you know, the closing stages of the run. She is looking perhaps not as fresh as she was at the beginning, but nobody is, right? And yeah, she doesn't look too distressed and still running away from these women. So it looks like Kirsten Casper is running away with this win here, and it is warm, but. Yeah, I think Kirsten is looking great.
Super impressive when you consider that Kirsten Casper had hip labral repair surgery at the beginning of last year. Was super patient rehabbing that, got herself back onto some start lines by the end of the season last year, took her first 70.3 win, and to be sort of straddling pursuit of LA 2028 with what seems to be a meteoric rise here at the 70.3 distance. Truly great indicators for Kirsten Casper's future racing at the middle distance, while still being absolutely a factor. As we take a look here at the Athletic Brewing podium predictor, predicts it to stay as is on course right now, with Kirsten Casper predicted to take the win, Hannah Berry second, Hannah DeVette in third. Lydia Russell has done all she could on the run course here, but she's going to come up short of the podium, still charging hard in 4th place.
Yeah, and you were mentioning it, Dee, straddling that line between the short course racing and 70.3, it can be challenging, and Kirsten has been doing that. She's been racing some WTCS races this year, as well as she did Oceanside in April, and now looking like she's going to bag a win here in Boise. It's no easy feat to balance those two distances. But yeah, with LA 28, a home Olympics for Kirsten Kasper, that is very alluring, right? But when you're having success like she is at the 70.3 distance, I'm sure she's going to go away with her team and have some decision to make over the next couple of years, because she has definitely got a bright future here.
Well, I tell you what's great is that she's securing her qualifying for 2027 70.3 World Championship. So the rest of the season becomes her own in terms of perhaps putting more of a focus back on the short course to accumulate those points towards 28. Again, just a lot of flexibility opens up with her win here and all that comes with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's in a great position, and it's not, the worst thing to have choices like she will definitely have over the next couple of years. But you were mentioning it before, Craig. The difference between WTCS short course racing and 70.3, it's not as big as what some people might think. Like, all these athletes are all training very hard. The training does have some correlation in the two distances. It's the step up from 70.3 to Ironman where you get kind of a lot more difference in the training. But Kirsten's training that she does for the short course stuff is definitely helping her out here in these 70.3s as well, clearly.
Yeah, I think it's all about raising the ceiling rate, right? The higher your threshold, the better in any form of racing, because whatever pace you hold is a percentage of your threshold as you go through the gears or through the distances. So I think those two types of racing can coexist to a point. I think really if you want to get to the upper echelon of WTCS racing, you need to specialise, because it's about spiking power, spiking heart rate, recovering at threshold, going again. It is different. I mean, the middle distance racing is as competitive as it's ever been, and it is fast and it is racing, but it's still a steady state effort across 3+ hours. So, but I agree, Sam, 100%. I think the training, for one, helps the other. It's just about timing the training and scheduling the races the right way. As we look at Hannah DeVette here in third spot, still having a great race. I think she's just continued to step up her game this year. Axon Province, she had a great race, finished 5th. Elsinore, she was consistent again, 6th place, and it looks like she's going to get herself on the podium. So just another consistent effort by Hannah DeVette.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Ironman 70.3 Boise is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. Well, if you're just tuning in, our men's race wrapped up an exciting finish with Sam Long in a dominant performance, but it was a race for the podium with Ari Clow coming second, Vincent Louis fourth, and sorry, I just totally messed that up. Sam Long, Ari Clow, Blake Harris, and then Vincent Louis. And our women's race during the second lap of the run has been equally exciting with lead changes for so long. It was Hannah DeVette, who had an outstanding swim, took charge on the bike, was back and forth a bit with Hannah Berry, pulled away from Hannah in the later stages of the bike. But here on the run, Kirsten Kasper has run her way in from about 3 minutes back, now taking the lead with Hannah Berry in second, Hannah DeVette holding on in third place right now for our women. So in both races, lots of excitement in the second half of this Hoka run.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great spectacle today. These athletes, both the men and the women, putting on a show. Yeah, super impressive with all these athletes today. And Kirsten Kasper, she has just executed a flawless run. She got into transition, was it 4.5 minutes behind into T2, and she is just out, and she's on track to run a 1:19, I believe, which is absolutely flying on this course and in these temperatures as well. It is getting quite hot. It's up over 90 degrees or about 30 degrees Celsius. So definitely not the fastest conditions, but these athletes staying cool through the aid stations and on this shaded part of this river path. But yeah, we get great shot of the quad box here with all the athletes, different run styles. And yeah, that's Hannah DeVette top left, Kirsten Kasper top right, Hannah Berry bottom left, and Lydia Russell bottom right. But yeah, fantastic performance by all these ladies today.
Yeah, it's been super exciting.
Big shout out to Lydia.
You
shout
read
out to
my
Lydia
mind.
Russell. Yeah, I think she's had a great race. She obviously not the race she'd hoped for, given her results last month and particularly the North American Championships, but she just kept fighting on. That's what the champions do. They fight on, and she looks great in this run. Incredible run pedigree. She's had the quickest run split at 3 other races this year. I think she'll go close to doing it again. And to your point, Sam, it's just so interesting, isn't it? Ultimately, the only thing that matters is pace. What pace, what's your top pace and how long can you hold it? Covering the ground. But it's just, I do geek out on the different styles and the techniques. And, if we look at top right box, Kirsten, she's got a very low sort of knee lift and heel lift, but quite a high turnover. Lydia, bottom right's probably more your classic run style, I would suggest. And both Hannah DeVette and Hannah Berry look very economical. Just not a lot of excessive movement. So, yeah, I mean, it's always interesting, and it gives us some talking points. And, we know it's something the athletes think about. Efficiency is very important. Being able to hold pace, not slow down, and your biomechanics and the way you move is central to that. But it's just, yeah, it's so interesting to me that swimming is the same. You can look at someone and think, oh, that's not a classic stroke, or there's something wrong here or there. But in the end, if the pace is good, in the end, that's all that really does matter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's pace that's the predictor of the of performance, right? And yeah, there is many ways in a cat, and not everybody has the most beautiful running style. If you look at someone like a Lionel Sanders, it's not necessarily the most pretty run style, but man, he gets it done. And when you compare that to a Christian Blumenfeld or something, it's just chalk and cheese, isn't it? And it's kind of the same here in the women. Yeah, you said that Kirsten Kasper does have that low arm carriage, and yeah, her knees and her ankles stay quite low. And Lydia Russell, I think, just coming from that run background that she has that more classic run style, Craig.
These women do a great job getting it done. Hannah Berry hanging in there to only 35 seconds down from Kirsten Kasper. So really impressive performance from Hannah Berry. Very versatile across both the middle distance 70.3 and the Ironman distance. She had been spending some time up in Park City in preparation for this. Wasn't super happy with her result at Happy Valley, but definitely has put together a very, very strong performance here, as all of these women, or particularly, or I should say, as Hannah Berry had to World Championship season, both 70.3 and Ironman. The other women, hopefully we'll see at 70.3 Worlds. Hannah DeVette has just brilliant performance, swim and bike, has given up just a little bit on the run. She sits now 1:21 but still very safely in third position on for the podium. Lydia Russell continuing to charge hard. She's 6:12 back. Just gave up a little bit too much time swim and bike for Lydia Russell, but a late charge has put her safely into fourth place.
Yeah, Lydia and Kirsten are both predicted to run very similar times, 1:19.45 for Kirsten Casper and just over 1:20 for Lydia Russell. So fantastic running by these two ladies. And Hannah Berry, yeah, coming off that altitude block at Park City in Utah, and probably all eyes on championship season, like you said, Dee Dee, with 70.3 Worlds in Nice and then on to Kona in October. So she's probably got eyes firmly on those two championship races. As we get a look at Hannah DeVette, she looks good, you know, not as as she did at the beginning, but third place, and that's her third. Yeah, I think she'll be happy with that, and also done an altitude block at Boulder as well, probably with eyes on 70.3 Worlds in Nice as well, like all these ladies.
Kirsten Casper charging hard towards the finish line. Husband Matt Sharp here supporting Kirsten. Was his birthday yesterday, so what a better birthday present to give your spouse than a win here at Ironman 70.3 Boise. Kirsten Casper, super strong swim, was very strategic. Took advantage of the leaders. It was Beck Clark at the lead. It was Jenna Campbell for a little while. Took advantage of that draft. Really held her own on the bike and held the gap to a manageable level, and has really just been a star here on the run, running through the field now in first place, 50 seconds now over Hannah Berry.
Yeah, with less than a mile to run, Kirsten Casper at 12.4 miles, so she's closing in on that finish, and that's just a phenomenal run by Kirsten. Just looked great all day and just chipped away at that lead, and she has erased that 4.5 minute deficit, and she looked great doing it.
For someone who only has 2 other prior experiences across the distance, she certainly is handling it like a veteran. Never seemed panicked or concerned, just super calm, really aggressive with her transitions, and really aggressive in the opening miles, sending a statement to the women, and really just getting to work straight away on this Hoka run course. Put herself into the lead just over halfway on the run, and continues to extend it here in the closing miles.
Yeah, we did wonder if she went out a little bit too hard with that short course background, but it looks like she paced it to perfection, really, and just managed that gap and brought it down. And yeah, she's going to win this quite comfortably in the end. We thought it was going to come down to the wire, but Kirsten just on another level today.
And Hannah Berry.
Really a great start to her middle distance career. I know she's still got her heart set on LA, as she should have. If you're in the frame for a home Olympics, what could be better? So as we get another shot of the quad box here, and we've got Hannah DeVette in the top left of our screen, Hannah Berry bottom left. We've got our leader, Kirsten Casper, top right, and Lydia doing a great job charging through into fourth place today, and it looks like she's going to have the second quickest run split. So yeah, third middle distance race, or 70.3 race for Kirsten Casper. This is going to make it 2 out of 3, and a great 7th place finish earlier this year in Oceanside. So I think, you know, this is going to be her first Ironman Pro Series win, though, and what a great win.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right, Craig? Two wins out of 3 70.3 starts. Yeah, it's a great start to her middle distance career, and she definitely has a future here. But yeah, like you said, that home Olympics is calling, and yeah, no better on it, representing your country at a home Olympics. But we were talking about it earlier with the with money and things. There's a lot to consider, right? With prize money and perhaps more earning potential with winning 70.3s than there is in chasing the Olympic pathway. So a few decisions to make for Kirsten, I'm sure, but she has looked great all day today as she closes in on the finish here at Ironman 70.3 Boise.
And as we said earlier, it just opens up options for her now that she's got 2027 qualification for 70.3 Worlds locked up. She can choose. Does she want to focus more on the short course racing for now, or keep keep her winning ways across the 70.3 distance. She was amongst the leaders in the swim, gave up a little bit of time, but held true to her own pacing and has overcome nearly 4 minute deficit onto the run. Ran her way through the field in an outstanding performance, only her third time at the distance of 70.3. Your women's winner at Ironman 70.3 Boise from the U.S., Casper.
Phenomenal race, and she is thrilled about it, and I'm sure, yeah, some relief there in winning, and as we see her embrace her husband, Matt Sharp, like you said, Dee Dee's there yesterday, and he's always been in her corner. But fantastic race today by Kirsten. Ironman Pro Series win, bagging full points, although she's probably not chasing the series as she's not doing Iron, but a great win regardless.
And a great performance from Hannah Barry. She was right in and amongst the leaders, a little bit back, but quickly got to work on the bike, bridged the gap up to race leader Hannah DeVette. At one point, Hannah DeVette pulled away in the later stages of the bike, but slowly but surely, Hannah Barry moved her way towards the front of the race to be only overtaken by Kirsten Casper. But a great all-around performance today from Hannah Barry from New Zealand, coming off an altitude training camp up in Park City and heading into World Championship season full of confidence after a great performance here in Boise. Women's second place from New Zealand, Hannah Barry.
Yeah, she should be stoked with that as well. Just missing the win, which I'm sure is bittersweet, but perhaps if you zoom out a little bit, she got great Ironman Pro Series points, which is something that she is definitely targeting. So not too far off the win, so she wouldn't have lost too many points there. So yeah, she is in a good position for that Pro Series as we head into Nice and Kona coming up in the next few months.
As we saw a quick there of the Experience Oman winner's time from Kirsten Casper, along with her run split on the day. Now 2 women across the line. Next we will wait for Hannah DeVette. Was amongst the leaders again on the swim, was so strong on the bike, built up a nice lead on the bike leg today, held on to it through the first lap of the run, but was overcome by Casper and Barry. But a very, very strong performance and another step in the right direction. This will be her first Ironman Pro Series podium. Great performance and bright future ahead for this woman. This is your third place at Ironman 70.3 Boise. This is Hannah DeVette as she makes her way onto the red carpet.
Another great race by Hannah, by all these ladies today. Put on a great show, and yeah, Hannah as well, also like Kirsten, quite new to the 70.3 distance, so she definitely has a bright future there. And third place here, she should be very, very, very happy with that.
I think
all three of these women have been very consistent across this distance this year. And DeVette looks completely spent, but that's a great effort. First podium in Ironman Pro Series, bettering the 5th place she got at Aix-en-Provence, and the 6th place in Elsinore last month. So congratulations, Hannah DeVette. I think the altitude block has worked for both the Hannahs. Obviously, Hannah DeVette has been in Boulder and Hannah Barry a little bit higher in Park City, Utah, but I think the altitude training has served them well as we get to look at Lydia Russell now, who's going to be our 4th place women's finisher today, and not quite matching the pair of 2nd place finishes she got at Happy Valley and in Mont Tremblant, but just again another consistent performance and a great run by Lydia.
Yeah, absolutely, and she looks great still, and in the closing stages of this run, great running form, but yeah, just lost a little bit too much time on the bike, I think, to challenge for that podium. But, 4th place, it's definitely a solid day out. And just going back to the Pro Series standings, yeah, Hannah Barry, I think, just she got 2,069 points at Happy Valley, so this race here should be close to 2,400 points here. So, yeah, good performance by her. Another solid banking of points for that Pro Series.
Yeah, Lydia Russell coming off of 2 second place finishes. earlier this season. Maybe a little disappointed to fall off of the podium, but a really well executed run in terms of her persistence. I think that counts for a lot when you're not in a position that you wanted to be in, but she absolutely never gave up, gave it all she had. Going to be a little bit shy of the podium, but still all around a hard-fought battle for Lydia Russell today.
And fourth place, it's always a bit of an uncomfortable position. It's, you know, you want to be on the podium, and fourth is so close to a podium. But, yeah, I don't think she should be disappointed at all. She's executed a great race, like you said, and a Pro Series as well is a step up from a regular 70.3. The level of competition at these Pro Series events are very, very high. Everyone's chasing the points and the prize money. And, yeah, fourth place is nothing to be sniffed at here for Lydia Russell.
Run form holding up great.
She's going to take that left hand onto the red carpet and secure fourth place.
And as Lydia Russell makes her way towards the finish line, we've got our women's champion interviews coming up, as well as both of our podium celebrations. Been a great day of racing here in Boise. All the talk all week was about the heat. The wind certainly played a factor this morning with an altered swim course. Still got the full distance in, just changed the course a little bit. Some gusts on the bike, but some really fast riding. We saw both bike course records go down. We saw the men's overall course record go down. A lot of dynamic racing late in the run, both for the men and the women. And Lydia Russell across the line in fourth place.
And you mentioned the heat, Dee Dee. The pro athletes, they get to start first, and they're off the course in 3.5 to 4 hours, right? But some of these athletes, the amateurs and the age group athletes, are out there for a few hours longer and have to deal with that heat a little more. So, yeah, they are sometimes, well, often out there in the elements for a lot longer than these pro athletes. And, yeah, we are going to wait for these pro interviews of the women's podium and then the podium celebration. Aerial shot of downtown Boise there. A great spectacle on this race course.
I am here with our Ironman 70.3 Boise champion, Kirsten Casper. You led the swim or out of transition onto the bike and then came out off the bike, I think almost 5 minutes back, and ran your way back to win this race. Tell me about that process of getting yourself back to the finish line first.
Yeah, my goal was to, you know, have a good swim, hopefully get some time on some of the girls, but they were right there with me. And then on the bike, I tried to hang as long as I could, and then it was a solo ride for most of the day. I knew I was going to give up some time, but I was just trying to not bleed too much time. And on the run, I just, you know, went to my race plan and chipped away, and yeah, ecstatic to come away with the win.
I believe this is only your third 70.3. What do you think of the distance? Because for all of us, it definitely seems like you're very suited for this middle distance racing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it still feels long. About 80K into that bike, I was ready to get off, and no, but then I come from a run background, so I actually love being able to, you know, race the half marathon and see how fast I can go.
Do we think this is just the beginning? We have faster in you, it sounds like.
Yeah, I honestly think I have room for improvement. So it excites me to be able to go back to work and see what I need to improve on and to come back and race some more.
Well, for now, I hope you can appreciate this victory. Congratulations. And we will definitely look for what's next for you. But congratulations on the win. All right. Second, we have coming up, Hannah Berry from New Zealand is joining me. Hannah, congratulations on second place. We spoke before the start, and you weren't 100% sure that this course suited you. What do you think now that you've raced it?
I don't know. I really enjoyed it out there. The bike did feel really hard. I kind of struggled to find a rhythm. I was sort of in no man's land. I could see like Hannah DeVette with a motorbike behind her up the road, and I just could not close that gap the entire bike. But It was fine. When I got into the run, I kind of struggled to find my feet to start with, and then I actually started to feel better through the middle of the run, so that was good. I was happy that the run legs felt better than the bike legs today, so yeah.
And you had quite the run battle.
Yeah, it was close at the end there, which makes for an exciting race. It's not always the best thing when you're in the race. It makes it pretty tough, but no, it was fun. It was good.
Well, we enjoyed watching it. Thank you for the entertainment. Congratulations on second place. Now third, we have Hannah DeVette. Hannah, that bike split, wow. Was it always your plan to just lay it down on the bike?
Not really. Like, I guess I just love to race, and I was feeling quite straight away that I had good bike legs, so I was like, I'm just going to do my own thing, just ride on the feeling, because honestly my power meter was playing off a bit, so I was just riding on the feeling, just trying to enjoy it out there, and then coming off the bike with quite a big gap was quite surprising. It was definitely not my plan, but I thought I rode quite alright for myself, like not too fast or anything. But then, like, coming on the run, I was actually feeling pretty good until like 12K, and then I think the man with the hammer came up a bit early, so it's just kind of just surviving to the finish line from there.
And I believe this is your first Ironman Pro Series 70.3 podium, is that right? How does that feel?
Yeah, really nice. Like, I mean, it's a bit bittersweet, to be honest, like leading so long. I really started to believe in it that I could take the win today, but I mean, the other girls were very strong on the run, so coming third behind them is not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all, just the beginning. Well, congratulations on third place and a very entertaining race. All right, that wraps up our podium here. Now I'll throw it back to y'all in the studio.
Thanks so much, Haley, as we got a chance to sit with our top three women's finishers here today in Boise. A course record performance from our women's winner, Kristen Kasper, at 4 hours 50 seconds, takes down Paula Finley's course record of 4:01:50 from a year ago. So with the exception of the swim, record-setting performances here today, Sam.
Yeah, both the men and the women's race posting fastest bike splits and then overall course records. It just goes to show that every year the racing is just getting faster and faster, and the level of the sport is just keeps increasing as we go. But fantastic performance by both men and women today at Ironman 70.3 Boise.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Well, our winners have been decided here in Boise. It was Sam Long for the men, Kristen Kasper for the women. Craig, your thoughts?
Amazing day of racing, record-breaking day. Both course records went down. Kirsten Kasper nearly broke the 4-hour barrier for the ladies, and I think Sam Long was true to his word. He wanted to go out and lay down a very dominant performance, and it was every bit of that. So Yeah, it was great racing. I think our winners just really turned in clinics. They were just in control. Even though Kirsten didn't hit the lead till late, I think she was always in control of her race and her effort and played her cards perfectly. Ari Clow on the men's side, what a bike and run, to get second place. So hats off to him and Blake Harris as well. A breakthrough performance, which is always really, really nice to see. So, and then on our women's podium, the two Hannahs, again, we knew they would be pre-race favourites. We were talking about them. Everyone was talking about them, looking at the form guide and, their altitude training blocks, and they didn't disappoint either, I think. Hannah DeVette, for the first time, breaking onto an Ironman Pro Series podium, and Hannah Berry just consistent across all disciplines, consistent across all distances, and really executes to her strengths perfectly. So it was a really competitive day of racing, and it's great to see the Ironman Pro Series get to Boise, Idaho.
Sam, your thoughts?
Yeah, I just echo everything that Craig said, and it's great to see Boise be put on the stage like this. I know it's got a long history. I know, Craig, you raced here a handful of times, and then it went away as a pro race for a little bit, and then it got brought back in 2025, and it's great to have it as a Pro Series race this year. But yeah, just super impressive racing all day, and particularly, Sam, dominant win, Ari great in second, but Blake Harris in third, I think a big step forward in his middle distance racing as well. He's also one that's come across from the shorter course racing, and that I think as more of these athletes that have come through that short distance pathway, we're just seeing the level of racing increase as they move up into the 70.3, and you're seeing it on the women's side as well, with both Kirsten Casper and Hannah DeVette coming from the shorter distance racing, and it's just rising tide lifts all boats, and everyone is forced to adapt and keep improving, and it's why we're seeing these records tumble every single year. It's basically every race that comes that we've had this year, I think records just keep falling as we watch for the men's podium. Blake Harris in third, and we saw him have that phenomenal sprint finish with Vince Lewis at the end there. But what an excellent race by Blake. Just really impressed with his performance. Ari Clow second, another step up in his performance as well, I think. And yeah, I think lost a little bit of time to Sam Long on the bike, but so did everyone. But a great bike run combo by Ari Clow to close out, and a 1:08 run, the fastest of that of the top six there. But yeah, fantastic by Ari. Another, like Blake, a step forward for him and his 70.3 career. And the winner, dominant all day, really. Never looked in doubt as soon as he hit the front of the race early on in the bike. And yeah, from there, never looked back, dominated on the bike, and then just did what he needed to do on the run. A 1:10, yeah, comfortable 1:10, I would say, and well within himself to take the win. Sam Long, Ironman 70.3 Boise champion.
Well, that wraps up our men's podium. It was a record-setting day for Sam Long, both on the bike and overall course record. Great racing, dynamic racing. We thought, this morning it was a bit of a shifty start with the wind conditions out at the reservoir. Had to alter the swim course slightly, still got the full course in. We thought some of these guys, Ari Clow and Sam Long in particular, would struggle a little bit in the swim, but they proved us wrong. Standing on the top two steps of the podium, what a day of racing for the men out there today. Really, really exciting performances.
I think it shouldn't be understated as well, just the adaptability of the race organisers and Ironman to adjust the swim on the fly at short notice and let the pro athletes have a full swim. It's yeah, I think that just shows great flexibility, and I'm sure all the athletes, even guys like Ari Clow and Sam Long, even though they are comparatively weaker swimmers to some of the other athletes, I know for sure that they would want to complete the full swim course as well. So yeah, just full credit to the race organisers and Ironman for adapting on the fly.
And in just moments, as we watch some of our other competitors come across the line here, we're going to throw it down for our women's podium. An equally exciting day on the women's side, record-setting performances as well. Hannah DeVette setting a bike course record of racing the standard from Paula Findlay from a year ago, and then Kirsten Kasper taking down the overall course record as well. So absolutely exciting, equal performances from the women as to the men. What a great day here in Boise. A lot of people were worried about the conditions, but it was fast racing. And the women's podium.
Yeah, for our women's podium, taking third place and cracking the Ironman Pro Series podium for the first time from Belgium, Hannah DeVette. And as you mentioned, Didi, taking a new bike course record as well, 2 hours and 6 minutes, lowering Paula Findlay's record from last year. And in second spot on our podium today from New Zealand, the ever-consistent Hannah Berry. I'm sure she'll be very, very happy with her day's work and consolidating her spot in the top 10 of the Ironman Pro Series point score. And on the top step of our podium today, taking first place, representing the US, and just like in the men's race, lowering the race course record, lowering Paula Findlay's record by 1 minute from last year, representing the US, Kirsten Kasper. That's your women's podium today for Ironman 70.3 Boise, race number 12 of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, as we see the ladies get their athletic brewing, and hopefully they won't make as much of a mess as Sam Long did about 2 minutes ago.
Hannah DeVette there removed her shoes. She didn't want to baptize them in the athletic brew.
That's smart play, actually. If she has to travel back, you don't want to be traveling back back with wet shoes and things like that. So, yeah, that's a big brain move by Hannah DeVette there, but great racing today by these ladies.
And let's take a look at our men's results from today, as well as our updated Ironman Pro Series. It was Sam Long for the win, Ari Clow in second, Blake Harris third, Vincent Louis for fourth, Ben Fa in fifth, Matt Hansen ran through to sixth, Brock Hole in seventh, Colin Such in eighth, Nick Chase, great performance in ninth, and Idono Leone in 10th place. Sorry, that was terrible. And let's take a look at the overall Ironman Pro Series movers. Big movers, Matt Hansen moves into 7th place overall in the series with his finish today. Vincent Louis moves up 7 positions, breaking into the top 10. Sam Long also coming into the top 10, moving up 9 spots into 10th position overall in the Ironman Pro Series as we make our way towards World Championship season. Not many race opportunities left.
And on the women's side, Kirsten Kasper taking the win, Hannah Berry in second, Hannah DeVette third, Lydia Russell in fourth, Rebecca Clark in fifth, Grace Alexander sixth, Adele Licken in seventh, Megan Foley in eighth, Marissa Lavelle in ninth, and Caroline Kaplan in 10th. And onto the Ironman Pro Series standings. Grace Tech still in the lead, but some big movers. Hannah Berry got some great points today. She's moved up 4 positions. Lottie Wilms, Lisa Perderer, Kat Matthews and Fenella Langridge all drop 1 point as Hannah Berry jumps up. But Marta Sanchez in second and Solveig Lofseth in third on the overall standings as it stands after Ironman 70.3 Boise.
It has been quite a day of racing here in Boise. Thanks for watching the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Boise. You can catch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts globally at proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global media partners. We will see you again in 3 weeks on August 15th for the 13th stop in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, Ironman Kalmar in Sweden. The field is stacked with the likes of defending women's champion Katrine Christensen, Laura Phillip, and Jackie Herring. On the men's side, we'll see Trevor Foley, Pierre Lecour, Matthew Marquardt, and Daniel Backegard, just to name a few. Stay tuned to Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting pre-race buildup. And until then, on behalf of Craig Alexander, Haley Chura, and our entire crew, thank you for joining us for today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Boise. We will see you in Sweden.
of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.